See any good raspberries, Ruby? There's one. Hey, what's up, everybody? It is outdoor raspberry season, so I'm gathering a few outdoor, beautiful wild raspberries. The way I look at it, free food. Happy Wednesday. For those of you who are from the USA, it's the day before our Independence Day. We celebrate July 4th. And for those of you outside the US, well, you probably could give a shit. And I don't blame you. They definitely don't celebrate it in Britain, which is the country that we booted out. But now we're allies. Strange how that works. Anyway, we're going to talk about some important things today. Little update from Gaza. We're going to talk about the Supreme Court ruling, which is, if you haven't been speaking or thinking about that, that's a big deal. Never thought I'd see anything like that in my lifetime. Pretty crazy stuff. These raspberries are good. I'm out with the dog, little local park where she can run around a little bit. It sucks because the dog park that you may have seen me at before, the city that I live in, I guess some neighbors complained. It was a place where like 20, 30, 40 dogs could come out and run around together and play. There was never any incidents of dogs fighting, but some barking once in a while. I think some of the neighbors got pissed. So the city came in with like parks and recreation vehicles, and now they monitor it, threatening to give citations to anybody who lets their dog off leash. Which, dogs need to run. I don't know about you. Most people can't afford to sprint for 45 minutes with their dog, or they can't keep up. Ruby, do not go down that hill. Damn it. There she is. Somebody asked, how do I go live with you? If you want to join as a guest, the way it works is at the bottom center of your screen, just slightly to the right, there's a little button that says guest. It's a guest request button. I think you have to have 200 followers to go live on someone else's panel as a guest. And you have to have 1,000 followers or more to actually host a live like this. Yeah, I haven't been as active on TikTok lately. I've been putting my energies in some different directions. I've been on people's lives. I've been popping in and out, but haven't been making many videos. Made a couple, and definitely haven't been live as much. Trying to take a little mental break. I mean, I've still been following the situation in Gaza very closely, but I don't know. It's hard to describe when you do this for a while. It does wear you down. I mean, just all the bullshit. There's a lot of bullshit on social media. It can kind of get tedious after a while. But I've been trying to go onto the pro-Zionist lives and advocate as best I can. It's a very, 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 very challenging process if you've never tried to do it. I would say that trying to at least get out some information in a group of people who have a very strong sense of being right about something is increasingly difficult. And when you do put out a resource, it gets dismissed immediately outright of being propaganda or somebody who doesn't like the Jewish people, or going right on down the line. So I try, but maybe it's a futile effort, and that's just because they listen. They feel they're right about what they're thinking, or they wouldn't talk about it, obviously. And the last video that I made was right here, and it was about Kool-Aid. And unfortunately, and listen, they're not the only people in the world who get hoodwinked by a government or by a way of living or upbringing. In the United States, it's the same way. And when people are when people get misled, and it is intentional, let's be clear, it's hard to break from that. Your whole identity, your whole way of believing, your whole thinking, your whole life experience is based upon this story, this narrative that you've embraced. And even if you found out to the contrary, it creates what's called cognitive dissonance, which is a huge gap between now what you know versus what you thought you knew. And it creates a lot of discomfort. So a lot of people just dismiss it outright. They stay on their side of the aisle and go to their corner, as I like to say. And it's too bad. Now, the good news is, as we've seen on TikTok and elsewhere, there are many people. Hey, everybody. Hey, there are many people who break from this, which is wonderful. But remember, not most people don't spend a lot of time challenging their beliefs, right? Why would they? They assume that what they believe is the truth, right? That's the term I hear used a lot. I'm not as bold to say that about the things that I talk about. I mean, I realize that I have my version, my view that other people speak to, and I tend to agree with. But one thing I have learned is what other people think by listening in these lives. And, they accuse me of not listening. But one of the things I do, I think, a good job of is I stay quiet, I really listen, and I process what someone says. Because that's fair. I mean, why wouldn't I? And it helps you understand how somebody else thinks, and it helps you formulate better arguments or better responses. And the other thing I don't do is, a lot of times I get a lot of personal attacks. Just one sec. Do you have an extra baggie or no? I already used one up. She already did that. My dog just dropped a present for me. If not, I can grab some leaves or something. I just want to make sure I mark it. There we go. Sorry, everybody. Dog decided to drop a second present for Mr. Chip. Yeah. Happy day before the 4th to you. Thank you very much. So anyway, it's frustrating, but it's not unexpected, right? So I think rather than getting mad, one of the things I don't do is I don't do name calling. I keep my cool, which probably frustrates them sometimes. But the thing that I really don't enjoy, which is something I try to be fair when I host, is give people a chance to speak their mind and don't interrupt them. And unfortunately, that's not the way it works on all the lives. But the other thing I've noticed, which is, I don't say this lightly because I don't want to be overly broad. Let's be fair. It's not everybody, but it's enough that it's significant. And it's something that I've noticed, and I'm not doing this from a place of malicious intent. I'm not trying to say anything or malign anybody, but there's a certain level of very unpleasantness that it's almost like oozing out of the pores. It's this combination of trauma response, historical anger, being outraged that everybody else just doesn't get it, and maybe some of that superiority thrown in. I don't know exactly what it is, but I will tell you this. Just if you went into a room of people and somebody said, "Hey, what did you think of that crowd?" You would just kind of get a feel, right? You get a feel for a room, and I would say that in my experience, with a few exceptions, most of the people are rather unpleasant, and they tend to assume the worst of you. They think because you disagree with their point of view that you're doing it out of some sort of hateful or otherwise, they what I call they malign or they question your motives. Like, why would this person think that? Now, I've tried many times. I always say this, hey, I would very much like to share with you all, or maybe ask a question. Why is it that people who say the things that I say, or who sound like me, or myself included, why do we think the way we think? What is driving that? And of course, the answer always comes out, oh, you guys are anti-Semitic. You guys just don't like the Jewish people, right? You hate all JEWS. I mean, give me a break. I mean, first of all, there's a big difference between people who live in Israel, people across the political spectrum in Israel. Obviously, it's not a monolith. People outside of Israel who support the concept of, I guess you'd call it the Zionist nation state aspect. I think having an aspiration for safety for any group of people that have been persecuted, that's awesome. I'm 100% behind that. Hopefully, everybody else is. The question is where, when, and how, right? And I think it's fair, just in any situation, when you look at, benefit versus harm for any circumstance, it's fair just to take a look at it and say, okay, these people got something out of something, and these people got harmed by that happening. Why is that unfair to even give it a glance? And I would imagine that most of us, if those things had happened to you or I, or even to some of the folks that seem so angry about this, they wouldn't like it. I mean, what person would like what happened in 1948 if you're on the side that didn't get a state, right? You wouldn't feel too good about that. And we hear a lot of stories about they left voluntarily, or the other side attacked us. We're the victims. Of what they wouldn't accept a good deal. By the way, for those of you who don't know, the population at that time in early 1900, the native population, it was considered in the tables. If you look this up on places like Wikipedia or other sources, they have the population tables going back a long time. I just go to like 1900 to present. And in 1900, the Jewish population was something like 4.5% of what we consider Palestine, or what was at the time considered Palestine. And the Arab population was something like, and this is how they categorized it, by the way, this isn't me, was something like 76%. And then there was a number of Christians and then other. So it was just overwhelmingly an Arab populated region, mostly Muslim, some Christian, but that's how they referred to it. Arabs, Christians, and Jewish people. That's how they broke it down. Anyway, so but what changed was with immigration, with the different things happening in Europe, anti-Semitism that was quite real, pogroms, persecution. A lot of Jewish people migrated, not only from Europe but from other Islamic countries. When this whole movement to establish this nation state was kind of drawing people to this concept into the region. So the population got up from the Jewish perspective, it got up to about 31% at its peak right before the establishment of the state of Israel. But the Arab population was still, like 66% or 67%. It was still very high, more than double. So the partition plan that was offered, and by the way, Dave Smith, the comedian, speaks to this, a libertarian. He was on Joe Rogan. You can hear him talk about this if you Google it. But the partition plan offered about 55% or so of the land of what was Palestine. And it was only 31% of the population. And that was only recently, right, with massive immigration in the last 10 or 15 years. That if you're living there and you're one group of people and you have your culture and the land you're living on and your identity and sort of just your way of life, and not only is there mass migration taking place, which can be unsettling no matter what you think about the other people, it's just a disruptive force when you have different cultures clashing. And then on top of that, you see the numbers, you're like, hey, wait a second. Wait a second, we're 75% of the population. You're going to give us 44% of the land or something? What? Like, how can that be fair? And therefore, hey, Nader, how can that be fair? That doesn't seem like a fair deal. Now, we always hear that this wonderful plan was offered to the Palestinians, to the Arabs, and they just can't accept anything. They'll never give an inch. Well, come on. I mean, if they knew now what they knew back then, they probably would have accepted it because it's a better outcome versus what's in place today. But nobody at the time had that foresight. They didn't have the benefit of hindsight of what's happened in history. So I don't know anybody in their right mind. If you have, why would you accept a deal like that? It makes no sense. Now, just another thing, we always hear these Arab nations attacked, right? It was just some unprovoked thing where they just went on in, right? Because they wouldn't accept. Now, the partition plan had a good bit to do with it being so unfair. That was part of it. But even a bigger part of it was, and if you don't know this, look these up, okay? Especially if you're somebody who's listening and if you're pro-Israeli. Listen, Dave Smith talked about this too. He's a comedian, libertarian. He went on the Joe Rogan podcast with him twice in the last year and spoke about this very issue. And what he said is that the terrorism that is used now by Arabs and Palestinians versus who they perceive to be the interloping party, the occupier, was actually brought to the region by very violent and aggressive pro-Israeli Zionists who were forcing not only the Palestinian Arabs off land that they wanted to encircle into their, bring into their territory, but also the British. The British had a mandate over Palestine, and there were two obstacles. You can read this in David Ben Gurion's notes. He has a diary, he talked to this. And he said, we have to do everything we can to keep Arabs out of the territory. We have to take over this land. We have to keep them out. We have to expel them, is what he basically said. But in addition, the British, who maintain a political obstacle to full autonomy for this nascent state of Israel that was being conjured up, they stood in the way too. They were a power structure. They had a mandate over the region. And so they did things. There's four names of groups. There's Leahy, Stern, Irgun, and what's the other one? Somebody help me out here in the comments. I know I see a guest in the queue, by the way. I'll get to you soon. So you have these four groups that were really violent, crazy. They did all sorts of massacre, that whole thing. There were some responses. There were some groups in the friction of the immigration period where no one was blameless in all of this. Let's face it, it was a clash of cultures and people. However, the vast quantity of violence, the number of victims of violence and of terroristic activity was by far Arabs who had it done at the hands of these really violent, radical Zionist gangs. Look it up. I mean, I'm not making this stuff up. If you read books like The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine, The 100-Year War, just go to Google and type in mass, 1930 to 1948. Just go type that in. You'll see that they're listed. And you'll see which ones were Arab versus Jews or vice versa. And that's impossible to deny. But if you wouldn't think, you think that was revisionist history when you go into some of these pro-Israeli lives. They think that this is the story. This is what Dave Smith talked to. Israel's this, little nation among all these bad Arab people who just wanted to have their own little place, and they're peaceful and didn't do anything. And all of a sudden, after they agreed to this thing, these crazy people attack them and they beat them back and they got more of the land and they deserved it because they won the war. We hear this all the time. Uh, this is pure nonsense. This is literally, listen, you can claim anything when you talk about life. You can say, ah, I believe that the Dallas Mavericks beat the heck out of the Celtics. Well, the Celtics won the series 4-0 this year. They're the champions. That's indisputable, but you can claim all day that the other team won. You can make that claim. It doesn't make it true. It makes it kind of moronic. And I would argue that a lot of these types of stories, these repeated mythology. Just one sec. Ruby! Hey! Just one sec. I got to mute. The dog ran into a basketball court where guys are playing. Come on, Ruby. You're not a basketball player. We were just talking about basketball. Good time. Anyway, we do have a couple of guests. I'm going to close up. I'm going to land this little plane in a second here. So again, this is all tying back to me going on these various lives and having to listen to these various versions of history and events that are just, listen, these are two different ways of interpreting the same behavior on the ground. And I'm not saying that mine is right. I'm just saying that my views happen to align with the scholars that I've studied and read about that I tend to think are more reliable than some of the other interpretations that just don't seem to make sense. We all have to weigh those considerations and try to make heads or tails of any situation in life. And as we learn new information, hopefully we modify our point of view and not be stuck to any particular thing. But to say that analysis of those like myself who discuss these types of things is doing it from some place of mean spiritedness, or you don't want the Jewish people to be safe from harm, or, this is all that. It's just malarkey. It's used, and by the way, I call them weapons of mass deflection. I would say that the people who are pro-Israel, they just deflect on every level. If you say something that's critical of the nation state or the military or something about that, all you get is oh, you must be this or that. They never focus on the actual issue that you're raising. And one final point I'm going to make, and then I'll bring up the guests. And we also want to talk about we want to talk about the Supreme Court ruling as well. Don't forget that, but we'll do that once we have the guests up. But this idea of this is the most frustrating part. I asked this I was in one of Nader's here. He's a really nice guy who has a coffee company that's raising money for Gaza and other activism. He's got a lot of followers. He's just an all around good human. Hey, Ruby. Sorry. I asked this on his live today because there were some people in the live in the comments making snarky comments like, "I'm doing just fine in Tel Aviv." Okay, great, and I'm glad for you, but that's sort of saying, "Hey, I'm doing fine. You guys can go f yourselves." Again, that's something that brings karma to your doorstep when you don't have to rub that in somebody's eye, but this is what people are doing. They're bad winners. People that win, but they kind of gloat, they kind of laugh at you on this. That's a bad winner. Right now, they're in a position of dominance and they're laughing. And you can tell a lot about people when they have the ability to do something in a position of power, how they use that and how they behave vis-a-vis the less powerful. Enough said. So, what motivates things like what we saw in 10-7? Why do groups even form who might even do things like that, right? Why? Why? Like, what's the motivator? And what we always hear is, oh, it's just abject hatred because of what's in the 1988 Charter. If you read the 88 Charter, yeah, there were sections in that I think were bad. They weren't a good look. And they did express an interest in harming a totality of people, which of course is wrong. But I think the sentiment behind that, if I had to guess, was not so much to necessarily want to hurt the people. It's to get the bad wood as they see it out of the area because of the things that they felt were changed against their will without their consent, right? So, but if it's not that, if it's not just an abject hatred, and if it's not Islamic crusade, if it's not some caliphate that's trying to convert everybody and make the whole world Muslim, and we have no evidence that suggests that going back when the land was shared among people, of course, mostly Arab, but they could have easily forcibly converted the local Jewish population that didn't. So the evidence doesn't point to that as a motivator. So then what does motivate them? Why are they motivated to do this? Well, could it be, and again, I always say in the pro-Israeli lives, you don't have to agree with this, but if from somebody else's perspective, they see it as a dispossession of land and they see it as a historical injustice and they're angry about that, but more importantly than that, it's what's happened since then. All of the brutality and control and, the unaliving of people and all the other misery that's inflicted upon them. And granted, there have been certain attacks that have taken place over time by some of these resistant forces, which I can understand from the Israeli side. They want to pursue security. I'm with you. But the way, again, the way you do it makes a huge difference. If you're just defending your borders, okay, fair enough. You're going to defend your borders and they'll adjudicate the political side of this. But so much more goes on than just defending one's borders. And that's the part that I learned in 1989. That was the big change for me. I didn't know that stuff. And I didn't understand much else, but I didn't know any of that stuff. And when I learned that, I'm like, wait a second, that is messed up, dude. And so with that in mind, let me bring the guests up because I could go on and on, obviously. Okay, we have Ohad and we have Najee. Everybody, let's not be personal, no
Hi,
personal
Chief.
stuff. Hello.
Can I just tell you that I feel like you're a bit obsessed? Like, I feel like you should find a hobby or something. You're always talking about Israel.
How do you know I don't have a hobby?
I don't know, like, you spend all this time here, I don't know.
Well, just to let you know that when I just came on live today, people asked me, "Hey, where you been?" I haven't been on. I've been live, I think, twice in the last 3 weeks, maybe twice, and only for short periods of time. And I haven't even posted them on my YouTube channel. I probably pop into pro-Israeli lives for 20, 30, 40 minutes, probably once or twice a day when I can, or some days not for a couple days, 3 days at a time. I wouldn't call that obsession, but I would say that I'm interested in conversing about political topics, and this is a topic that I've learned about, so I speak to it. The other stuff I enjoy talking about, which, by the way, we're going to talk about the Supreme Court ruling in the United States. If you stay on for that, I hope you will, which is a huge change in our country, which, again, these are other important political issues that I do like to discuss. So I wouldn't call it obsessed. I say that I do have a focus on it because I believe, and again, I know people can't believe this is possible, but no, I'm not getting paid. No, I don't. I'm not Islamic. I don't. I've never taken the Shahada or whatever the hell that is. I don't even know what that stuff is. I'm not a religious person. The reason I do it is because I believe it's the right thing. It's not that I don't want Jewish people to be safe. It's nothing about
I
that.
don't believe for a single second that you don't get paid, even if it's not from TikTok, but sure.
Believe it or not, but Odd, you can give me a polygraph. I'll tell you what. Let's do a deal. We'll have a third party do a polygraph. I'll pay for it, and if it turns out that what I'm saying is truthful, you give me $1,000. What do you say? Want to go there? I'll do it.
Sure.
I'll do that 7 days a week, my friend. I'm not getting paid other than what trickles in from TikTok, which is 45 cents for 2 hours of work. Which, if you want to call that getting paid, I don't consider that payment.
Okay, my other problem with you is that I just don't think that you know much about history. So you just said a minute ago that there is no proof in history that Muslims converted people that have lived here, and that's simply false. And you
I
can
didn't say
look.
that. I didn't say that. I said in the early 1900s, we don't have evidence to show that there was some mass effort to forcibly convert all of the Jewish residents in the area at
Well,
that time.
respectfully, it wasn't the Palestinians that were in charge. So of course, like you can't even compare. Like if there was a Palestinian government, then you could have made this case. But it wasn't the Palestinian government; it was the Ottoman Empire. So it has
But
absolutely nothing to do with anything.
but
But I do
wait a
want
second.
to say
Wait a
something
second.
about
Wait a
Muslim
second. No,
rulers, which
that's
I
a
think that you
cultural
missed.
thing. Well, that's a cultural thing. Just to let you know. So people, in other words, what's going through the minds of people as they live their day-to-day lives? Are they focused? You accuse me of being too focused on this. Were they intensely focused on trying the people who live there? Were they focused day to day on saying, "Hey, we got to get these Jewish people to convert to Islam. We got to do it." It's a major effort. I would argue that Christians make a much more a sort of overt effort, a proactive effort to convert people. They want to spread the gospel, whereas people from Islam, it's more of an attractive thing. At least in this particular period of time. You may laugh at that, but
I find
again,
it insane. So just to understand, okay, Muslims, there have been periods in history that Muslims gave people during their conquest three options. One of them is to convert to Islam. The other one is to pay jizya, and the third one is to be unalived. So those are the three options. There is no more than that. Okay,
where,
and you have
where,
2 million
where,
Christians
where,
living here
where,
in the same
In
place
where,
that I
Islam, in
currently live
Islam,
in.
nobody's
Okay,
forced to
and a lot of them
Hold on,
convert
either
or
Ohad,
die.
being
one sec.
I
unalived,
mean,
and a lot of
Ohad,
them have been
Ohad,
converted.
one sec. I'm aware of those things happening in other places in the Islamic world, for lack of a better term. In historic Palestine, or whatever you want to call the region, let's call it the Holy Land. In the Holy Land between 1900 and 1948, was there evidence of the things you're referring to occurring on a widespread basis?
1918 and 1948, there have been unaliving of Jews for a very,
I
very,
didn't say
very
that.
long
I said
time.
was there
But
wide. I
many,
said
many
was there
parties.
widespread. No, no. This is important. This is an distinction. So again, if there's anti-Semitism, I've heard this said often. If there's anti-Semitism or attacks around the world, let's say there's Ethiopian Muslims that come into some part of the U.S. and they beat up or rob or do something horrible to a woman or whatever, they point that to Islam as being violent. My question is, what did Palestinian Arabs who practice Islam have to do with that attack? What you're saying, which may have been done elsewhere, have to do with Palestine or the Holy Land between 1900 and 1948, Arabs living in the region? I know that there were
Okay, thank you.
skirmishes
Can I
where
answer you?
so please answer that. Yeah.
Okay, the Arab riots, the Hebron massacre, the Arab revolt. I can give you dates of every single one of them. Arab riots in 1920, the Hebron massacre in 1929, the Arab revolt in 1936. All of them were cases where a mass of Arabs went after Jews in order to unalive as many as possible.
So we know there was violence by Arabs against Jews in the region between the time of the immigration that started to increase and the time of the formation of Israel, correct? We agree on that?
Yes?
Okay. Now I'd like you to go to Google. This is a very simple exercise, which I did just to make sure I was on my numbers, and type in number of Arab and Jewish deaths 1900 to 1948. Go type that in right now.
But the thing that you miss, and I really hope that you understand it, and this is exactly how you make your propaganda. So let me speak about it because it's a very good case. I love that you bring it up.
You're emphasizing the fact, I believe, that there's this intent to harm Jewish people. That don't you don't have to mute him. The extent what I'm trying to say is this: the argument you made a second ago is that there's three things that people have to do if they're being repressed by local Muslims. One is they have to pay a jizya, or they convert, or they get unalived. Right? That's your argument. And what I'm trying to counter with is to say, despite the fact that for other reasons there was violence in the territories leading up to the formation of the state, which I acknowledge, and if you look at the disproportionate nature of that violence, I think you'll find that there's no discussion to be had as far as who harmed more people. Just look it up. Now, I don't believe that harm is indicative of the three things you mentioned in their totality, because that didn't exist in the region in their totality.
Okay, can I just answer the point that you made about
Yeah.
total numbers of being unalived? So,
Yep.
for example,
you
the
can
Hebron
start by
massacre.
looking it up,
Who was,
like he said.
just a second, just a second. I need only a minute. So, who would you say was the victim of the Hebron massacre?
Well, are you going to isolate one particular incident, or are you going to look at the totality of the incident? That's the
I'm
fair way
giving
to do
you
this.
one incident as an example, of why your outlook is
Okay.
completely
So let's
biased.
do another thing for the audience to Google.
Why can't you never answer me?
Hold on, I'll answer it. So yes, there was one group that was victimized by the other, but this is really important. When you look at the totality, the context of something, this is why 10-7 is not a vacuum. This is why what happened isn't just a one-off incident. But let me get back to this.
It was
issue.
a very straightforward question, Chip. I don't like you monologuing over a question.
This is an important point to finish. I never get a chance to speak in the lives I go to, so I'm damn well going to try to explain these points because they're important to explain. You don't get to determine you don't get to determine the answer that I give and then tell me that I can't keep talking about it, because the nuance is critical to the argument. Stepping on somebody and stopping them from going through the context is exactly what happens with the pro-Israeli argument, which doesn't give the audience the full picture. So I'm going to do that quickly as hopefully I can. So if you look, another thing to Google, type in massacres in historic Palestine from 1925 to 1948. Just go look at that. Now, again, if you think I'm a liar and I'm making up history or I got it all wrong, just do those two things. I know for whatever reason you like to just put this little thing you like to put out there that there was these 2 or 3 massacres that took place, and therefore that substantiates your point. But if you look at the totality of it, it actually points against your argument.
No, it's not. And you will see. If you search it up, I actually encourage people to search it up because you will see the overwhelming majority of massacres were done by Arabs. But just to point out, for example, in the Hebron massacre, and I can give you many cases of this, there have been much more Arabs being unalived than Jews. But the Arabs were the perpetrators, so nobody cares. Okay, like if you go and attack some people and the police is unalives you, okay, you don't get to cry victim and say, oh my God, why are you doing this to me? Okay, so for example, in the Hebron massacre, there were masses of Arabs that went home by home and unalived Jews. The police came and they unalived a lot of those Arab riots. A lot more Arab riots than Jews that were unalived in those riots. But nobody will say that the Jews weren't the victim and the Arabs were the perpetrators.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that at
No,
all. What I
because
said is,
for what you
what I
just said
said,
earlier was that we
what I
need to
just
look
said
at the
is,
total numbers of
you
people
have to look,
unalived.
you
And I'm
have to
telling
listen.
you why it's
If you can't cherry pick
completely
one incident.
upside down.
You can't cherry pick one incident out of a group of
I'm not
incidents and
cherry
say,
picking one
you
incident. I
want,
can
hold
give you
on,
the entire list.
this is really important. Just hang on for 1 second. You are cherry picking. You're specifically focusing with laser focus on a particular mass, that happened in Hebron. And yes, you can blame the Arab population for the harm they caused Jewish people. Fair enough. But if you're only going to point to one or two that took place and blame it on the other guys, but not take responsibility for the other ones that your team perpetrated, you're being disingenuous. And that goes for me too. If I did that, I'm not doing
Can
that.
I
I'm
read you the list
acknowledging.
that you sent me to search for?
Just go type in
So
anything.
you
Go to
gave me a
Google.
list of massacres committed
Go to
in
Google.
Mandate Palestine, and I'm reading
Go to
off
Google.
Wikipedia here. I'm not doing anything else, and I'm not omitting anything. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not omitting anything. I swear to God. So Battle of Tel Hai, responsible party Arabs. Nebi Musa riots, responsible party Arabs. Jaffa riots, responsible party Arabs. Palestinian riots, Arabs. Black Hand killing,
Wikipedia could be
Syrian
edited easily.
Palestinian armed
Hold on.
groups,
Ohad,
attacks
do
of
this.
Black Hand.
Hold on. Do this. Bring up. I'll make you big. If you have you can use your camera. Point it to your computer or your other device.
Anything that's perpetrated by Jews.
Hold on. Bring it up. Hold on. Now listen. As far as incidents, again, the number of incidents may be more by one or the other. I don't know exactly the number of incidents, but it also matters the number of people who are harmed in said incidents. So if I perpetrate 16 incidences against your group and I unalive 4 people per incident, and that's 56 people, and you do 6 incidents, but you do 84 people, that's 504 people. You see the difference? So I don't know exactly the number or quantity, but I still think the quantity is more. Do this. Bring up if you're not
The
going to bring it up.
quality is not more. Just by the Palestinian right.
I can't bring it up right now. If I could, I would. So if you're going to bring it up, we'll talk about it. If you're choosing not to, let's not. The other thing you can look at is the same thing I said before: number of fatalities in historic Palestine from 1900 to 1948, Arab versus Jew. Type that in. I want to see if you're willing to bring up both of those
I
lists
just
on.
gave you the answer of why I think.
If you're willing to bring them up on the screen, I will accept the source you're talking about, because we need to see the totality of the list. You've read 4 entries off where you say blamed Arabs, Arabs responsible. That's 4. There were more than 4 incidents in historic Palestine between the parties, right? I'm hoping that's got to be true. The one I list, the list that I read was nothing like the list that you read off. You read 4 entries off, which may be 4 entries, but the whole totality of it matters. Don't you see that, Ohad? Does that not compute? I feel like I'm
Can
talking to a
anyone
brick
put
wall.
this list on their computer on their mobile, because I can't. So can you put in this list? I would love it. Please do.
And also,
So
while you're there, type in the number of people unalived that are
I'm telling
Arab
you, it
versus
doesn't make
Jew
any
from
sense.
1900. This all matters. This all plays
Okay, I
into
can give you
who's
more
responsible
examples.
for the
Okay, the
violence.
Palestinian Arab riots. The Arab General Strike, okay, the different date. It's actually the Arab Revolt. Okay, so in the Arab revolts, who was the responsible party?
It was a general strike. You hit it right.
Who was the responsible party? The Arabs and British authorities.
From
Who was
striking?
unalived?
From striking?
197 Arabs and 80 Jews and
striking?
37 military and police, British police.
Why did they
So
strike?
you
Why
see
did
that
they-
the
why
Arabs
did they-
started
why
it.
did they
The
strike,
Arabs
Ohad?
started it,
Ohad, why did
and
they
they
strike?
also had the
Ohad.
most unaliving. So honestly,
Hold on. Ohad, listen, this is a really important thing. Again, why matters. Why did the local Arab population go on strike, which you're calling the uprising or riots or whatever? Why did they go on strike? Don't answer anything else. Answer that first, then we can continue the conversation. That's a really important issue. I'm giving you latitude to say it your way.
this was, I really hope that you understand. This is the time that the Mufti met with Schmittler, right?
Okay.
Like
So let me repeat it.
talking about the same dates.
I know that English isn't your primary language. I'll say it slower. Maybe I talk too fast. So please answer this question, not any other information. Start with this. If you want to expand, we can listen to the rest of it. Why, in your opinion, Was there a strike going on by Arabs in the region? What motivated that? Start with that, and then you can talk about other stuff. Is that fair? I'm not trying to be unfair to you.
Yes, so again, the Al Mufti wanted an Arab nation spanning from Syria to Yemen.
If he's
Okay,
gonna keep deflecting, we might as well just move on, to be
This is
honest.
Google.
so
This
I tell you what. So let's do this, Ohad. I don't want to let somebody dominate the whole conversation either. Let's do this. Go ahead and get to a place where you can get the devices up. You can get the two images of the two different reports. You can multiple source them if you want to. That's fair. And let's go through them line by line, not this, you read four items and we're all supposed to accept the fact that it's all the Arabs' fault, quote unquote. Okay, one thing I do that I don't think others do is I acknowledge both sides of culpability on certain things. I've acknowledged 10-7, I've acknowledged the buses, the cafes, the using of sharp objects, the using of vehicles, all of that. I've called it out and said, I don't like those tactics. But all we ever hear is the IDF's the most moral army in the world. They do no wrong. It's all, blah, blah, blah. That's not fair. And you need to be a little bit both sided in terms of being a good actor and being someone who's not disingenuous in these kind of conversations. Now, I just asked you, why did the Arabs go on strike? Why would somebody go on strike? Just because the Grand Mufti visited Germany? Why did they do that? Or was it in response to something that was bubbling up in the region, which was terribly unfair and was being brought to fruition against the will of the people living there? Right? I mean,
Exactly.
it doesn't, again, this idea that everything just kind of happens because people hate the Jews and they want to superimpose themselves over top of the Jews is used to describe everything. And it's a nonsensical point because, A, if it were true, I would be on your side. Because why wouldn't somebody take the side if that was the motivating factor of somebody? But that's not the motivating factor. But the stubborn adherence to that reason for all of the explanations that happen in historic Palestine is what keeps people from taking you seriously. It's also the overuse of accusing people of being anti-Semitic that makes the term meaningless, and it shouldn't be because there are people who are that way, and that should be, discouraged or should be condemned. But again, that's weapons of mass deflection. One of the Knesset members came to America, talked to Amy Goodman back in the early 2000s, and said, her words, not mine, when someone from Europe criticizes Israel, we remind them of the Holocaust. When somebody from America criticizes Israel, we call them anti-Semitic. And it works. It's very effective of stifling conversation. But you can't marginalize me and you can't shut me up just because you have a slant about hatred towards others, which is non-existent.
They need it as their identity to continue what they're doing, And in the early 1900s, the Israeli government that was formed was like three of the T groups were disbanded, and that's when the government was formed from the T groups.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm willing to listen to anyone's argument. And again, by the way, the same things have happened, and people have different takes. Ohad has a take. That take, I believe, has been shaped by an immense amount of conditioning in society, both in America, elsewhere, as well as especially inside of Israel, where a very specific angle and narrative is presented to people from a very young age that talks
Right.
about being on the wrong end of hatred, and everyone wants to get rid of us as a people. We got to do what we have to defend ourselves. And the state of Israel is the key to all of this. And without
Right.
that, we're doomed.
We
It's
have
not
no
true.
problem with any Jewish people. Like, I don't know one like Palestinian that says that they don't like Jewish people. It's not about like religion. It's not about anything. It's about human rights and equal rights for Jews, not just Jews, for everybody.
Yeah, and I've tried this. This is the thing I've tried to get on and say on the pro-Israeli lines so many times ad nauseum. I'm just sick of saying it, and they just can't bring themselves because, again, if somebody told you from birth that everybody hates you, these people are your arch enemy,
Right.
and all your whole existence is shaped around these bad people not being allowed to hurt you. That's all you think about. You're taught to think that from day one. You're
Exactly.
taught to go into this army to save the state and to go after get rid of these
Protect
horrible
the
people that are
Jews.
whatever. And so the point is, it's the exact opposite. People, if you then again, what is the evidence for this? Now, are there radicals on either side that seem to have a disdain towards the other? Yes, that exists. I'm not going to deny that. Is that representative of the totality of the population? Not by a
Right.
long shot. And here's why. The argument that I always hear against that, okay, well, why does 74% or whatever the number is support what the H group did on 10-7 or support them in general? Here's where the nuance comes in. Okay? So in one's existence of living in a bad set of circumstances, and one is trying to figure out a way to get out from under one's bad circumstances, there's a number of ways to do that. You can peacefully protest. You can ask someone nicely. You can try to do a peace accord. You can try to resist with, physical whatever. These are all tactics to try to change those dynamics. The
Right.
question is, are those things that are done that are on the more proactive side, more violent side, are they born from just wanting to be violent in and of themselves, or are they born as a part of that process that I just mentioned? If somebody's goal is to get to a better place and do it in a way that's not necessarily aimed at harming the other, as one Muslim leader said, hey, if my cousin came and took my house, I would oppose my cousin, who
Exactly.
would also be Muslim and Arab. But it's not so much who the people are who did it, it's the act that was done to another that people
Right.
tend to push back against. The reason why there are groups to resist is because there's something to resist. Now, as far as the support for the H group, hey, this is my opinion personally. I don't think they're the best group to lead the state because I think there's just
Right.
too much problems there. The way they are sort of
Mhm.
harder handed, the way I live in a liberal democratic Western country. It's not for me to live in that type of more repressive environment. That's me. It's not my culture. But it's not for me to tell other people what they should support or not support. And here's the difference. Here's the nuance. Most people within that dynamic that I just described are supportive of something to change the dynamic. If they see no light at the end of a given tunnel, it makes sense to try something, anything other than what you've been doing. Because if you look at your plight from your point of view and say, hey, our land got taken from us in 48, we got kicked to the wind, we're scattered to Gaza and to Egypt and to Lebanon, Jordan, wherever we may be, and mostly a lot in the West Bank. And what's happened since? Well, we've tried to do whatever we could politically. That hasn't worked. We protested. That hasn't worked. Nobody knows what's going on until recently. That's not helping our cause. And
Right.
everyone's ignoring us. And the people that are doing this to us flaunt it at the UN. They act with impunity. They got the US backing them up, money, military, political. That's a very frustrating place to be. No one knows what's going on. You're being brutalized. You're being unalived. And more of the land that you feel is such a part of your identity is being absorbed into the territory of the other.
Right. And you got to keep
That's
in
a very
mind.
that's a predicament. I'll let you talk in a sec. I apologize.
No, it's
So
okay.
if that's the framing for your life's existence, if you're angered about that and you feel that injustice needs to be rectified to some extent, whatever it can be done politically, then to say you support someone who did an act of resistance is not to say you support atrocities against civilians. It's automatically conflated with everybody in the entire Palestinian, diaspora, and that they just love the H group and they love to use violence and they want to hurt the Jewish people. They go back to the '88 Charter and just broadcast that across the. It's
Yeah.
conflating a very narrow, radical view across the totality of population because they supported a particular act of resistance that
Right.
did engage with a lot of soldiers, by the way, and a lot of intel was gathered. It was a military operation that unfortunately was accompanied by a large number of civilian harm and
Yeah.
unaliveness, which was horrible and should be condemned.
I think, and
I hope that
majority.
I hope people can understand that difference. That's what's called nuance. It's not lumping everybody into one bucket or the other. It's not black or white. It's gray. That's life.
Right. And the illegal settlements right now is about to be amped up, right? And people got to keep that in mind.
I mean, they have limited resources. If Chip, you're muted. I don't know if you know
He's
that.
talking to
Yeah.
someone.
If you look at the single act of the October 7,
Majority was military
not
service.
only they had to resort to whatever they had. They've been under siege for 15 years. They did what they could. They tried to prevent civilian casualty, and the biggest proof of that is you look at the H Group Lebanon, and these people think in the same mentality. Israeli attack civilian posts in Lebanon and alive civilians, and the H Group since October 7 until now, the only target they have targeted is military positions. Why? Because the people in Lebanon have the equipment and have the technology to do so. So they do the best to avoid civilians. Now, I gotta give it to the H Group that it could have been much worse than that. Looking at the Nova Festival, that it was done by the Israeli, by admission of the Israeli. Most of the kibbutz, they were boomed by Israeli tanks by admission of Israeli officials. Now you can blame all the blame on the H Group, but that is not the truth.
They
Okay,
don't care about the hostages.
they don't
If
care
they
about
did,
anything.
they would have took the ceasefire deal that
If they
the
cared,
recent
they would
one.
not. If they cared, they would not have kibbutz around Gaza, knowing that this is could explode in any time and come out. They would have kept them. If they cared about these people, they would have kept them in a safer zone. If they cared about these people, the soldiers on October 7th, they would not be sleeping. If they cared about these people, they would not have neglected them the way they did.
It took them 8 hours to respond
But
to.
this is the narrative. This is the narrative of the failing Israeli army. Even in Lebanon, when the H group crossed the border and kidnapped two Israeli soldiers to exchange them with Lebanese prisoners, it took them 6 hours before they figured out what happened.
Right.
So they are a failing army, and their arrogance makes them feel that they are superior. And just because you think you're superior doesn't make you superior.
Yeah,
Right.
let me add to that. So I was talking on a live, and someone named Alex is here. I don't know if you're Alex. I'm not doing this to single out Alex. I'm not criticizing him, but just to share what he said as a representation of some of that arrogance, overconfidence, belief in invincibility, whatever it may be. This is the thing about militaries. Military requires, and listen, boots on the ground. It requires, and you can do what Israel does best, which is to take aircraft and fly over places and drop everything and destroy civilian infrastructure, which it's very effective at, by the way.
Without the
Unfortunately,
repercussions of worrying about the
those
children.
yeah, those tactics unfortunately happen to be accompanied by huge numbers of civilian casualties, which they somehow find a way to justify, saying that everybody
It's
forces
sad.
civilians to stay wherever. They just happen to know exactly where the BOMB is going to land. They take a bunch of people there and hold them there against their will until they die, which makes zero sense. And have there been instances sometimes when they're operating out of areas where they may have done something like a rocket? It's possible, but it's not as widespread as you would hear on these particular things. And that's an outrage. What does that mean, Chip? Does that mean that my government, my military, might be intentionally or at least carelessly
Right.
dropping munitions over densely populated? Yes, that's exactly what that means. There would not be an ICJ proceeding. There wouldn't be
Right.
if there wasn't starvation, limited aid, collective punishment, a
Exactly.
journalist being targeted. There was just today a doctor and his 5 family members where they were home. They were told to move. They moved. They were tracking the doctor and they unalived him and his entire family. This
That's
is what Israel's
insane.
doing. They're destroying health infrastructure. They're unaliving journalists. They're trying to remove the universities. They're trying to completely ruin and make life impossible and decimate the entire population of Gaza. This
It
is what they
seems,
do. This is the hard part for people from Israel. This is what I learned about that so confused me because I didn't know any of this stuff. And now that I follow this stuff, I have
right.
a keen eye to look out for it. Everyone I talk to on the pro-Israeli side
They
can't
justify
acknowledge
it.
this or chooses not to acknowledge it or it has no awareness of it. And they think people like me are making it up.
Right. They say, well, the hostages, they have the hostages. If you look at the hostages, they don't have any trauma in their eyes, and their weight is, if not, it's they probably gained weight. If you look at the hostages in the Palestinian side, you could see pure trauma in their eyes and the suffer that you can't even imagine what they probably went through while they were detained.
You
And
you
that this
can
was
you
only
can listen. You
30
can
days.
you can listen to their stories. They speak out. They speak
Yeah,
out
it's
and they
just
say it. But nobody. A lot of these people don't want to listen to their stories. And we
50% of the population's children, and to just like drop, like like drop bombs on like dense, like the mile radius is probably about 25 by 5 miles or less maybe, and
Yeah. So
50,
there's a
it's
comment.
just
There's a comment that
insane.
filtered through. I'm sorry to jump in, but this is what somebody
Okay,
said. By the way, please don't do all caps, everybody,
it's
if
your
you get a
lives,
chance.
your life.
Just be up. So it's okay. I mean, I'm not going to try to be a dictator here, but um, paparazzi said in all caps, "Oh, be quiet, Chip. You have no clue." So let me just use the words of an Jewish Israeli columnist, Gideon Levy, who works for Haaretz, which is sort of a left-leaning, kind of semi-dissident newspaper that's critical of some of the things that the Israeli government and military do from time to time. And they tend to run articles by human rights groups and other things like that. And there's a human rights group in Israel called Bet Salem, which also looks into some of these things as well. But he says, and this is a recent interview he did with Owen Jones. You can look it up. Go to Owen Jones' YouTube channel, Owen Jones. He's an independent journalist who's also critical of Israel. But Gideon Levy, he's a citizen of Israel. He lives in Israel. He works for a prominent newspaper. And these are his words. You can go back to the podcast, and I'm summarizing, I'm sort of paraphrasing. But he said, people in Israel are convinced of an absolute delusion. They are delusional. They believe in this whole idea of supremacy and invincibility and being better than the other person, and that the army doesn't do anything wrong. All this stuff is just, I don't know if it's suppressed, if it's cognitively just impossible to accept the realities of some of these things, because I don't say them because I want to besmirch the Israelis or I want to try to make them look bad. They do a good enough job of that on their own. And I would love to say positive things about what Israel does. As I like to say, give us something to work with, and I will commend you all day. If Israel were to sign a peace accord and end the hostilities so they can get their hostages back, I would commend them for that. That's being a little bit flexible. They're
Right.
not going to eliminate the totality of the H group. It will never happen. This is not according to me. This is according to military experts. It's
It's
impossible to
impossible.
root
Yep.
out a guerrilla. They have underground tunnels. They're too well established. In the north, where Israel has cleared the terrain, they pop back up and they engage the enemy. These people have the advantage. It's not that they're better than you as far as human beings. They have an advantage tactically given the terrain, and they've planned for this for a long time, and they've dedicated a lot of resources to it.
Right.
Any military would struggle with this. It's not a slam on the Israeli military, although a lot of the reservist soldiers who are brought up are not battle-hardened troops. These are younger people who have been living civilian lives, and yes, they care about their country because they buy into the idea about the nation state being so important. They want to defend their country. Good for them.
And they grew
However,
up
they're
like
not as hardened fighters. You got guys literally in like Crocs and flip-flops that are casually dressed that are doing
TikToks.
more damage. And by the way, this idea that somehow like 15 or 20,000, that's absolute malarkey. The numbers that Israel claims, I don't know the exact number, but I would be shocked to learn if those numbers, and we talk about the totality of the fatalities, and of course the health ministry doesn't distinguish between militants or members of the party or other civilians, but, and sometimes it's probably not easy to, if somebody's blown to bits, how do you do that? But the point is that to say that half the casualties are H group members, which would be somewhere around 18,000, in my mind is just absolutely absurd. That's, again, disconnected from reality. I
Right.
just don't understand how people can, like I said, drink that Kool-Aid. I think it's insane. And they think I'm the one who's a complete fool. I don't know. I mean,
No, man.
it's such
Nobody
such a
believes that.
mind.
Just the Zionists, because you're speaking the truth.
Don't they see the video yesterday of two H group militant? They came up to a tank, placed a booby trap on it, actually two of them, and walked around the tank, walked literally around the tank and walk away while the tank was flying in the air. Like they can't see that. They don't want to see it, or if they see it, they say it's a Photoshop. Like, and that's why
Call it Pallywood.
and that's why there is a
I like that one.
there is a three organization on the United Nations blacklist for harming civilians, and all three products are product of Israel. One of them is the IDF, the second one is ISIS, and the third one is Boko Haram, and all three of them are product of the Israeli government.
It's really challenging. Let's hear. Well, let's try to get a voice up here who may speak to a different opinion, because it always makes it interesting. Again, let's try to give each other a turn and not jump on each other. Again, when somebody makes a point, the reason I jumped into where Ohad was, and I hate doing that because I want to be somebody who just stays quiet. But
Right.
he was using arguments that I thought weren't fair. He was pointing out that one particular place in Hebron was indicative of Arabs attacking Jewish people. Fair enough. If that's the history, that's the history. But you can't look at that, just like you can't talk about 10/7 as a distinct war. It's not a distinct war. It's the latest chapter in an ongoing series of conflicts. And by the way,
Yeah, what led to that point?
go type in, just if you want to just know who, quote, broke the peace deal, go look at how many people in Gaza were unalived by the Israeli military the week before, and the weeks just before the 10/7 attacks. Again, not making this stuff up.
Yearly, there's thousands that are unalived, and most of the time it's during Ramadan, like the most holy month, and that's the time that they love to do this stuff. And like every other year, there's thousands that are unalived, and it's just really sad.
and they
Okay,
keep
Just
so
because.
saying,
I don't want to make assumptions. There's a guest in the queue named Yo. He has what looks like, I don't know. I don't want to make any assumptions. Let's bring him up and give him a chance to speak his piece. Welcome to the live. Yo, you're welcome to jump in if you want to share your views or say hi or whatever.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to ask you, Chip, like you are sort of, you could say like sort of a Western mentality. Do you think that you see the conflict, or are you considering sort of the Middle Eastern perspective when you analyze the conflict?
Well, when you say the quote Middle Eastern perspective, let me share with you some of what's formed my views on the subject. So there's someone in the audience right now. His name is Nader. His little moniker is Nader, who with a question mark. He's Palestinian. His whole family's from the region. So does he have a Middle Eastern mindset because his family lives there versus the one that I speak to? He and I speak to this conflict nearly identically. So I don't know how I have a Western mindset. I have what I have is this. Have I lived in the Middle East? No. Have I visited there? Yes. I was in the first Gulf Wars. I spent some time in Saudi and in Iraq and Kuwait, which is not the totality of the region. And are there people in the region who have, I guess, hate in their hearts or don't like the state of Israel? And again, I think most of the anger, even Osama bin you know who, said that one of the main reasons why those attacks happened was because of the United States support for what's happening versus Palestinians, as well as having troops on the holy grounds of what he believed his homeland of Saudi Arabia. So again, what tell me what I'm not getting about the Middle Eastern mindset. Why don't you bring me up to speed?
Well, there's quite a few things, but I think a lot of people have an idea like what is this conflict really about? There could be like many things, but there is one reason I would say that it's takes so long and it's almost like unresolvable for a certain way, the
Uh-huh.
conflict based on what's like the root of it all. So what do you
Okay.
think, what would you say is like the root issue of the conflict from your perspective, from everything that you think, if you could boil it down to
Well,
the primary thing?
I see both sides of the argument. This is something that I do differently than a lot of people. So I know from the Palestinian point of view, they see the root of the conflict as a Zionist movement that came into what they thought was their homeland of historic Palestine, and uprooted things by creating an ethno state that ended up displacing 700,000 plus of their people, unalive between 15 and 20,000, and cleansed the territory. Some remain behind to be incorporated into this new state. Obviously, we know that's the truth, but they're angry about that. They think that's a historic injustice. And so everything they see after that point is to try to work against what they perceive to be the injustice. And then you add variables after that. There's going to be different political pragmatism that fits into that. From the Israeli perspective, or from the quote Jewish perspective, which I tend to differentiate, they're all for a protected place called Israel. They believe it's their ancestral homeland. They believe they're just recolonizing what was colonized by others. And these pesky people who think it's theirs are in the way of their going back to where they're supposed to be. So I've listened to both of these perspectives. And the reason I come down where I come down is not because I necessarily dismiss one or the other. It's because where does somebody pick in history where time begins as far as land ownership? I don't know how you do that. So like I said, God is not a real estate agent, and we can't I can't go to your house, or I don't know if you're American, but I can't come by your neighbor and go, you know what? I talked to the so and so county down the road here, and they've decided that because 6,500 years ago, my great whatever, I'm coming. You got to go. And you're like, dude, go to hell. That's 6,000 years ago. You have no right to pick
Right.
that one point in time,
Well,
right?
yeah, so I hear what you're saying, but I'm gonna push back to like it's not that that's not part of it, but I don't know if that's the
Uh huh.
root cause. The reason I'll say
Okay.
that is because there was a
What is
lot
it?
of historical injustices that happened, but people still kind of worked it out, right? So, for instance, you can say Japan after World War II, they got a really bad attack, but now they're allies with USA. Same with the Yahtzees
Is
and
the U.S.
USA.
Is the U.S. militarily occupying and controlling every aspect of Japanese life with no rights equal to the local population? Yes or no?
For a period of time, they did until they were
I'm
able to
talking about right
resolve.
now. I'm talking about right
Right now,
now.
no,
Right. Okay. So
but
does that make a difference in terms of one's disposition vis-a-vis the circumstances? Yes or no?
it does. But
Okay.
they
So
lifted the
let's
right.
keep our analogies within the concept of occupation and control and oppression. I think that's a fair
So
thing to keep
okay, so
consistent.
I'll say what I think is the fundamental root of it. It's very simple to me. The Jewish people want self-determination, and the Palestinians want to deny the Jewish people to have self-determination on that land.
Okay. So can I ask you this one question as a fair response? So we always hear that the most violent, most aggressive, most radicalized portion of that sentiment is the H group. Would you agree with that?
Age group, anybody with the Islamic Jihad as well, those kind of groups, sure.
Okay, so whatever you call the name of the group, you think that the more radicalized people are the ones that feel strongest about the denial of Jewish people establishing self-determination in the region.
On that land,
So,
like they don't want them to
okay,
be on any part of that land.
fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so this, I think, in terms of, we know what political pragmatism is, right? There's what one aspires to and would like to have in a perfect situation, and there's what one has to be willing to bend and compromise on to have an outcome that's at least somewhat better than you're in now, given the dynamics that you find yourself in. So I
Yeah.
think everybody has some degree of that in them, regardless of their core motivators or beliefs. So, with that in mind, even the H group leadership, when they revised their charter in 2017, they incorporated language which reflected that willingness to be politically pragmatic. Now, would they like to see the entirety of the land return to the structure it was in 1910 or 1922? Yes, obviously, that would be ideal from their point of view. That's why they struggle. That's why they use violence, because the ways of trying to do it peacefully has continued to work against them in terms of their long-term aspirations. However, if Israel tomorrow morning, and I will stand by this with my life, if Israel tomorrow morning said, you know what, we've thought it over. We read the H group charter. We're going to take them at their word. We're going to withdraw our settlements. We're going to give a two-state solution. We're going to put a border around Gaza with our military. Don't attack us. We won't attack you. Let's give it a try. I'm not saying that's
Yeah,
going to happen. I'm just saying if that were to happen, here's the question that one has to ask themselves. Are people going to continue to attack out of abject hatred and an unwillingness to be politically pragmatic in total? Or is it
absolutely
possible
not.
that
That's never.
the more radicals could be drawn into the fold, given that that is a
Well,
better compromise than it is to keep fighting for everything?
we had a historical precedent for this already, though, because
What's
in
that,
two,
Gaza?
well, and I'll say it like this. So they're saying it was the Intifada, a very violent period of time, that ended by them saying, all right, you know what? We're going to actually remove all of our settlers, leave our military, go outside Gaza. As soon
Okay.
as that happened, they started shooting rockets indiscriminately into
So
Israel.
here's a question. If Germany closed down one of its death camps and left the other 14 in place, would you think that Germany had done a good deed, or was Germany still have work to do to get things to be fair and decent?
Right. Keep in mind about the West Bank too. You gotta
Because
all
if
those
you're
illegal settlements.
this is the mindset that people don't get. Yes, that was better than nothing to have Israel withdraw. By the way, it wasn't done because of some kind act of kindness. It was done because managing it was an absolute disaster. It was a hornet's nest. It was impossible. It was unsustainable. And to get the people out was difficult. They had to bring in the armed forces to pull them out, physically pull them out. So it was politically difficult as well as just
I
physically
get.
difficult. But here's the thing:
Mhm.
I hear this all the time. We gave them Gaza, which you weren't giving anything. You're returning stolen land that you had occupied and settled. You're just leaving land that you'd taken. And secondly, and more importantly, the people that live in Gaza. I know that people from the pro-Israelite argument want to see them as like separate things because there's a political distinction between the two. However, we have Democrats and we have Republicans. Different political distinction, different ways of getting to a long-term goal of having a better life for all Americans, having peace and prosperity. But people aren't at war, they're still Americans. And similarly, in the region that people think of themselves in total as a Palestinian identity, which did take shape in the mid 60s in terms of nomenclature, they see themselves as one people, not, hey, we're Gazans, we got a good deal. F those guys over there because they run with the PA. We have these crazy people called the H group. No, the people see themselves as part of a longer term struggle in its totality. So if you remove part of that, just like the analogy I like to use is if you're bullying me, I'm on the ground and you got four knives in my side, you take one out, but you got a big fat boot on my neck. Am I your best friend now? Am I going to be Mr. Nice back to you? No, I'm going to continue to get the other three knives out of my side, get the boot off my neck, and then we'll talk about why you shouldn't have known what you did, and then we'll talk about being nice to each other.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I guess my point is, let's say right now people want lift the occupation, end the ceasefire, right? So you
Uh-huh.
want certain things, and let's say Israel does
They
that.
want.
Then with your analogy, it's gonna, or with your example, it's gonna be the same. You're only removing one knife or whatever you called it. So there's no like slow progress because you want all the knives to be removed right away. You can't just go
Well,
slowly.
no matter how they come out, whether one comes out or they all come out at once, I mean, obviously, the sooner the better for people's point. But I think what you're saying is that we've never had an opportunity to see what would happen under those circumstances. That's always been denied as a part of the process. You can blame who you want, but we don't know. We don't know for sure how it would play out. There probably would need to be some form of international peacekeeping group to keep the extremists at bay. Fair enough. There may still be people on the Palestinian side. This is probably true that want to try to get everything back because they feel like the injustice is still so boiling within them, and that may be true. However, there are people on the Israeli side that you could make the same argument that they're not willing to budge because they see themselves as the rightful owners of all that land. In fact, it's not just in historic Palestine. They see themselves as rightfully entitled to what they call Eretz Israel, or the Greater Israel, which is half of the entire northeastern section of Egypt, all the way over to through all of Lebanon, most of Syria, half of Iraq, all of Kuwait, all of Jordan. This is the mindset that drives a lot of people's thinking.
Saudi
So if you're going to
Arabia
blame
too.
it, if you're going to blame the Palestinians for having aspirations that exceed a pragmatic solution, you have to point to the same folks who are even more impractical on the other side.
Right.
Yo, do you believe if Israel is given a peace deal, they would take it?
So I'm trying to say that
No, no,
my
just a yes or no. Do you think if the Israelis they are so peaceful, if they're given a peace deal, would they take it?
if it means recognizing
Yeah,
the rights
if
of
they
Israel to
say
exist and
yes, yeah,
Yeah.
self-determine, then
yes,
yes, they
yes,
would, because
yes,
that's the
they
most
would.
important thing.
So right now, if me and you were the president of Israel, and I'm in charge of the Palestinian issue, and I tell you, hey, let's do one thing. You pull back to 1967 border, and we will have a peace forever, I guarantee 100%. Would you take it?
Did you hear what I said though? Because I
Did
said what's
you?
the most important thing. You didn't mention that.
What is
What
it?
I said.
I said we do everything that you ask
What
for.
is it? What is it? The number one thing, the only thing.
Recognize you. One second. We will
Yes.
recognize you. We will recognize your right to exist.
Okay.
We will normalize a relation with Israel. All Arab country, every Arab and Muslim country will normalize a relation with Israel. With Israel, take it.
If that was true and you were genuine about it, yes, they would.
Okay,
Okay.
so
So
you tell me now, why is it in 2001, during the Arab Committee in Beirut, when all the Arab country gathered and offered Israel a peace deal, you
Yes.
pulled back to
Okay.
1967 borders, and we will recognize Israel, and we will normalize relation with Israel, and we
Yes.
become a country from the region recognized by the whole world, and the agreement would be signed in front of the
Yes.
whole world, and Jerusalem will be a joint controlled city.
Yes. Very good
And
question.
what was the response of Israel
Okay, so
back
it's a
then?
very good
Yeah.
question. And so here's the answer. Israel is able to make peace with the Arab nations, even its arch enemy Egypt, for instance,
just
and
address
even
just address that question first,
and
and
so
then we can
the
respond.
answer is that those were the other Arab countries. It was not Palestinians that were willing to do that. Palestinians have never said we're going
Listen,
to
listen,
recognize
listen.
Israel.
Hold on.
Arafat
Yo,
was there. Arafat was there, and all Arab leaders, president, kings, queen, whatever you want to call them, every Arab nation was present at that committee. And not only that, this Arab proposal is still on the table up until today. And the Israeli officials said that it wasn't worth the ink it was written for with. So you tell me who wants peace and who does not want peace.
okay, real quick, I got to jump in on this, and I'm going to let Yo respond. So, Yo, listen, you may, people may claim that I'm totally biased. I'm definitely not getting paid. I mean, I could use a salary, but I'm not getting one. However, deep breath. The reason why this is what I truly believe based on what I've seen happen for 35 years, and other people have much more scholarly, in-depth knowledge than I do. But just as a layman, it seems for me, looking in from the outside, that Israel says it wants a path to a two-state solution. And we've heard that language over and over again. But every time it comes down to brass tacks, where a tough decision needs to be made to show an indication that someone does indeed want a peaceful and sort of distinct resolution, there's been, at best, feet dragging, and at worst, just absolutely not being a good faith actor, not negotiating in good faith. What Federico just mentioned, and this is why I believe this, the H group has softened their point of view. If you make the claim from the pro-Israeli standpoint that A, These people hate us. They just want to get rid of us. That'll never change no matter what we do. So why should we? Number two, they're Islamic crusaders. They're always going to hate the Jews. They're always going to want to take over our territory. There's no negotiation. And three, they're violent thugs. And all they do is prove that by doing these attacks over and over again. There's no chance for anything to happen no matter what we give. We gave them Gaza. Nothing's ever going to come of this on a positive basis. We have to keep what we're doing for our security. That's the argument I hear. However, I don't believe that argument. And why don't I believe that's true? Because every Palestinian person I've spoke to, bar none, said they don't care what religion you practice. They don't care what your ethnicity is. They could give a shit. Two, they don't want to unalive you. They didn't want to unalive you 75 or 100 years ago. They don't want to unalive you now. What do they want? This very same self-determination that you're claiming people are pushing back against yourself is being denied to them. And you're using these other reasons to justify that said denial. The H group has changed their language distinctly in their charter in 2017, which is indicative of the same mindset that flowed through the accords that Federico was talking about. The Arabs desperately want self-determination more than anything. It's what drives every part of their behavior. If there was self-determination, autonomy, and dignity, you'd never see an attack ever. Take my
So
word now. Let
you,
you
so
respond. Then
that's
we're
yeah.
going to bring in the one
Okay.
Palestinian after you respond, who's
Okay.
Nader, after you speak.
Perfect. So maybe I'll ask that because Chip is saying that. I actually disagree with that because I would say, and if we're just going by priorities, like what's more important, Chip is saying they want self-determination, Palestinians, as much as the Jewish people. I'm going to say the following claim, and I'll let the Palestinian respond. I'm going to say that in the priority, they would actually rather deny the existence and resist against Jewish self-determination on the Holy Land more than they want their own self-determination. So for them, it's like more important the struggle, the resistance to win this holy war, if you will, against the Jewish having any self-determination on that land, which is supposed to be a holy land for the Arabs.
Okay,
So why don't?
this is something to
Yeah.
ponder while you're so here's my question. What if that supposition is 100% incorrect? And that because of the softened language and the willingness to compromise that was put in writing in 2017 by the most violent, radical segment of the entirety of the Palestinian population and resistance mindset, why would they even include that language if they had no desire to do such a thing? I'm going to let Nat ponder that audience and ponder that, and Nader's one of the people with whom I've spoken about this at length. Nader, why don't you share your views so people can understand from your Palestinian perspective?
Thanks for the invite, Chip, and thanks for having me up. I appreciate you, brother. Usually I don't debate these things because I'll discuss them happily. I just want to say, first of all, this thing about the Arab League getting together and offering Israel a peace deal, and then this guy says, but where were the Palestinians? First of all, Arafat, he already recognized Israel. He recognized it without getting shit. He got nothing. Israel got. He recognized Israel and then was hired. The whole Palestinian Authority was actually allowed into the West Bank and Gaza at the time so that they could provide security services to Israel. That's what they cooperated on. And that's the only thing that actually came out of the Oslo deal that actually stuck was the Palestinian Authority's security of Israel, collaboration with Israel on security, and everything else they did not get. Everything else, the expansion of the illegal settlements. We're just going to talk about practical stuff that actually happened. And this is not opinion. This is what happened, and this is it's happening to this day. That the Palestinian Authority is collaborating with Israel on security. Israel is in control of the Palestinian tax dollars, tax money, tax shekels, whatever you want to call it. So I don't know. So your argument is, I think, pretty racist because you're saying that the Palestinians are pretty incapable of actually making peace because none of these people want peace. And I'm sorry, but that's false. It's false. When the offer is made, and the offer was made to go back to the 1967 borders, it wasn't a crazy request. It's just to go back to what is now recognized by the entire world and the United Nations and the Palestinians and the Arab countries as international law. Even the United States has it in the books as international law, that the 1967 borders belong to the Palestinians. This is true. This is illegally occupied territory. This is it. I don't have to go back into history and argue about what happened in the 1930s or anything. I don't. I have to be very, very practical. It doesn't matter whether I believe in a two-state solution or a one-state solution. It depends on what the Palestinian people, want themselves there on the ground. And I'm sorry, but they were willing to accept a two-state solution, in the Oslo agreement. But Israel did not keep any of the promises, any of the deals, any of the agreements that were in Oslo. Oslo turned out to be a farce. So I don't know. I don't know what it is you want to talk about. You talk about this mindset, the Western versus the Middle Eastern. Sorry, but the Western mindset was to divide the Middle East. Any Middle Eastern mindset that exists today, no matter what it is, it really developed from the Western mindset that divided these lands up and just made these borders that didn't exist before. So, you can't just hold it to the Middle Eastern. And I don't even know what that means, like who you want to include in Middle Eastern that has anything to do with Palestine, how far in the Middle East you want to go. But, this is, these are facts. The land was, given and promised to Jewish people to create a sovereign nation for Jewish people on the land of Palestine, by the British. So I don't know what it is you want to claim, you want to argue, you want to say that I'm incapable of having peace. I spoke with my mother today. She lives in the West Bank in Palestine. And one thing that my mother has taught me and my parents taught me, that the Palestinian people are one people. So to talk about Gaza and the people there as one identity and the rest of the Palestinians as another identity, frankly, no, they're one people. One people. My mother cries for the people in Gaza, not because she feels sorry for people over there, because it's her people. So I don't know. I'm not here to debate. If somebody has actually an open mind and want to discuss things practically, then you could do that. If you have a goal of actually, coming up with a solution for peace, for real.
Okay. All right. So my solution is this, though, because even the kind of language, I'm paying attention to what you're using. And so one of the issues that I'm trying to say is that people don't want to acknowledge that Jewish people do consider that same exact land part of their own history. And not just that, it's their ancestral homeland for a long time, and they're in the diaspora. They don't want to even acknowledge that they have that sort of thing there. And then they can have self-determination in that land, even if it's small. Even if it's small, it's not about big. It's just to
So,
have that
what
land.
about the
So
Palestinian? They should move
Does that
out.
mean that they can't have basic human rights? Like a born
because
Palestinian
Hold
there
on,
can't
so
hold
my
on.
even
point
travel
is
5
this.
Let me
My
minutes?
finish.
point is
Let me
this.
finish.
And the problem is that if you look, the Jewish people used to live in the land. That is true, but they were living under the Ottomans, and they had dhimmi status, which means effectively a little bit lower status. And then now it all shifted, and now they have, you could say, the oppressor status, if people call them that. So it's almost like a complete shock in how they used to be in the land, and it's like hard to admit that they went from being the oppressed, if you will. Now they're the oppressors, and so they're like pushing back against that. I think the only way for the solution is somehow in the future, not now because it's so fresh, but if you can somehow acknowledge, like, look, they have similar histories, they have the right to self-determination on that land too, we have the right to self-determination on this land. And it's not like shame, it's not like I feel bad about the injustice in the past. You kind of move past that and you say, look, we're both like proud of each other in a certain way, both similar histories,
No,
proud.
your
Natter,
mic's messed
go
up.
ahead. Go ahead, Natter.
Can you hear me or not? No?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, listen. First of all, you started this whole monologue there saying that I refuse to acknowledge something, that I refuse to acknowledge the right of Jewish people to a homeland in Palestine. I never said that. I never said that at all. So everything you just said, throw it in the garbage because you started with that as your premise. So I'm sorry. Now, first of all, that's not true. We the Jews have always been on that land. Always have been on that land, living in that holy land. Always. So for you to say that I said that they have no claim to the land, so many people, my friend, have claim to the land. So many people have come and gone. I mean, if you want to talk about claim through history, through 3,000 years ago, that I might as well tell the Native Americans they have the right to go back to Russia, okay, because they came on a land bridge. No, I'm sorry, but I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the Jewish people do have history on the land, and they have had Jewish people continuously live on that land. Nobody said no. So please, that to the side. Now, just because somebody was in the diaspora, okay, for 2,000 years, doesn't give them the right. I'm sorry. It does not give them the right to come and tell me I have to leave my land because those people say that they were indigenous to this land before me. Even that's not true. But you don't even know. You don't even know that if my ancestors were actually Jewish or not and converted to Islam. You don't know that. You don't know that. So for you to make up these things, it's a really stupid conversation to have today because we have to talk about what's happening today. So today, the Palestinians, the Palestinian government have agreed to acknowledge the right of a Jewish state, an Israeli state. They have acknowledged that. So to talk about things like we don't want one, doesn't matter what we want. It doesn't matter how I feel. What matters is what we can agree on to create peace. So for you to make up all of these things based on some kind of emotion and what somebody else said and no, I'm sorry. Even the H group changed their charter, said that they're willing to go with the 1967. As much as they might hate it, they agreed. Okay, if the Palestinians are okay with a two-state solution, we'll go with it if that's what they want. They might hate it. They might really hate it deep down inside. But you know what? A lot of people hate it. A lot of people. I mean, do you think all the white people in South Africa really liked the end of apartheid? Do you think that they love to see a black man as president? I don't think so. But you know what? You have to accept it. When deals are made and things happen, you have to accept it. And then people have to learn to move on. So,
Now, one thing about the Oslo Accords. The Oslo Accords were meant to be a temporary sharing of responsibility in the West Bank as they worked out a separate state solution of some type. It's turned into a permanent control of 82% of the territory, or at least shared in some parts of it, by the Israelis. And they go into the part that's supposed to be solely administered by Palestinians whenever they say they have a security concern. So essentially, they have free reign in the entirety of the West Bank at their whim, and they take advantage of it quite frequently. Getting back to one other point, in terms of not being in good faith, I mentioned not being in good faith. Our good old friend Benjamin Netanyahu is responsible for this one. In 2019, he publicly said, you can Google this, this is not Chip, Mr. Pro-Palestinian making this stuff up. He said, the most important thing one can do to prevent the establishment of a Palestinian state is to support and fund the H group. This is 5 years ago. So money that otherwise would not have made its way from Qatar into the hands of the H group administrators as well as militants, which helps them reinforce tunnels, get more things smuggled in, etc., was allowed to come in and was facilitated by senior members of the Likud party. Now, if that doesn't tell you about the disingenuous nature of, quote, wanting peace, what rightful person in their right mind would fund the most violent, the most angered, most committed adversary among your struggle for trying to maintain what you want for peace for your side, if that's indeed what you really want? I don't think, and this is my conclusion, I wish it weren't my conclusion, I don't think the Israelis, want peace in terms, this is not the people, this is the leadership. I think the Palestinian people and the Israeli people, they just want to not have this craziness. They don't want the fighting. They don't want the death and mayhem. Fair. But I think the leadership, you can blame some on the H group side. Certainly there's radicals on that side, but I think that does not indicate the totality, as you just heard Nader speak to. And secondly, on the Israeli side, there are some fanatics that will not allow peace to occur. And this is not just among the hardest right administrations. The settlements and the increase of Israeli control had been going on through left, middle, and right over the last 75 years. It's just the way it's been. If you step back with a satellite, didn't know anything else, and you had Israel blue, Palestine red, and you just look down on the territory, guess what? There's a hell of a lot more blue than there is red right now that there was in 1935. That's just, you can't dispute that. And another thing you can't dispute, regardless of the good intentions of establishing a Jewish homeland, even if it is ancestry related, it has been one of the most disruptive factors in the history of planet Earth. with nothing but conflict, strife, violence, and war surrounding it for the last 75 years and before. You can argue who's right or wrong about it, but that is so. Those 2 points, satellite dish and irrefutable disruption, are my reasons why for there to be peace. Some of that's going to have to be adjusted to be compromised, to be reasonable.
I mean, I don't, if it's mind-boggling to me that these kind of like points are brought up about the Palestinians are incapable or they don't want or all this. I mean, the facts are that there are illegal settlements that were taken by force and are expanding on a daily basis. I mean, why don't you look at that? There are children that are being slaughtered in Gaza and the West Bank, and there are children with no charges in administrative detention, hundreds of children every single year that are taken. I mean, why don't you look at that? I mean, that's like Epstein stuff. In my opinion, Epstein on a mass scale.
All right.
Why don't you talk about that? Why don't you discuss that? Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird for such like a strong power, the strongest power in the Middle East? All right, amongst this Middle East mindset that you talk about. Isn't that weird? What about that mindset? What about the mindset that Israeli settlers can take my mother's land, which they have? They're allowed to take Israel will allow them to take that land. They can go camp on it. Israeli military will go and guard these crazy fanatical settlers while they do this. And that's okay. I mean, why can't you look at the things that are actually illegal happening? I mean, you could talk about the resistance. We could talk about Palestinians fighting back. You could talk about this. But you know what? I mean, honestly, people that are being occupied under international law are actually allowed to resist. You don't hear the United States saying that because they're part of this colonialism that's happening on the ground. And that's what's happening on the ground. I mean, let's just talk about the West Bank. What do you want to call it? You just want to say because Jews feel they have ancestral claim to that land because the king.
What's the original name of the West Bank, though? West Bank is a new name, right?
That's what the name was for. That's what I mean. How long did these Jews conquer that land for?
No, the West Bank is because it's the west of the Jordan River, and it's basically Jordan named it like that. But the original name is Judea and Samaria.
Who gives a shit what it was called? There were people living on it, man.
Well, you're saying that they don't have the historic, the original name is a Jewish name, right, for that land?
The southwest of the United States was called Mexico.
But
we stole it and took it over. So,
you,
what are you saying?
To you, that's what it's called. To me, that's not what it's called. So you can call it whatever you want, and I'll respect you for calling it whatever you want. I don't care. But there are people living on the land, no matter what it was called. They've been there for thousands of years. So who cares what it was called? Who cares if it's west of the Jordan River? I mean, these are just stupid arguments, my friend. They're just like dumb. They're negating the fact that there were people living there.
No, I know that. I know the people are living there. I agree with that. I'm just saying who has the ancestral claim is the ones who named it originally in their ancestry,
We're
right?
talking about thousands of years ago.
They don't have the
What
claim.
about
That's
now
what
and the
you
human
keep
rights
saying.
that's not being given to the Palestinians?
First of all, Jews ruled that land for a little over 200 years out of these 3,000 years you're talking about, okay? They didn't rule it for 1,000 years. They didn't rule it for 500 years. They ruled it for a couple hundred years more. So if you want to talk about claims because of something thousands of years ago, who had the biggest claim, let's look at the people that ruled it for the largest amount of time.
The Ottoman Empire for over
But
800
can't you then argue that USA, as being a colonial power, already ruled USA for hundreds, maybe much longer than the natives, right? But they're the indigenous ones before
Hey Chip,
the
thank
colonials.
you for having me, man. Appreciate you.
Yep.
Sure.
Are you a professor? I've seen someone in the comments saying you're a history professor. Are you?
I'm just a guy who graduated
Oh,
from the
okay.
Army. I was a political science major. Who has
Oh, okay. All right. Take care, guys.
Take care. If you wanna, I'm not going to sit here and compare it to what the United States does. The United States is a colonial power too. So, I mean, what, you want me to equate it? You want me to justify something because somebody else did it? I'm talking to you about people, things, and the millions living on the land, okay? That where Israel is trying to do what happened in the United States, they're trying to change the facts on the ground so much so that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, we're not talking about this anymore because there's so many Palestinians that have been kicked out and left, and so much of the land was taken that we can't talk about it anymore. It's too late. And that's why the Palestinians are resisting like crazy now, because they don't want it to be too late for them. But you know what? There are a lot of people in the Israeli government an Israeli government. This is the difference. An Israeli government that are saying we need to get rid of them. There, you even got a guy like Ben Gvir who is saying that we need to unalive all of the prisoners in the prisons, all the Palestinian prisoners right now, because we need to make more room for more prisoners. So if you want to talk about, like, just humanity, talk about humanity. I mean, just look at it. You want to argue this with me? I really don't want to talk because it's just silly. There really is
And
some
you
silly
said the
stuff.
word about get over it. I want to make sure that I'm not saying this to be completely insensitive. I know the intensity and duration were different in terms of the quantity. But what if somebody said to you, well, just get over the fact that 6 million people were unalived in Germany. Get over it. Just get over it. It happened. It's in the past. Get over it. You'd be like, that's so offensive. But some reason when it's done by the team that you support to another, you want them to just get over it. It's just not a fair thing to ask of somebody.
No, but to say, like, we ruled it for 200 years, 3,000 years ago, and that's your ancestral claim to it. I'm sorry, then everybody has an ancestral claim. And I don't disagree with you. A lot of people have an ancestral claims to the land. Okay? A lot of people do. But there are people that have been living there now, for hundreds of years and thousands of years who exist now. They're not gone. I mean,
I agree with that. I was merely saying my whole point is that you did not, even if you agree that they were there, the indigenous ones, ancestral homeland, why can't they have self-determination of their own state on that land? A small, it doesn't have to be big. And I'll give you
They
an
can.
example.
They
Yeah.
can. Well, that's what he just said. They recognize
Well,
its existence if they get the West
okay,
Bank.
so here's the question then, because Chip says they just want self-determination. Okay, 19 and so before the you can say they were kicked out of their homes before the occupation, all that before that, 1947 UN partition plan offered self-determination to the Palestinian people, and at that time, by the way, it would have been 55% Jewish people, 45% Arab people, and already,
No,
don't forget, it's not
no,
just
no,
Arab
no,
houses. Jewish people were developing the land.
no, no,
They
no. We
developed
got to be.
residential neighborhoods
Yo,
and
yo,
stuff like
yo.
that.
Wait, one sec, one sec. Now, 55% of the land mass was offered to the Jewish people. 45% was offered to the
No, I'm
Arabs.
talking about
Pop,
even the population
hold
itself.
on. No, 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 no. Look it up, everybody. Go to Google. Go to Google and look up population of Palestine in 1947. Just go look it up. I'm not making this stuff up. It was no more than 31% Jewish in the area. So 31% of the people got 55% of the land. Now, I don't know about you, but that sounds like an unfair allocation to me.
Well,
30% and
hold on.
70% would sound more fair to me.
Here's why you can't say the numbers, Chip. Because if the Negev Desert, which is not a good real estate at all, versus the beachfront properties, even if it's much smaller percentage, it's much better land to be near the beach.
talking about the number of people.
Then you can have like 10 times the size of the land in the desert versus a little bit of area in the beach
Yeah.
front. That's much better land. So it's not just percentage.
You claim that you prospered that area, you made it cool. Why haven't you done that in the desert? And like, why didn't you utilize the desert? Then, if you claim that the whole land was desert, and I have a question for you before we go on. When you talk about the Holy Land, is it only the historic Palestine, or the greater Israel from the Nile of Egypt to the Euphrates of Iraq? Which one is your ideal homeland of the Jews?
It could be that stuff could be negotiated,
No,
because
what do you
even the
mean can be negotiated? What are you talking about? Which one?
1947, they agreed that Jerusalem was not even going to be a part of Jewish. It's going to be an international city. They agreed to that.
That was in 2001 with the
No, I'm
Arab.
talking about 1947. They agreed no Jerusalem. That's not. They said yes, I agree.
Now, but my question
Jerusalem.
to you was, the land of Israel, is it
Yes.
the historic Palestine, or it's the greater Israel from the Nile of Egypt to the Euphrates of Iraq? Which one is it for you? You consider the homeland of the Jews?
That's debatable. Some people are going to say the
No,
greater
I mean
Israel.
right
Some
now,
people.
no, because if you talk about the greater Israel, we're talking about a different concept. Because you over there, you're including Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Egypt. So, and if we're talking about the historic Palestine, it's a completely different argument.
What I'm trying to say is it's not really about all the land. It's just about having self-determination and acceptance in some part of the land.
So
in some part
why
of the land.
why did Israel occupy Lebanon?
They
Listen,
have
listen.
that right now. They have that right now, and
They
then
don't
some.
have that because they're not. You guys are saying they're not legitimate. I hear it all the time. If you said
Why?
you guys are legitimate, have a little bit of the land, but we'll accept you, we'll leave you alone,
We just said
they'll take
earlier
that.
that we said that Arafat and Abbas, which is 3/5 of the entire Palestinian population in the region, has accepted and acknowledged the Israeli government. So that's 3/5. The other 2/5 that are represented by the H group have not. However, from political pragmatism in their 2017 charter, they've said that that will be part of the negotiations moving forward. Now, let's just say that that part of the group never wanted to acknowledge them, but they get incorporated into the fabric of a combined government. Then they have to work, they have to figure out politically how to handle that. However, it doesn't mean they're going to have military skirmishes if there's an international peacekeeping force, and everyone has to be politically pragmatic. You can't get something without giving something up. That's how negotiations work. So to assume that they're never going to give up on the goal for that and apply that to the entirety of the people and say there's no recognition of the state of Israel at all is not accurate.
I just want to say, that there's something that the gentleman asked that maybe wasn't clear to Yo. The question was, because he used the Arabic for the Euphrates River in Iraq. So I don't know if you understood what his question was. But his question was, do you believe that historic Israel is, historic Palestine, or do you believe that it is greater Israel from the Nile River in Egypt to, what a lot of Jews actually consider all the way to the Euphrates, as far as the greater Israel? That was the question.
And that's the
Yeah.
map that Benjamin Netanyahu held up in the United Nations, like he held it up, showed it to the whole world.
I know. I know that you guys are thinking that, and I'm sure they think that. But my point is that's not their number one priority. Their number one. That's like number 5. That's like
Let me
That's
tell
not
you,
like the most important
I'm
thing is
from the
not that.
region.
If you're negotiating,
One
you're not
second,
negotiating for more land. You're negotiating for acceptance.
One second. So I can understand, because I am from the region. I'm Lebanese. So what I want to understand, if my country is included in your plan or not included in your plan. If you don't make it clear to me, I will assume it is included. So I would stand up and fight and get ready for a fight. But if you say it's only historic Palestine, I may tell you, go deal with the Palestinians. But you're including my country, my neighboring countries, in the map, and you are not pretty clear about it. So
Fine. So the answer is like this. It's simple.
I assume
Okay.
that
Right.
I have to prepare my arms and get ready for a big fight, because after you're done colonizing Palestine, you're gonna come after my country.
But the thing is, in this history, you don't have any historical precedent for that. Historical precedent shows that Israel has always, if it ever did any kind of wars, it's always been defensive. It has never done an offensive war
What?
against a
Why-
sovereign
why
country.
Are you
against
okay?
a
Let me,
sovereign
I
country.
gotta,
One
let
second.
me jump
Yeah.
in on this one real quick. Okay, so here's what I want you to do, Yo. And I know this, and a lot of this stuff is subject to interpretation, but again, you have to use a reasonable man standard. Do you know how the War of 1967 started?
Yes, I do.
Which army did what first inside of whose territory?
It was a preemptive strike.
So the Israeli military bombed
Preemptive
and
strike is a
destroyed.
defensive move.
Hold on. It's a claim of defense. The United States claimed preemptive defense in Iraq based on its perception and public statements about weapons of mass destruction, which it turned out there were none.
Blocking
Israel
the
claimed.
Straits of
Hold on.
blocking the Straits of
Hold on.
Tyran is
Forget.
an act of war.
It's not a reason to go into historic Palestine. It might be a reason to go into Egypt, which is the Egyptian government did that. So you could make the argument to attack Egypt, which you did first. You attacked their air force, and then you moved into the Sinai up to the Nile River. But that's Egypt. So what Israel said was, not only was it that act, which was a minor contributor, but the major contributor was they claimed that the Egyptian military and others were getting ready to attack Israel, which it turned out, like WMD, was not true. And yet Israel, quote, conquered the territory, prevailed in the conflict, and now has remained inside the territory while not officially delineating its borders on an international map. All the buses in Israel show there is no delineation of Gaza or the Judea and Samaria. It's just one big map of the entire Palestine. It's called Israel now. So again, you have to be fair. You can't claim on the one hand that everybody aspires to have everything themselves, and yet the government that you support is doing just that at the moment. They're actually doing it.
Okay,
Hey,
so you'd have a point if you're trying to say they're an offensive and they just did this without any threats that they were facing and they just wanted to take more land and wanted to take the other countries. Well, the history shows that number one is they blocked the Straits of Tiran, which is a act of war. Number one. Number two is Egypt kicked out the peacekeepers. UN sent peacekeepers to help mitigate the situation, kicked out. They were amassing the troops already on the border of Israel. And also the rhetoric was very genocidal rhetoric that Nasser was doing. And
I'll
Nasser,
give you the rhetoric. I'll give you the rhetoric. I disagree on the
before
other
you
one.
do,
I'll give you the rhetoric.
before you do, let me just say one thing because I'm going to drop down. I'm sorry, Chip. First, I just want to say thank you, Chip, for having me up. I'm going to step down because I need to take a break from.
I got you.
But but listen,
I feel you, brother. I feel you.
listen, let me just leave you with this. Israel can do a lot of wrong. They have done a lot of wrong. Accept it. There's a concept of Jewish supremacy that actually exists, and they're actually in government, and they're actually saying it out loud. So please take a look at that. And if you want to be realistic, you want to discuss, I'd be happy to discuss with you anytime. You gotta be a little accepting of things that actually happened in history. That and what's happening today. You have to be able to the settlements are actually illegal because they are. So, anyways, with that, thank you for having me on. Chip, I love you, brother. Thank you.
Take care, brother. Take care,
all
brother.
right,
See you, Nader.
I'm gonna get going as well. Thanks a lot, Chip. Thanks, Nader.
Okay, y'all
Thanks for
come on
the-
back soon. Thanks for being here.
I just have one question before you leave. Just
Okay.
that was another curiosity of mine. After the Israelis signed a peace deal with the Jordanian and the Egyptian, why is it that Israel turned around and went and invaded Lebanon?
You're talking about 2006 Lebanon war?
No, 2006. We know what it was.
1982.
1982.
You know what? I can't remember right now off the top of my head,
It's
unfortunately.
okay if you
So I
don't know.
don't.
You
I
can
don't.
look it up, Iris.
Yeah, I don't know it. I don't want to say the wrong
I
thing.
can tell you. No, I can tell you the reason they claimed. They
ahead.
claim that they want to push out the PLO out of Lebanon, which is they did. But
Even
after,
like the thing is, right now the situation with Lebanon as well. Like there's rhetoric going on. There's violence going on back and forth, right? So depending on how things escalate, if they do, that means one of them can do a preemptive strike as well, right? So
Like one,
and
like
then
you
history
can,
and then history will say, is it offensive or is it defensive?
H group can do preventive strike, or Israel can do preventive.
No, I'm saying
It's
Lebanon.
legit.
Lebanon.
Lebanon what? Like Israel
Well,
can
Lebanon
do
right now,
preventive.
there's escalation with Lebanon, right? So if that
You still,
escalates,
you're still occupying Lebanese land. There is a still occupied Lebanese land.
Yeah.
yeah. But
Southern part of
all
Lebanon is
these kind of
occupied by Israel.
occupations, they're all for security buffers.
But I mean, why would you want to give a reason to a resistance to build up for your security? Did that bring you security, or you made H group stronger and stronger? You could have done the buffer zone inside the Palestinian territory, north of Palestine, and not in the Lebanese territory. And what if you have it for a buffer zone? Why would you put settlers in these buffer zones so they can get harmed?
Well, yeah,
Exactly.
these are all things.
That's an unjustifiable decision, is to settle the territory you're creating a buffer in.
Yeah, that's legitimate criticism. You could say.
That gives you that we seek peace with everybody in the region. And if you go back to history prior to 1948, Arabs, or I don't want to call them Arabs, I want to call them Muslims, Jews, and Christians lived side by side. There was, yes, some disputes, family disputes, personal problem, like in any other country. Look at Syria; it's a civil war. Shit happens, but it wasn't against the Jews, or it wasn't. They were family disputes. There were problems between a Jewish guy and a Muslim guy, or a Jewish guy and a Christian guy. But it was never a war. It was never about kicking out all the Jews out of Palestine. And the biggest proof that when the Jews were exiled from Europe and they were roaming the sea on boats and going country to country and they were turned down, the Palestinians welcomed them because we actually Muslims, we are taught that the Jews are our cousins. Maybe a Christian can claim that I'm not related to a Muslim or to an Arab, but Jews and Arabs are supposedly to be cousins. But with the creation of the Zionist entity and the Zionist mentality, they came to the land, and instead of living in peace, we could have been living in Palestine right now, Jews, Muslims, and Christians, like we did in 1948 and prior. But the idea is to bring all these people, and you could have brought how many? Listen, the Middle East are hospitality people. We welcome people. We welcome guests. We treat guests like we treat better than we treat ourselves. So if they would have came in with no destruction mentality or exile or colonization or taking land, forcing Palestinians out of their homes, we would have been living right now in a more than a perfect society. And a perfect example of that in Lebanon. In Lebanon, we have 16 sectarian. You know what a sectarian is? 16 different religions. And we still live together. We have a mosque next to the church. I am a Muslim. I went to a Catholic school. There is a Catholic kids that go to a Muslim school. We have a synagogue downtown Beirut that has not been touched since the whole civil war. Everything around that synagogue was destroyed.
All right,
But
let me
the
jump in. Let me
synagogue's still
say something.
standing.
He's got to go. Let me just say this. Thanks for sharing that, Federico. So, y'all, before you leave, would you agree that after 9/11, that most Americans, unfairly or not, looked at people who were either Muslim looking or who practiced Islam openly with some sort of suspicion or kind of cold treatment at best, or maybe mistreatment at worst? Would you agree with that?
Oh, yes, I would.
I mean, why was that?
That was due to the images that people seen of some Muslims
So
celebrating and
they
doing
saw
that.
harm to their own, and they felt an emotional reaction to that, and therefore they lashed out at the other reflexively, right?
That's right.
Now, why do you think that Jewish people are made to feel uneasy around the world? Are all Muslims responsible for what happened on 9/11?
You know, one thing on that though that I was thinking of.
Let's just carry the logic out before you answer. Just here's what I'm getting at.
Yeah,
People tend to get angry at what seems to be a representation in their mind of something they disagree with or they feel harm from. If somebody's really angry at what the state of Israel and what they've been told is Zionism has done to people with whom they identify, they've gotten harmed, it's reflexive to automatically be a little bit distant at best, or maybe even angry with those, even unfairly so, I would agree, because they're a walking representation for what they direct their anger at in a general sense. Does that make sense?
it does make sense. Yeah.
Okay, so Jews aren't targeted around the world because they're Jews. Jews that go elsewhere are targeted or looked at with a frowned eye or made to feel uncomfortable because they're a walking representation of what angers the living shit out of people who can't do anything about it because their leaders have been co-opted and the Israelis have taken the upper hand with the Americans backing for decades and exploited the people, and they're angry about that. That's why people feel uncomfortable. Now, there are some
Yeah.
anti-Semites. Don't get me wrong. There's some really bad people that just want to be hateful, but they're a fractional. I don't think most Americans are anti-Muslim in general, other than what they've been propagandized to do for the years of every movie we've ever watched. But they're not overtly. They don't see people before 9/11. You didn't see this shit happening. So again, before the occupation, you didn't see that happening in historic Palestine. But after the occupation, you did, in the Nakba. Is this
Yeah.
making any sense?
I mean, yes, it does make sense. I think
That's
there's
it, man. That's
yeah.
it. If you can understand that, then you can understand why I try to debunk these arguments of hatred and Islamic crusading. It's about the anger they feel from what has happened to them. Like they said, if my cousin did it to me, I would direct my anger to my cousin.
Fair enough. Fair
Right?
enough.
Okay. That's
Okay.
and again, if people say it's just hatred and Islamic crusade, there's no negotiating with that, right?
Right.
And
Right.
that's what's used as an excuse not to. That's my take on this thing. And not because I want it to be. That's what I observe as an independent analyst.
All right, cool. Thanks, Chip.
Okay, man. Take care. Appreciate you being here. Yeah.
Thanks, Joe.
And by the way, let's give him a real credit for not only being here and not interrupting and not being a jerk, but also just for doing some listening. And he shared some great points too that he believes that are accurate. We need more people like Yo in the conversation. Whether we change hearts or minds or not, that's the best way to go about having a dialogue. So thank you, Yo. Appreciate you. Come on back anytime you want.
Yeah, honestly,
Okay.
he was really reasonable, to be honest.
Well, whatever you want to say. I mean, to put it this way, he said some things that he believes to be things that he agrees with, and he's probably had conversations about with others, and he's been shared in the ether that he exists in, which makes sense. We all have that in our lives. And Flojo Whalen in the comments says, "You're wrong, Chippy." Well, first of all, respectfully, I go by Chip. So if you don't mind calling me by my name, I'm not calling you names or being impolite towards you, Flojo. Secondly, Flojo, if you think I'm wrong, again, I get this a lot. What specifically am I wrong about? Just mention one thing in the comments, just one specific thing. I know you're wrong about everything. I'll just mention one, okay? And then we can debate that one thing and we can get to the bottom. Listen, if I'm wrong about it, I want to make myself clear. I want to get clear and get right about it. Sometimes things aren't right or wrong. They're a perception or a take, as I like to call it. So we know the events that have happened, like literally yesterday, if you don't know, in the last 24 hours, 28 Palestinians in Gaza lost their life. That happened, okay? My interpretation would be that the Israeli government and military is at it again. They're indiscriminately or lacklusterly or cavalierly using excessive force that they don't care if civilians die because this is what they do. You might argue that the H group has them there as human shields or that they're justified because what happened on 10/7. Same exact event, two different takes. Don't conflate the truth with a take, okay? Very important distinction. Go ahead, Mo.
No, I was just saying, I just like to be up here and just listen to what you guys have to say. I actually learn a lot, and it's just,
Okay.
that guy, what's his name, Yo, he was actually one of the more reasonable, Zionist supporters that I've heard speak. So just
That's all good. There you are, Dean and Beck. Welcome, Dean and Beck. How are you, sir?
Good, how are you?
Good, man. Welcome to the conversation. Glad to have you. What's on your mind?
Hey, man, it's good to be back, Chip. Yeah, no, it's funny. I just kind of caught the tail end of that. Even like people in the comments saying like, that's one. Sorry, I was just in a set. They're saying that's one of like the nicest Zios and stuff. At the end of the day, man, a Zionist is a Zionist. Like fundamentally speaking, they want a whole lot of people. Sorry, I'm just trying to catch my breath.
That's
Keep
okay.
going. I need a second.
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, listen, I know it's troubling to. This is the thing that I try to communicate the most about. It's not about the people. I don't certainly, and I don't believe 99.99% of Palestinians. There may be a few on the edge, like the Ben Gvir types that are just maniacs. But the vast majority of people they literally just want to get through their day. Let's face it, we're all pretty much the same that way. And we want some sense of freedom and equal rights and decency and not be screwed over, right? I think no one wants to feel like they're getting in the short end of a very bad stick. And in that regard, there's a mindset that I call, and it tends to pervade the way that this is, I don't want to sound too obtuse because it's not everybody, but a lot of the people, especially here on the app, but even some that are a little more tempered, they have this sort of underlying arrogance, sense of, ownership. If we give this to them, they this, nobody wants them. It's sort of looking down one's brow at someone. And even Gideon Levy talked about this. He's the Jewish Israeli columnist for Haaretz inside of Tel Aviv. And he said, hey, the unspoken truth about Israeli society is that, most Israelis and most Jewish Israelis look down on others. They see themselves as better than either Arab Israelis and certainly, Palestinians in the occupied territories in Gaza. And that's not a good place to be when you think of yourself, even if it's not even acknowledged, if you just do it without even being aware of it, but it comes out of you in the way that you speak, the way that you act, the way that you comport yourself, the way you communicate. It's not hard to see. And I find that to be a very unpleasant way of being because it just makes you look like a jackass.
Yeah, absolutely, Chip. And okay, cool. Thanks, man. You actually helped me bring my whole train of thought back around in full circle here. What we've been doing, and some of your mods in here, Brenda's she's a friendly on my lives as well, and she's fantastic, by the way. Shout out, Brenda. The one thing I wanted to say is that what we've been doing over on my side is that we've been actively preaching about some simple talking points when it comes to Zionism and individuals, and just kind of giving people a heads up. Like a lot of these individuals, they're already primed and prepped. Like they know their information and what they've been given and stuff. So a lot of the times like, you're going to be kind of met with like hostility and whatnot. But I want to say that through a collective of patience, I guess, and a tremendous amount of patience, we've been able to change minds of people that are in their 60s, young individuals, older individuals that have come on and been like, look, this is what I know, change my mind. And we've hit them with, with the basics of this is it. It's Star Wars. It's the Empire as one, and we are the Rebel Alliance. And this is where it all started in 1948. And we go to Zionism, the inception from Theodor Herzl in 1896. And they go, well, what's your definition of Zionism? We just say, well, look at Gaza over 76 years, or Palestine. Like there's your definition. So, yeah, it's to your own detriment, Trip. When you give people at least that amount of that little bit, as you say, somewhat respect and that that opportunity to give the education, the proper education. You know what? You're shooting in the dark, but you just might change somebody's mind, man. And we've done that. So, anyways,
that's
keep
good.
it up, buddy. Yeah.
Yeah, in any kind of political debate, obviously you have people that are very entrenched on one side or the other. You want to find the critical thinkers who have a little bit of open-mindedness about them, and it's hard to find, and it's a hard quality to find in people because, let's face it, it's difficult to challenge your beliefs, right? It's much more comfortable to be in your lane, to be in your corner, to stick with your tribe. And even the U.S. television stations point to this. We have MSNBC for the left, we have CNN for the left middle, and we have Fox News for the right. Everybody tunes in for what they want to hear because it makes them feel good. Oh yeah, I'm right about this. But again, being open to taking in new information is what creates the growth. And hopefully, if you're not open to that, I mean, that's the only way I've learned anything. I didn't know that any of this until 1989 when somebody brought something up that I had no idea. It was like I didn't know what I didn't know. And a lot of times when I speak to people who are Zionist or pro-Zionist, I feel like there are a lot of things they don't know. And if they're good people and they're honest and objective people, if they were to turn that rock over and see it, they wouldn't just put the rock back real quick and go, what's that? No. And
No,
I found that most
absolutely.
of them, they're very dismissive of the fact that a rock even exists in the
Yes,
first
and
place, much less the idea of turning it over.
yeah, we treat it like well, it's not that we treat it. We look at it like an addict, like addicts. We've been spoon fed this entire stuff our whole life, and then all of a sudden you're going to cut us off from the pink and fuzzies. You're going to cut us off from that source supplies of we're the good guys, we're this, and now. And like addicts, and and I'm telling you, man, I don't like this is coming from a I can say I'm in recovery, but I can say from an alcoholic, right? I don't touch the stuff. I don't touch it because it's a substance, right? So when we cut off that supply from that individual, now you're having to get better. Now you're having to deal with the consequences of the actions that have been going on for 76 years, that we've been part of the problem, that our tax dollars, that we are the bad guys, not us as a person. And that's something that has to be stressed, saying that you're not a bad person because this is what you know. You're not a bad person because you are going based off the information that you have been catered to, that you have been pushed, that you have been taught to say this is gospel and it is up to you to do this now. And then you go, no, enough is enough, you're done.
Yeah.
And and then you get the hangover, you get the withdrawal, and you go, my God, you're having to deal with the fact that you have been shilling for the bad guys this whole time. And now what? Well, now you got to get better.
Yeah, it's a sobering day, not only in recovery when you eventually have to literally stop being in denial. You have to stop being stubborn. But it's not my fault. It's everyone else's fault. I'm not the problem. I handle this just fine. It's everybody else. You hear that from a lot of addicts before they recover, and they tell their story and they speak to that former way of being when they give their, when their anniversary comes up or it's their turn to speak at a meeting. I've been to many. My mother's in AA. I go to Al-Anon, which is probably that from your orbit. Anyway, it's an interesting process, but learning to acknowledge reality as others try to help you see it, and then being willing to move down that path despite your previous, quote unquote baggage, is a sign of character. And like you said, it doesn't make you a bad person to find fault with, for example, my country. I'll use this word, I was indoctrinated into a series of beliefs about the United States of America and its history and its position in the world and all. And listen, it's a great place to live. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's a lot of positives.
Yeah.
But the government and the history and the structure that is presented to us is not presented accurately, or it's done with a lot of omission or a lot of misinformation that otherwise would shift our beliefs. If we were given the totality, it's just like with factory farming. We all go to dinner at whatever, Chipotle, and you eat a chicken burrito, and you're like, oh, that was really good, man. That was no problem. I just paid my money. But if you learn the supply chain and how the animals are treated and how
Yep.
big business makes money off of torture, and listen, you can argue you like to eat the stuff. I think it tastes good or whatever, but you can't deny the ugly underbelly of what got that meal to you. I would argue that the Zionist experience is the burrito at Chipotle. The occupation, the history, the Nakba is the factory farm and the animal abuse.
Chip, I was 16. I was 16 when they wheeled televisions into my classroom in Canada. My friends and I, we were teenagers when they turned on the TV and said, "These people are now flying planes, and they are your enemies." We didn't go, "Why?" We just went, "Okay." We just saw, and that was it. We never got into the background of why would they even do this to begin with. Why is there this hate? Why is there this animosity? I guess. We never dug into that. We were just told that this was it now. And then video game after video game after movie after song and music video and every YouTube channel glorifying what was going on over there made me and my friends at 16, 17 years old cheer for 1 million dead Iraqi. How fucked up is that? Pardon me.
Yeah.
But we did that, and then coming to terms with that, as you say, very sobering moment. I remember I was in my 20s when I was rationalized, man. And that was a tough one for me to swallow, but I did. And like any addict in recovery, I will openly admit that I did that, and that's not my fault because that's what I was told. I was a kid, man.
Yeah.
The fuck?
Yeah, and it's a pretty bad. It's when you learn that your country is not the good guy. Like you want to always think that you're on the right side of whatever. You see the right side of history. But listen, it is what it is. I mean, you can deny it. You can try to make excuses for it. You can try to talk your way out of it. But listen, behavior is behavior. Period. Full stop. End of story. So if your country, no matter who it is the one unaliving people en masse, if your country is the one interfering in other people's countries, if your country is the one that's assassinating people, if your country is the one that's using its power to grease the skids for the corporate oligarchy to move in and steal resources and take advantage of labor and pollute the environment to their financial gain, you are not the good guy. You're the most powerful guy. You're a good actor given the power you've accumulated. And again, I don't want to live well at someone's expense. Hence the criticism that I have. I'm happy that there's a state for people to be free from harm. It's called Israel. But I'm not happy with the harm it caused to others. And therefore, I think it is worthy of being questioned. We got a new person here, Seth from Brooklyn, New York. Seth, welcome to the conversation. How are you, my friend?
Good.
No,
How are you?
Rojan
I'm a little
Whalen.
bit
Let me
tired
address
today.
one comment, Seth. So, hey, hold on, real quick. Hey, Rogan Whelan. I'll write back to you, Seth. I apologize. This is a comment. It says, Chip, you act like you know everything. I have a take. My experience in life is different from yours, is different from anybody else here in the room, most likely. Some of us have things that rhyme a little bit, but I'm giving my best take on my life experience as I understand things today. I always learn new things, and as I do, I take them in and I add a little bit of putty to the mix, and I change maybe what I'm talking about based on that, as we all should, I hope. But again, if somebody can show me where, and again, some things aren't right or wrong, right? Some things aren't right or wrong. They are takes. So just because you have a different take than I do, Waylon, doesn't mean that you're right and I'm wrong, or it doesn't mean that I'm right and you're wrong. It means that we see it from different vantage points. Okay? All right, go ahead, Seth.
Yeah, for once and for all, clear up your military service.
And that's another dickhead who says that I was somehow, kicked out of the army or some shit like that, which is
Oh, I
complete
VR'd,
BS.
man. I voluntarily released.
So,
I signed up. Did my basic, and I was like, "There's got to be a better way to make a living than this." And I was like, "I'm getting the fuck out of here." So I quit. I was like, "Fucking boom."
yeah,
Yep.
but let me clear
No
this
shame
up
in
once
that.
and for all.
I
So
was
I
out.
was an army officer in the first Gulf War. I've been told I have a dishonorable discharge. I have an honorable discharge. It's on my military service records. I've been told I've been fired from Uber. Never been fired from Uber. I've been told that I'm a racist jerk. I'm not a racist jerk, okay? Everybody tries to demean your character. When you're someone who speaks and has a decent following and you speak loudly, clearly, and articulately to an issue from a different vantage point than the Whalens or the Seth from New Yorks of the world, they try to come at you with anything they can get to disparage you, to assassinate your character. So for the last time, will you please let it go? These are not truthful things. And by the way, as I said in that comment, you will be held to account for your constant harassment and your lies and false allegations. I will just say that to you. I know who you are, and I'll leave it at that.
Hey Chip, if I may, and then I'm gonna bounce off, and I'll let you have
Yeah.
I'll let you get back to it. So I just want to say there's 4 points that we kind of give out here, and these are really basic things, especially when you're dealing with Zionists, right? And it's not that hard. You just need to know these 4 things. Number one, you need to know when it comes to the Zionists and Zionism is that they will lie. The first thing that's going to come out of their mouth is going to be a lie. It will be an omittance of the truth or a change of the half of the narrative just so they can kind of make it and mold it to their agenda. But I'm telling you, and I assure you, and I promise you, the Zionists will always lie. Number two, every accusation that they throw at you is going to be a confession. Every accusation of crimes against humanity, it's going to be a confession of their own guilt and their own crimes, okay? They're going to fold like a cheap suit, I guarantee you that. The third thing you need to know when it comes to Zionism and Zionist people is that they will label you. They will label you hate. They will label you a racist. They will label you an anti-Semite. They will label you a virtue signal. They will just label you. They will label you a liar. They will label you a cheat. They will label you a con. They will label you everything, but they will label you. That is the third thing you need to know when dealing with Zionism. The fourth thing you need to know when it comes to the Zionists, they will play that victim card, and they will play it like a well-oiled fiddle. I'm telling you that one. They will swing first and act like they're the first ones to ever get hit, but they will play that victim card. And let me tell you where that victim card starts. It starts in 1948 when a whole bunch of people with a whole bunch of guns showed up on the shores of Palestine with a whole bunch of money by a whole bunch of Western imperialist colonizers that had no business being there. So where the victim card plays, it's in 1948, and it's called the Nakba. So let's start there. So no, you don't have right or ownership of that victim card. And how dare you try to pull the Holocaust as a weaponized tool for you people? No, Zionism and Judaism are two different things, and we know that. Judaism is the oldest of the Abrahamic faiths that preaches nothing but kindness, mercy, and compassion for others prior to yourself first and foremost. And Zionism is 76 years displayed on your TV, your newspapers, and your fucking cell phones, people. That's Zionism. Just look at Palestine right now. You want to know what Zionism is? It's a man displaying his child outside of tents. And you know what child I'm talking about. Anyways, and the easiest way to defeat Zionism, don't even bother getting into a fight with them. Because they've had that platform far too long, and it's ours now.
Thank you, Dean. Thank
All right,
you.
Dean.
Hey, Chip.
Thanks for being here, man.
Dean, thank you. Chip, there's Basil here, the guy writing an Arabic name, and he's a great analyst, geopolitical. He's very knowledgeable about the whole situation from all aspects. Pleasure to have you here, Basil. Thank you, Habibi.
Habibi, it's my pleasure. Thank you. It's my honor to be with you guys in your little group. And actually, I'll put myself at your service. Please, if you have any question, I can start from that point because it's a little bit confused for me to be like the first time host, a guest. And as I said, I'm at your service if you have any concerns or questions, and I'm here to answer it and discuss it with you. Thank you for hosting me. Thank you.
Me too. Me too on the other side. I'm sad that Dean left, though, because I wanted to explain to him why we call him anti-Semitic. Because everything that he just said is actually H-man propaganda from the Schmolocaust, and all he's doing is using the word Zionist instead of Jew. That's all he's doing. That's all you guys do. And I don't know if
Okay, hold on. He's not here to defend himself. So first of all, I like to ask somebody what they mean by that, not make assumptions about their character. This is one thing I can't stand when people do this on lives is when they assume somebody's motive. So let's give him a chance to come back up if you want to address him. You can say that I believe that he's doing this, but don't make a concerted statement because we don't know it to be
I
true. I
know
don't
that
know.
he's doing it. I just don't know if he knows that he's doing it.
Well, that
Yeah,
your perception is that you think that when people speak that way, they're being anti-Semitic. Is that what you believe?
Yes, because they're
Okay,
using it to
that's your
cause
belief. Okay,
propaganda.
that's fair to say, but you
I
can't say that someone else is doing something just because you believe it to be so.
I don't think he's doing it because he's anti-Semitic. I think he's a good guy, but he has wrong information, and he is doing a misservice. Hi, Dean.
Hi.
Hi, Dean.
Yeah.
I'm very happy. Wait, I'm very happy you came up because everything.
I want to just regulate the conversation for 1 second. That's why I'm muting everybody. I want to let everybody speak. I'm going to give each person 30 seconds to a minute to go. Just don't monologue forever, and then we'll respond. Please no personal attacks. Please no assumptions. Let's ask each other questions. Hey, Dean, have you ever thought about this? Or what about this? Or ask me too. And then the other thing I want to point out is this. When somebody says to the other person, you got it all wrong, you just don't know what you're talking about, I want you to turn that around on yourself for 1 second. Is it possible, just in the realm of all possibilities, that it could be yourself that might have it wrong? I mean, I have humility to say that if somebody brings me information that completely contradicts what I believe, I'm willing to change my point of view, always. And you have my word on that. The question is, can you give yourself that same room of critical analysis and critical thought, or are you right no matter what because you believe what you believe and that's the end of the story? I can't be told anything else. Okay, let's Siglet finish her comments towards Dean, and we'll let Dean respond.
Yeah, I don't know you, Dean. Are you a Palestinian? Like originally, are your parents or grandparents came from so-called Palestine? Because Palestine, let's admit, it was the British mandate. You know, it was a title of, I mean, there isn't really Palestine as they represent themselves, because all of them came either from Egypt, Jordan, or Lebanon. They are Arabs. So I really would like to know if your ancestors are from there, or you are an American that just learn information from the wrong people.
Siga, sorry, where are you from exactly? Where are your ancestors from? Where's your mother from? Where was she born? You want to say like, well, there was no Palestine, but where was your mother born and
I
your
will
grandmother?
answer you after Dean will answer me, because I know where you are going to. I know your direction.
No, I'm
It will
saying
not
my
work.
parents were born there,
It
my
will
grandparents were
not
born
work.
there, and 3-4 generations. I could tell you all where they were born and where they live. So I'm just saying,
Okay,
you want to
so
say
half
you
of
want
my
to deny there's Palestine.
Okay, you told me that because I'm blonde. Okay,
I
so
didn't say that because
half.
you're blonde. No, I didn't. I didn't say that because
Yes,
now you're making
yes,
assumptions.
yes,
I didn't. No, you're
and then
making
you will
assumptions.
tell
You're
me
putting
go
words in
back,
my mouth. I
and
didn't
then
say
you
that. I never thought that. I didn't even look at your profile picture. I'm not even looking at my screen. I'm literally listening. I'm not even making.
come
So now you're
on.
making
Okay,
assumptions. I didn't see your face.
it's not a
That's funny. I'm
sentence.
listening.
Come on, I'm not like
My phone's literally in my pocket and I
you
have
don't let
headphones
me
on. I'm not
talk.
looking at you. I don't know what you even look like. So now you're making assumptions.
You don't let me talk. You
Dean,
know
what's so
how?
funny? I see you laughing. What's so funny?
Wait. Let him. Just okay. Am I
Let Dean
talking?
respond. It's fine. Let Dean respond. It's
Am I
okay.
talking to Mochi or with Dean? We have to decide. I will address both of you guys.
Speak to Dean. It's okay.
You were born in United States, so your native language is
Sorry,
English.
I was waiting
born
for
wait,
Chip,
I
but I was
was
waiting for
born in
Chip to unmute me.
Israel.
انا
I
بحكي
was
عربي.
born in
انت تعرفيش
Israel.
ولا
My
انا ولا
native language is Hebrew, so of
وانا بحكي
course
وانا بحكي عربي. انا بحكي عربي. هاني بحكي عربي معك.
don't
Yeah.
انا
bullshit
بحكي
me.
So
انجليزي. انا بحكي
okay.
أنا
عربي. I'm
So
from
بحكي
yeah, I
Canada.
guess I can
Hungarian.
answer the
Who are you?
question
Listen, I
now.
was born and raised.
So
أنا بحكي
I'll answer your question.
Hungarian, and
Yeah.
أنا بحكي
I don't understand what's funny. That's what I'm trying to figure out. But I did.
Why did you mute me, Chip?
Chip, you're muted. We can't hear you.
The reason I muted everybody, thank you. Sorry about that. I try to keep quiet. This is administrative only. I don't want to keep anybody from sharing their point of view, asking questions, etc. 3 people were talking at once, though, so I couldn't hear anybody. I'm assuming the audience couldn't hear anybody either. So let me do this. We'll take turns. I want Siglet to finish her point. I'll take about a minute. You can ask questions. If somebody asks you a question and they pause, you can unmute Dean and answer the question and then let her continue for the minute, whatever works. But otherwise, please stay on mute, and then we're going to go to Siglet, then we'll let Dean answer, and then we'll go to Gemma, and then we'll go around the horn. Okay?
Okay, so I will address Dean because he was the first one, and Mochi just came in, and So let's finish with Dean. So Dean, I would like to know really where are your ancestors from, because I would like to know what is the reason, how you came to those conclusions.
Yeah, sorry, I was gonna answer earlier. I thought Chip was gonna unmute me. That's why I didn't say anything. Okay, so my history, my background. I am no stranger. I am well aware that I am the son of a colonizer. I'm biracial. I come from 2 separate places of the world. My father's history comes from Ireland. So we come to the New World in Canada, where we colonized a place that was not our own to begin with, a place called Turtle Island. My mother, on the other hand, she fled Nicaragua. Yeah, that's right. She fled Nicaragua during the Sandinista and the Somoza and the Contra crisis that was destabilized by the CIA, by the USA, by Iran, by Israel, by the Mossad. Oh, I have a lot of play to go with the Palestinian people. And I'm a bag mix of everything, right? So, and here's the thing. You can go on and ask about, when I got rationalized into this. And I've been rationalized here now for about a decade. You can check out my TikTok. Sorry, Chip, I don't mean to plug my own TikTok here, but you can check my TikTok. Go to my very first post, posted in 2020. You can see what I'm wearing around my neck. Now, you can assume everything I'm saying, you can say it's anti-Semitic, but as you heard the first of the 4 talking points, everything you guys say is going to be a lie. The second, everything you accuse me of is going to be a confession. So whatever you're going to say, I'm just going to take the power away from you and say, you're wrong.
That's not true.
See ya.
That's not
See ya. You got no power.
Okay, so this is childish. This is why did you go down again?
Hey, Chip, you're muted again.
Let's not call each other liars. I believe that people say what they say because they believe it. I think that people like Siglet and Gemma probably share a lot of beliefs, and so they're sharing their beliefs. But let's not, people see things differently. I talked about takes earlier. The same event can happen in history, and someone maybe from Gemma or Siglet's perspective can think one thing about that event, and somebody from maybe Dean's perspective can think about it differently because of their ethnicity, their background, their life, whatever it may be. So let's not impugn the other. Let's ask questions as to why they think what they think, how they came to what they think, and maybe consider some other option that you tend to believe is true, and then we can have a dialogue, not tell everybody they're wrong.
This is what I tried to do, but he went down. I didn't. Right now, I didn't say.
Pretend we're him. Just tell the rest of us what you think is right.
Right now, I didn't say he's lying. I said this is childish. What he did, this behavior was childish.
He said that to you, and I was saying let's not say. He called you a liar.
Okay, but I'm telling you. For me, it's the existence of Israel. For the Palestinian, it's the existence of their nation. And for Dean, it's a stupid game. And I think it's really ridiculous, his behavior and the way because it's not a game. People are dying here from both sides,
I
and
agree.
it's painful.
Propaganda
When I
and
see
ran away.
When I see his attitude, it's really painful to me because my people are suffering, the Palestinian people are suffering, and instead of understanding each other, he's coming and make out of it a game.
That's an example
I don't
of
think
a
it's
person,
funny.
Siglet, that's an example of a person that just really, really hates the Jewish people. And he's taking his chance, and you have to be careful with these type of people. They're
I just said a second ago,
as
let's not make
pro-Palestinians.
definitive statements about other people. Do you know for sure? There's no doubt in your mind that he was given a lie detector test, or you put a Neuralink on his head that he hates the Jewish people, and you'd give your entire life savings if you were wrong.
Yeah, I would.
Okay. Why? What do you base that upon? What has he done to make you think that?
I base that upon the propaganda that he's using that is extremely old
What propaganda is he using that's extremely whatever you said?
Everything that he said, all he's doing is using the word Zion.
Pick one. Just take one thing he said that you think is propagandistic.
That listen to him, that the Jewish people are terrible, that everything that we say is lies.
I didn't hear him say that.
Yeah, well, he did, but you see how when I say it,
he didn't ever say the word the Jewish people are terrible. Those words never left his mouth.
He thinks he's using proper etiquette by saying Zionist. That's not what he means.
He said he believes that Zionists tell lies, is what he said.
Okay, well, yes, and that.
But when you say Zion,
propaganda.
You okay,
why is that
Chip? Do you know what does it mean, Zionist? First, I will tell you that Zion equal Jerusalem. Okay, Zion, Zion is equal. It's the second name of Jerusalem.
So why take all of Palestine if it's only Jerusalem?
Nobody wants to take all of Palestine. Actually not the I cannot say the Palestinian people. The age group, or Iran from. You don't see the big picture. Iran is using the Palestinian people. Seriously.
We thank Iran for its support to the resistance of the region.
Yeah,
My question to you, both of you, both of you, I want to ask you a question. Are you with the land of Israel or with the greatest Israel? Which part you stand on? Like, do you believe the greatest Israel, which is from the Nile of Egypt to the Euphrates of the Iraqi land?
So you see?
Or it's, no, I'm just asking you a question. I'm asking you a question because what I was told from, and what I heard from Daniela Wise, saying that from the Nile of Egypt to the Euphrates of Iraq, it's all the Jewish land. And what I see in Israel, there is an extreme right government that is making decision. I guess you guys voted them in, and they believe the same thing. So I assume, since you voted them, they're talking in your name, and whatever decisions they make, you stand by them because that's the decision. That's what they say. So I am Lebanese.
Let me answer you.
Lebanese. Let me finish my point.
Let me answer you.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point, please.
I want to answer you.
You will answer me all at once. You will answer me all at once.
No,
okay?
because you are getting too many
if
topics.
that's your stand, no. It's one topic. It's one topic only. No. Listen.
7.
Yeah, Frederick, let's go one at a time because that was a lot of points for her to answer.
Please answer the question about the Greater Israel, or just, I guess, quote unquote, the Holy Land, Palestine.
So before October 7, I was for two-state solution, even for one state, and even to let the Palestinian people to come back, So this was my view before October 7, and even few months after October 7. But after I did so many debates, and I saw how the pro-Palestinian, especially in the United States, are thinking, I changed my mind because I cannot trust them, and there is no way even for two-state solution, unfortunately.
What were some of the things that they said that made you change your view?
Everything what they are saying.
I have another question. Like I was like you with the two-state solution. But I remember in 2001 in Lebanon, every Arab country met in Lebanon, and they came up with a peace proposal for Israel, saying, you pull out to 1967 borders, and every Arab country, including the Palestinian, including Syria, will recognize Israel, and we make Jerusalem a joint controlled city. Why did the Israeli decline that? If they have no other, like if they want peace, they don't have other agenda. Why did they reject that peace agreement.
I don't think they rejected it at the end. I think actually most of the population was for it. And then
No. The Ariel Sharon stated that that Arab treaty is not worth the ink it was written with.
so how come before he passed away actually changed his mind and he made many settlement actually forced them to live, and it was in Gaza in
Because
2005.
because it was like Lebanon, they could not handle the resistance attack on Israeli positions. So they decided the same way they ran away from Lebanon, they decided to run away from Gaza too. But it
No, it
doesn't
was
mean
not
that
the
they
reason.
ran away and they put Gaza under siege, which is the occupation. It's like when they did run away from Lebanon, they kept some of the Lebanese territories. And not only they kept the territories, and they put settlements in these territories. I understand if you keep territories and you say, I want to do a buffer zone, I want to keep these territory for myself, so no attacks comes my way. But why settle people in it when you know these people are going to get attacked? Why is it Israel likes always to put its civilians in the front line so they can get harmed, and then Israel goes around and cries, they harmed my civilians, they harmed my
It's not true.
civilians?
It's not true. Actually, right now, I think yesterday it was that those Israeli radicals tried to put new settlement, and the police forcibly moved them from the place because it's so-called Palestinian land.
Are you
So
talking about the settlements that Smotrich has agreed on and funded in the West Bank?
I don't know Smotrich. I'm not for Smotrich, and most of the
But
people I
he's in
know
the
are
government
against him.
right now. You are in a weak point because you're talking peace while you have extreme right wing in the government. These are the people are making decisions right now in Israel. These are the one are calling the shots. So no, you can come up here and you tell me I want peace. I want peace too. I don't want to fight. I don't want to die. I don't want you to occupy or destroy my country. But at the same time, I don't want to see you getting attacked and living in a war forever. So on my point, I can understand your view, but when I see what you have voted into the government of Israel, then I can have to say, you know what, this is something that I have to worry about. Plus, they say the greatest Israel, that includes Lebanon, Syria, Jordan,
Who is
Egypt,
saying?
Iraq,
Who is saying? You have to look who is saying. And
Smotrich, that is in the government, Ben Gvir, that is in the government.
But
Benjamin Netanyahu went to the United Nations and held a map in the United Nations showing the greatest Israel. So
Federico,
I am as a Lebanese, one second, I am as a Lebanese. Shouldn't I be worried and get myself ready for war because you guys have my country included in your plan? And if I do defend my country, do I become a T or I am a resistance like the Palestinians are resistance? So this is where you guys contradict yourself in many different ways. What you say on here on TikTok is very juicy. But when we look at the real plans and actions, it looks like very sinful.
two things. One is Chip. I gotta drop. Can you rise coach, please? He wanted to come up, but Federico, before I go, I just wanted to tell you one of my very close friends is also from Lebanon, and he moved here to the States when he was 16, and he wants nothing. He wants Hezbollah out of his country. Okay, they've done nothing but harm the Lebanese people, just like the H group in Gaza. So
Let me tell you, my village is across the street from it's Mrs. Jabal. It's right on the border of Israel. And before 2000, if I had to go visit my village, I had to go through checkpoint and a checkpoint and interrogation through interrogation. And I was simply 12, 13 years old, right? So, but I can tell you for sure, and I guarantee that thanks to H Lebanon, now I can go to my village with my head raised up and proud of that my land is free, and I can go to my village without having to go through Israeli checkpoint and the humiliation to make me stand in the sun for 2-3 hours before they decide if they can agree and I'm allowed in or I'm not allowed in. See, this is the thing is this is how I don't care about what your friend says, that the guy that he doesn't like
He has a lot of
group.
family that lives in
I
Lebanon.
respect his opinion, but he probably did not live the occupation. He probably did not go through the checkpoints. He
Yes, he
probably
did.
did
He's
not get a
47 years old. He moved
Yeah,
here
did he
when he
go
was
through the
16.
Did he go through the Israeli checkpoint? Was he standing in the sun for 2 hours to see if they give him a permission to go see his house or not?
That tea
These are the
organization
questions.
is
That's the
horrible for
question.
your country.
I mean, but no, from how I see it,
Maybe you have to
You're in the United
ask
States, or are you in
Frederick.
Lebanon currently?
no, I am
Frederick,
in,
maybe Frederick, can you maybe
yeah,
you
go
have
ahead.
to ask
Yeah.
some part of your question. Where is his
Where are
stand
you where are you
at that
living
time?
now? Are you in Lebanon now?
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm trying to
Uh,
figure this out. Is
yeah,
Federico?
Yeah, I am
if
in
you can,
Lebanon. I am in Lebanon. I am in South Lebanon. I am across from Lumtulli. I can stand on my grandfather's house in Mesa Jamal, which is destroyed 100%.
Sorry?
Every house in my village right now
And
is
then I need a pack
destroyed.
of the dark green American Spirit.
Uh, whatever
Hi,
you say,
Americana.
Coach. So the idea is, your friend can think whatever he wants to think, but from what I know exactly, that Israel was hammering
What
us
he thinks is what
on
he
a daily
knows.
basis. Now, thanks to H group, Israel don't dare go to Lebanon, and the Lebanese resistance, the H group, and every Lebanese resistant group is daring Israel to come in,
Frederick,
and it's been
Frederick, I have a
since October 8.
question.
Hold on, yeah.
Hold on, can I hold on?
How
Can I
the
answer a question real quick?
Frederick, please? How the rule running in this platform in this group here is that I can open the mic and keep talking, or there is turn for somebody to respect the people to
No,
listen each other?
turns, Basil.
Okay, I don't see any turns. Those guys just jump in if you are talking, jump in and keep their things on. So
Those
where is
guys.
my turn?
Okay, I'm from Lebanon. I would like to speak. I'm on mute until somebody allows me to come back.
Yeah, please, if you're not speaking, please go on mute. A coach is going to be next after Americana, and then we'll go around the horn. Cigarette, please mute. Thank you.
All right, Frederick. You said the H group did very well for you when they came in.
Yes, sir. Perfect. Great job.
Okay, perfect. So why there's no president in the Lebanon right now?
Because we don't want one that is puppet to you and to the United States. That's what it is.
What? Huh? I didn't hear you.
I said we didn't want a puppet one that is controlled by anyone. We do elect our own president.
So, but I mean, all you have to do is vote for it. Why it can't be voted in?
Because we don't want a puppet one, and if we did have, listen, don't teach me about my politics and all my stuff. We had one that the United States and Israel did not agree on, which is the previous president. That was Michel Aoun. And the minute we voted him, everybody in the world decided to boycott him because it does not stand with the views of the Western and all these people. So if you ask me, let me finish. If you ask me, have a puppet president or not have a president, I would tell you no president, baby.
So everybody's involved in your country. Everybody comes in and controls your voting on your president and decides who becomes your president. But you're saying the H group is controlling it. Who kills the Hariri? Who killed the Hariri?
Israel.
Hariri killed Israel.
Yes, sir. Even the port of Beirut, Israel.
So Israelis know every port, every place where these people are hiding. How?
They know. Why don't they go get them then?
No, are you saying that they killed him? So how come they know all their locations?
Oh, listen, there was proof put out that an Israeli drone has flown the route of the prime minister 2 days prior to the assassination on a daily basis. They're flying the same route that he takes until the day he was unalived. So if you ask me, why would it be why the Israeli drone was flying that route.
Because somebody traitor from your own people that ratted him out and told people where he's at. That's the only way he could be found.
So you means Israel that to want to unalive them?
Yeah, but the only reason they found him is because you got a traitor within you.
But now you are standing with my side that saying that Israel had unalived them.
There's no proof of that.
Well, I can tell you the drones, and you agreed with me. Some trader, you said.
We have to search it to come to an agreement on that. I don't think the H group doing anything to the country, but making it go far backwards. They leveled it, the Israeli in 2006, and people had to start from nothing. And we've been on the wrong side of this, getting involved.
I see you looking at it from a very wrong point of view. I'm Lebanese. I can talk about the Lebanese.
I'm Lebanese too.
You.
Yes.
Okay, where were you? Where were you if you're Lebanese during the occupation? Where were you living?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Where were you?
I was in Lebanon. Yeah.
What did you gain? What did you do? Nothing.
I served in the Lebanese army, and I did do what I can do as a child. That was when Israel invaded Lebanon in 1982. I was 9 years old. I don't know what you expect me to do, but I ask you, where were you? Where were you?
I was in Lebanon in 82 and I had to escape to Cyprus.
Okay, you escaped. So you didn't do like me. You didn't stay in my country. You left the country. You escaped.
To Cyprus.
You escaped to Cyprus. You didn't stay in Lebanon, so you didn't witness all the destruction and the stuff they did to Lebanon, right?
Did you have a good life? I could still go to Lebanon, visit Lebanon.
Good. So if you are against H group, how come you are able to go to Lebanon? Aren't they controlling the whole country?
I'm talking about that here, but nobody knows what my thoughts are when I'm in the airport.
Well, I don't know. I mean, if you have some power and you're against H group, that means that H group is not controlling the country. This makes sense, because we all know. Let's say, Syria, they say the president is a dictator and nobody can speak. Okay, we understand. If you speak, you go to jail. How is it that the Lebanese people go on TV, national TV, and they talk all kind of bad stuff about the H group, and they still wandering the street safe? So explain to me, how is it? And I want to ask you, did you ever go through an Israeli checkpoint? Did you fire a bullet against the Israeli occupation of Lebanon while they were occupying Lebanon? Or you don't believe they were occupying Lebanon? Do you believe they were occupying Lebanon, or they were just visiting?
Well, they have to have the buffer zone.
Okay.
With none of your business.
Okay, so what was the purpose of the Khiyam prison, that they would arrest anybody and put them in prison for no reason? Or if they did, if they have a reason that he's a resistance, I guess when you're occupied by international law, you have every right to resist in any way, shape, or form. Violent, non-violent, peaceful, protest, don't protest, whatever you want to do, you're allowed by international law. How is that Israel can occupy Lebanon and we cannot fight? And if we have a resistance group that is fighting, you want to call them a terrorist. And if somebody freed my country and made me go to my village with pride, and now you want to tell me that you first of all, during the Israeli invasion, you ran to Cyprus. That's what you said. You didn't live the war. So what gives you the right? What gives you the right? What gives you the right if you never fired a bullet to free Lebanon? What gives you the right to come up here and judge H group, the people that have put blood to free the country, and give me a pride and make me go to my village in Lebanon without going through any checkpoint?
So I have
That's
no
the
right.
question for you. No, you have no right. If you did not fight the occupation, you have no right. You ran away to Cyprus. You cannot even speak. You're coming up here defending. You're coming up here defending an enemy of your country. Your country does not recognize Israel. Your country constitution states that Israel is enemy of Lebanon, and you are up here defending it. Who wrote the constitution? Did H group write the constitution of Lebanon? No, they didn't.
Constitution of Lebanon says Israel is our enemy?
Yes, sir.
I
As
thought
right now, if I speak to Sigait, I can get prosecuted in Lebanon. You know that, right? This is the law in Lebanon,
if you
and
do
it's
what?
not H group law. It's the government law.
And you said you live where?
I live in Lebanon.
Yeah, we own the properties in Beirut.
Okay, and good, you still have them. H group didn't take away from you, although you're pro-Israeli.
Listen. Our family's so old in Lebanon, you won't even grasp how old our family is. Right?
Let me tell you, my civil code in Lebanon is 25. I don't know what is yours. 25, it means the first 25 families that were registered in Lebanon. So I don't know how far you want to go.
I'm
What
lower
is
than
yours? What is yours?
that. Can't tell you.
You don't even know it. You don't
I know
even
it.
know it. No, you don't
That's what
even
I'm
know
telling you.
it.
That's what I'm
You would
asking
have
you
said
because
it just
lower
lower,
than
just
10.
because. Listen. You're up here defending the enemy of your country. You are standing up here defending a country that has
You and your
occupied your
group are the
country.
enemy of the country.
You are an enemy to your country. You're not Lebanese. You can't even claim to
You're
be
the enemy
Lebanese.
to your own country with your own group.
No, buddy. I freed my country with my
Robbing
own group.
people. They
I
deal
am
drugs.
defending my
Listen,
country
they're
with my
dealing
own group.
drugs. Deny that?
Israel don't dare get close to Lebanon, buddy. Israel
Well,
don't dare.
not because of the age group. It's
Well, because of
because
what? Because they like you? Because you Americano came up and told the Israeli don't go to Lebanon? What is it then? What is it?
because all the other nations know what's the consequences of things happening because
The
it's not only
consequences of what? Where did we see them in 2006? Are you aware of 2006? What happened in 2006?
they're flying
Are
everything
you
down.
are you aware what happened in 2006?
Yeah,
Are you
so how
aware
do
that
you
30,000 soldiers, Israeli soldiers, they were not able to advance, not even close to Bint Jbeil. All they wanted to do is just get to Bint Jbeil and stick the Israeli flag where the Sayyid Nasrallah made a speech and called Israel weaker than a spider web. They said, just go put the flag over there. 30,000 soldiers. None of them made it. And not only none of them made it, that's the time where they made a deal with Pampers, and that's the time where the Israeli army start putting diapers on their asses. Thanks to H Group.
this is what I'm talking about right here. You are so deeply blinded about what about to happen there. But we'll see. We have the time has about to come, and then we'll see what happens then. But I'm gonna tell you one thing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I know from my people that I know.
Frederick,
So
when is my time to speak, brother?
I'll pause.
Because it's been like
You can go now. Go
listening
ahead. Go right now.
listening.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. I wonder on which planet those guys living in. They are defending criminals. They are defending thieves. They are defending the genocide, and they are talking about how nice are we. You have to think, are you human before represent any side in this world that killed nearly 40,000 people? Most of them are civilian in Gaza. You are cheering for someone that like he don't waste time each 3 years, just launch a huge military campaign against the neighbor country. Which peace you are talking about? Which land you are claiming that it's yours? What I feel right now, I feel that the fear inside your heart, the fear shaking your words, because the time is coming. The time for the truth is coming, and the time for the right is coming. Nobody can stop the destiny of the right. Nobody can stop the people to defend their rights, even if you own the superior power in the world. What is going on in Gaza, it starts in certain time. It will not end until all Palestine will be free. You like it or you don't like it. We are not seeking for bloodshed, but you have to understand there is a long time to make peace. Since 1948, where is your efforts to build the bridges of peace in our area?
Where is your effort to change the ideology or how we look at you as criminals as usual during all these years? And now you are crying as usual as at victims. You are a bunch of liars. I'm not talking in personal, I'm talking about facts, I'm talking about history. I don't speak with, it will be my honor to speak with Jewish people, but I don't put my shoes in place to talk with the Zio people defending Israel. Israel is my enemy. Any people defend Israel is my enemy, and that's it. Thank you, Frederick, for the time that you gave to me. I told you if you have any question, I'm here to answer. And this is the time for me to say thank you, guys, and God bless you all. And free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
please
you,
stick
Russell.
around if
Thank
you
you.
can. Please stick around. We need to let the next person come in. I think it was DC, and then we have one person whose name I can't pronounce because I don't speak Arabic. Go ahead, DC.
Hey, thanks for having me up, Chip. Hello, everybody. This is Doug. I know quite a few.
My name is Ashraf. My name is Ashraf, bro.
Okay. Hey, Ashraf, just one sec. While DC will finish, then you're next.
You can call me Ash if it's easier for you.
So how's everybody? I just got up here, so it sounds like were y'all talking about anything in particular? Just the usual Zio talking points. Screw up. Anything?
We're talking about Lebanon more recently, but we can talk about Israel Palestine if you want to. We were talking earlier about what motivates the resistance movement / T-rism / whatever you want to call it. And the point that I raised was when I'm on the pro-Israeli lives that I'm on frequently, I hear that it's a hatred towards all Jewish people, which I get accused of as well, and or it's Islamic crusadism that I guess people just want to convert everybody. And the thing that I challenge people with is to say, well, hey, what if it's not those two things? What if it's not that there aren't some people that may think that way, but what if most Palestinians, like 99.5%, what if they want just a destiny that's including their own self-determination in whatever portion of the land it can be politically worked out, and they feel a frustration, not only with what happened in 48, but what's happened since, as well as the seeming inability to strike a peaceful outcome.
Right. Yeah, I mean, those are good examples. I mean, the Pallies are the ones that now in the beginning, I know they did turn down deals, but if your land was being taken from you, you would get, if you're getting 48% of it and you make up most of the population of the country, and however many Israelis came down there, Ashkenazi came in, they had 52, 48. I wouldn't be happy either. If that happened in the United States, we'd all be pissed, So, it makes sense. And there's no jihad trying to convert people. They're not out to try to unalive Jewish people and Israelis. The projection is coming through very well when they accuse that. It's hard for me to believe even an ounce of that when you see probably 100,000 unalive in Palestine, in Gaza, since October. I mean, who's the real T group here? History will tell. T groups really like to bomb hospitals and unalive people in there. That's what T groups do. I haven't seen H group do that. Does anybody remember the H group taking out hospitals after hospital and schools and unaliving UN workers and men? I haven't seen that, but I do know who is doing it. Another T group called Israel.
DC, I can tell you that in 1996 in Cana, the United Nations has gathered every civilian in Cana village and put them into the United Nations compound for safekeeping. And when the Israeli couldn't find a civilian target in the village, guess what they did?
What?
They dropped napalms on a United Nations compound.
Oh, that's just right. It sounds so typical of them. That's like the napalm they dropped on the USS Liberty in 1967. They like that napalm,
All right,
napalm. Now it's waiting for us.
I think Israel was kind of attacked in that last comment. Let me let Sigalit respond to those comments.
Yeah, sure.
If you're ready, Sigalit. Am I saying your name right? I don't want to say your name wrong.
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
I just answered someone. So what is the question?
Well, the comment was made by DC that he felt that in terms of, I guess, ascribing the categorization of T-rism, he believed that whatever entity is harming hospitals and harming hospital staff members, doctors, nurses, patients being starved out with no food or no medical care or whatever the case may be. He asked how many hospitals have the H group gone after inside of Israel versus what's happened inside of Gaza.
So I will tell you, first of all, he's lying. Second, the hospital, he claimed the age group were there and did all of their actions and acted violently from those hospitals that had tunnels to their tunnels, you know, so they put their citizens under danger.
Don't forget the list, Sigaret. The list, they found the list too, right?
Excuse me?
They found the list over there, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
They found everything. They found everything.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
You always ask proofs. You have all the proofs. You know the amount of weapon they found there, the IDF found there. You know the truth. Come on, you know the truth. So
I hope you know the truth. I hope you know the truth and speak the truth. It's a big shame to justify destroying hospitals serving thousands of people just because the security people have 2 or 3 pieces of guns to secure the hospital.
I won't be surprised
all the hospitals everywhere in this world have security members to secure those hospitals and have guns. Don't accuse or don't justify to destroy hospitals serving tens of thousands of people, to destroy that hospital, make the
Do you know the physicians? Do you know the physician?
What?
Do you know the physician who just got free from prison? I don't know how.
Yes.
We will figure it out.
You don't know how?
Because he was part of age group. He was part of the leaders. So
okay, and how come you are killing the civilian people there and you let somebody, you accuse him to be a leader of H group?
You are unaliving your own people.
We unalive 40,000 of women and children in Gaza?
You take from them the food and then say that Israel doesn't send food.
Okay, what I am listening now, I'm listening for people very afraid about their tomorrow. There is no tomorrow for you in our land.
Let's get back to turns, guys. Let's get back to turns. Let's get back to turns. We're shouting, all everybody.
Yeah, just real quick. When 2 people speak at once, we can't hear either one of you. So I do have a question for in general. This goes for both sides. Is it possible, is it within the realm of possibility that the information that you're basing your statements on could be inaccurate?
Okay, can I ask a question, Chip, please? Is there any H group during Deir Yassin massacre? Is there any H group during Kafr Qasim massacre? Is there any H group during Bahr al-Bakr massacre? Is there any H group during Qana massacre? Is there any H group during Taitaba massacre? Is there any H group during Sabra and Shatila massacre? Stop lying on the people. You are killing us for last 75 years. It's the time to pay the price.
You're lying. You are lying, and it's about you to open your mind and be smart, because we will not let you unalive us. We will not let you.
Okay, so if you're making the claim that somebody's lying, you need to be specific. I get called a liar every day in the comments. I always ask, just tell me one thing I'm lying about, and then of course nobody ever says anything. They say you lie. So if you're going to make a claim that someone's lying, so can you be specific? What do you think is not being told the truth about? And the other thing is, somebody cannot be lying. They could be saying what they believe to be true without intentionally trying to deceive you. Same thing from your end too.
Just believe it. I am a live witness of Sabra and Shatila massacre. I was 7 years old when the IDF soldier came and took us and massacred all the people, the civilian people in Sabra and Shatila.
Sabra and Shatila, it was Muslim and Christian fight between us. Israel
Yeah,
was not
and
involved.
is
Don't make yourself
IDF.
funny.
You are
Don't make
lying.
yourself
You
people
are
start
lying about
start
Sabra and
That's it.
Shatila.
That's
You
it.
are
That's it.
lying
That's
laughing
it.
about Sabra
about
and
you.
Shatila.
Okay. Hold on.
How dare you?
Hold
How
on.
dare you? You
What
know
about
you are a
what
monster.
about
Hold.
Kahana? Do you remember Kahana? What about
Okay, listen. Let's have clarification. So if
I'm
one
not
person,
talking to you because you are
hold
Can
on,
I
lying about
speak?
everything.
hold on. Let's slow down, everybody. Slow down. Just
Seglet,
stay muted for one. Stay
Seglet.
muted.
You know Sharon Seglet?
Stay muted for
Have
1
you
second,
ever heard of
everybody.
Sharon before?
Stay muted for 1 second, everybody. Okay, please. Okay. So the way the conversation is more productive is, in other words, Siglet, instead of saying in general, you're lying, say, here's what I want to ask you. You ask somebody, this is what I understand happened. What do you understand that was different than what I just told you? So if you understand there to be something different, say, hey, so-and-so, this is what I understand to be the truth. Tell me why you disagree. And then go on mute and listen, and then back and forth. Okay?
Right.
Go ahead,
Maybe we're
Siglet.
confused.
Okay, go ahead, Sigler. Explain why you think you have a different explanation, and then
Just to
we'll let.
point out one thing before Seglet
No,
responds.
Sabra and Shatila.
Just let me
It's
point out one thing.
facts.
So before you answer,
It's facts. Google it. Sabra and Shatila.
Seglet,
It was
Seglet,
between the
Seglet,
Muslim to the
Seglet,
Christian.
Seglet.
No Israel involved.
Okay,
Israel unfortunately,
let
Israel was there at the time.
me point one thing to you, that an Israeli court held Ariel Sharon partially responsible for the Sabra and Shatila massacre, and he was held responsible because the Israeli army surrounded the camp and they allowed the group of the Kataib to go inside and
I
do
was
the
not
dues.
there. I was not there.
But
But
no,
from
this is
the
a
facts
court.
I
Frederick,
know,
brother? The guys who came and took us out from our home was IDF soldiers, not Kataib. The Kataib
IDF
committed
soldiers
the
also
massacre. The
IDF soldiers
IDF
also
who
took Jewish
came
people from their home in Gaza
who came us to and okay, you are talking about 7 October. I'm asking you, is there
No, I'm not
H
talking
group?
about 7th of October. I'm
Is
talking
there
about the
H group
IDF.
in Sabra and Shatila? Is
Hold on,
there?
guys. Hold on, guys, real quick. Okay.
IDF in
Hold on,
2005
Sigler. Hold
took
on. Time out. So we want to talk about apples and apples, and then we can talk about apples and oranges. So you're making the claim, Siglet, that Israel had. Your
He's
claim
going
was.
from topic
Hold
to
on.
topic.
No. Hold on. This is what he said. Okay. Your claim is that Israel had nothing to
No,
do
but
with
he's
this.
jumping from
Hold
topic to
on.
topic. Sabra,
I need to clarify. Please don't come off mute again. I'm trying to explain. You made the assertion that Israel had, quote, nothing to do with the Sabra and Shatila M group. Now, Federico said that in a court held Ariel Sharon partially responsible because they permitted it to happen. They allowed this group to go in and do what they knew they were going to do. Yes, that's what the court probably came up with. Now, you're saying that they had nothing to do with it. Now, he said something about the fact that it was the IDF who came into. He was there, he said, and the IDF is the one who interfaced with him, not this other group. So what response do you have to that assertion from him? You think he's lying?
you know, Sabra and Shatila, unfortunately, the IDF were there at the time, you know. So yes, the IDF had the responsibility, but the IDF didn't want that, didn't initiate that. It was fight between Muslim and Christian people there. It was not related to Jewish or to
There is
Israel.
no fight.
There was no fight.
Because there is no fighter in Sabra and Shatila. The fighters left Beirut before that in 2 weeks. All the guys who get massacred in Sabra and Shatila, civilians, women, children, and old people, the young
By Christian, by Arab Christian. Why?
under your
Because
cover.
they killed,
Under your
because
cover.
they
Under your
unalived,
cover.
because they
You
unalived before
them.
that
You brought
the
them. Your
Lebanon
trucks-
leader.
Your
No,
trucks,
because they
your trucks
unalived.
brought them.
No,
Your trucks
because the
brought them.
Muslim,
Hold on,
because
Bassel,
the
hold on.
Muslim
Bassel,
unalived,
take us right.
the Muslim unalived before that the leader of Lebanon at the time. I don't
Which
remember
leader
his
was it?
name,
Was
but
it
this
Bashir-
was the
was it-
reason for
was
the
it Bashir
Christian to
Ismail?
go after the Muslim.
Was it Bashir Ismail? Was that the president,
yeah.
Bashir Ismail? Okay,
Yeah.
we all know that Syria unalived him. What does the Palestinian have to do with it?
I don't know.
Even the guy that did put the
No,
trap
don't
there.
know.
It's
Yeah.
not she don't know. She don't care. This is the
Of
problem.
course I
No,
care.
maybe she's
Why do you
misinformed.
say I don't care?
Maybe she's misinformed. We all know, and since day one that the unaliving happened, everybody pointed the finger to Israel, to Syria, and okay, the Syrian, but what does the Palestinian women, children, and elderly, that everybody knew that, because when Israel invaded Beirut, they collected all the weapons, so they knew 100% that
Unfortunately, they
that
were the victims.
was yeah, but they knew 100% that in Sabra and Shatila, or everywhere in Beirut, there was no weapons because the Israeli collected all the weapons. I remember they used to come with a microphone and say, if you have weapon in your house, bring it down and nothing will come to happen to you. And a lot of the people went down and brought down the weapon and delivered them to the Israelis. So the Israelis were sure that there is no weapons. So, and they
Okay, I will
knew,
go,
and they
just a
knew,
second. I will
yeah,
go down in order to let other Zio people to come up because I
please.
see,
I feel,
okay?
I feel you. I feel a lot of pressure on you. It's okay.
No, it's not a
Lies,
lot of
all
pressure.
lies.
I just want to let other people because you
Can
heard
I
my
talk to her a little
version.
bit before she goes down? I need to say
Yes,
something,
please.
please.
If she
Okay.
wants to. Yeah.
But no, she needs to hear this because I don't appreciate somebody has no information, no background of any kind of education on this, come and spread lies because people will
Okay,
listen.
okay,
And
you
lies
start
are,
with the propaganda
excuse me,
lies.
I did
Bye
not,
bye.
hold on.
You are
No,
spreading
no, you
propaganda
don't.
lies,
I
and
did not
I
say
will not
anything.
absorb
I
it.
did not say
Bye.
anything anymore. I did
Hold
not.
on, real quick. Hold on, real quick. She left, unfortunately. Here's the best way to put this. I'm just going to make a suggestion to everybody. So the way I'm able to get along and stay on other people's panels, even though people probably hate my views, is I'm polite. And so the way I phrase things matters. So I will use things like the argument that I heard from so and so. I don't say you're a liar. I just say why I disagree with that argument. Or the version of events that I heard so and so speak to, my understanding is different. That's a much
Yes.
different way than saying someone's a liar.
You
Okay?
use words that don't hurt. Use friendly words.
Just more passive language, and that way
Right.
someone will listen. If you call somebody
Right.
a liar, they're going to
Yeah.
call you a propaganda. It just creates unnecessary confrontation. You can still be upset the fact that they did what they did, but just don't beat them over the head with a sledgehammer.
Yes. But all of you are lying. You lies after lie up here. Lies.
Okay, sorry, but I did not say she's a liar. I said the
No.
propaganda she's
I'm just kidding.
spreading is not true. And I did not even say anything yet. She said I'm a liar. See, I don't
That's
like
okay.
this. When you defend
Okay.
yourself with no proofs.
What did she get
Okay.
wrong, and what did she need to learn more about? How about that?
It's
Because
a life. It's
I tell
their
you my
lifestyle, sister. It's their lifestyle.
yeah, I mean the line is start like getting shrinking little by little for them, so it's just about to hang themselves. Anyway, let me tell you something about my background. I was born in Gaza, and I was raised in Lebanon. So the guy, whoever, American in Ghana, do you speak Arabic, by the way? If he doesn't, then I know he's definitely not Lebanese because all the signs that whatever he said, it doesn't look like he's Lebanese at all. He doesn't belong there. Okay, anyway, let's move
I
on.
don't belong there. Who are you to say I don't belong there?
Speak Arabic?
بحكي عربي أحسن منك وبعلمك
لا
عربي.
مش أحسن مني. No. Stop. ما في أحسن مني.
So, guys,
بتحترم
no
حالك.
personal. No
Okay.
personal.
احترم حالك لأنه أنا I didn't accuse you of anything, but because if you don't speak Arabic, then there's an argument there. But anyway, let me move on. So I have 25 of my people unalived in Gaza, and there's more under the rubble. That's plus, and plus, some a part of my family are working with the helping group, and they got like unalived, like actually. So I don't know how many could be like over 50 members. Okay, this is devastating. Seriously, I cannot move on with this. Like it's really and most of them are children, like under the age of 18. Okay, so to say something about that, and the 3 age group, okay, which is Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis are the Bermuda Triangle of everybody that start attacking us. And it's a curse. It's called the Gazan curse. And so what's going on now, you see the shift in the world. Like in France, I mean, Macron is not doing very good.
Yeah,
The
you lost that first round.
exactly, and the UK people, which what's his name, Sujak, whatever.
Yeah, you
So
lost.
he lost too, and then and here too, we are not doing very well. So then
Sister, 1 second. It's 4H, not 3H. There is
and
also there is Al Hashid in Al Iraq. It's
oh,
H.
I thought هذا المقاومة الإسلامية, but anyway, okay, that's fine. But the three major ones that been really seriously about the Bermuda Triangle, you cannot pass over there, and unless you're blessed to pass over there. Otherwise, you will sink, and we know that it's a fact. So let me tell you something. It's almost the end of the war. Netanyahu has no plans whatsoever, but he's being scared of being in jail, prison, or assassinated. And let me tell you something. Every time the wars start like taking a shift, and then he knows he's losing, and there's about civil war to happen in his own country, and he doesn't care, he assassinates somebody really big leader in Lebanon. Why? In Iran. Why?
I'm sorry, you said civil war, didn't you? I've been saying civil war for about a month and a half now. That's the way it's going to come undone.
Yeah, well, it's happening. It's happening.
Yes.
Because he's not listening. And if you care about your hostages, Zios, or whatever it is, you need to work with us, not against us. Because obviously it's not about hostages. I'm sorry to tell you, because I tell you one thing. Our age group is taking care of the hostages so well because of our religion. Because they said, your enemy has to be fed and taken care of. This is in our book, okay? The Quran too. And then let's say the Bible say love your enemies, and the Torah say the same thing. Where are this? It's not happening for our prisoners. Our prisoners, 1 month they come out crazy. They come out limp. Missing limbs, missing organs, missing skin, tortured, not fed well. What is going on? I mean, they're not going by Geneva law whatsoever. They're not going by international law. It's a war crime, and the G-side is happening. In the G-side, the definition is the intention of killing and destroying, and they do have the intention. Has nothing to do with the kids. They are boom boom every day. The infrastructure, the buildings, the hospitals where you need to get like proper care. Okay, this is illegal by the whole. That's why they're on the blacklist. If anybody defend any kind of thing that's happening right now, they are inhumane. They don't belong here, and they're really freaking out of their mind, because one day they're gonna be asked. This history is documenting every day by the minute now. Everybody is watching, everybody is learning, everybody is documenting. When your kid later on asks you, what did you do? What did you do? Just watch a G-side? Let me tell you, the fake world happened when we heard about a Holocaust, I don't know how many years ago. We never seen it in our own eyes, but guess what? We believed it.
Miso, you have good people on the ground getting the job, and if you guys seen the video yesterday, the two age group members rise up and go to the tank, walk to the tank,
amazing.
Place the.
Hello, Chip. How are you?
One quick thing. I know I'm muted. I have to jump in the shower for about 10 minutes, Federico. Can you just moderate while I do that?
Got you.
Okay.
Who's in charge? Am I in charge? Do I take names while you're gone?
There's one thing. There's one person waiting to come up. If anybody would like to volunteer.
I like TikTok now before I go to my apartment. I don't have time. I'm from Syria. I support America and I support Israel because Hezbollah and Iran, they kill 2 million children in Syria. And I believe something.
Hold on 1 second.
Another liar.
1 second, please, guys. One second, guys. First of all, use TikTok safe language.
What? I say TikTok language. I say I'm old in TikTok. I know everything.
Please.
I know everything.
Shame on you.
Not
Shame on
shame on
you.
me. You know why? Do you know who I am? Do
Shame
you know
on
who I am?
you. It doesn't
Okay.
matter. We've been
Okay. Should I,
unalived for
should,
77
should I,
years.
should I make
Hold on 1 second. Listen, if you're gonna
77 years we've been unalived.
if you're gonna
77
make
years.
I will tell you who I
Did you
am.
take a stand with us or
anyone
you did
I have
not?
surprise for you.
anyone take
Let me show you my surprise, guys. I have surprise for here.
you have no
Thank you.
surprise for no one. Get the hell out of here.
Thank you. We are
رحمة
Yeah, you
الله
are
77.
welcome. I knew something was coming up. This guy, I had him.
Frederico, let me tell you
Yeah.
something. 77 years, nobody stood up. No, nobody stood up and said, these poor people are like suffering from 77 years till now. And he has the audacity to come and say, oh, I'm against this and that. Who gives
No,
a care? Who gives a shit about you?
let me clear a point that he said about the H group of Lebanon going into Syria. Before H group of Lebanon were decided to go to Syria, they waited 2 years. 2 years where Lebanon was getting T attack from them, to a point where they literally kidnapped about 40 Lebanese army soldiers and beheaded them, and they slaughtered people on the border, claiming we're coming to you with the knives. So the resistance group of Lebanon that made it to Syria had a legitimate reason, and they were able, along with the Lebanese army, to avoid and stopping the Al Qaeda and the ISIS from coming into Lebanon and doing what they did around the world before they go to the hospitals in Israel and gets treated for medical care.
That is a moral army. That is a very moral army. The most moral army.
I need to finish because I need to go back to work. But let me tell you something. Anything named resistant, called resistant, anything that pertains to that is the greatest power on earth because they win at the end. I don't care about your history. I don't care about what you do. But when you resist something, it's just like you have a disease in your body and your body is fighting it. Who would you go for? Are you going to be stronger with your body or with your disease? This is exactly what it is.
We have an antibiotic. We have an antibiotic that it's called resistance.
I tell you what, Are you guys listen, crazy?
Zach, just a minute. I was going to give you next.
Zach, you are the worst because you never learn your lesson. You're always arguing for nothing and you're always failing. So you go on lives on, and I listen to you because you are hilarious for entertainment. Anyway, whatever I'm saying, I'm telling you, we are staying. We're not going anywhere. We're fighting to the end. And then freedom has a price. And if they tell me to go to Gaza right now, where I was born, I'll be honored. I'll be honored. Because you know what? One thing about this, we are Gazans. We've never been conquered once. 6,000 years of a history of all these empires, the Mongolian, the Tatar, the Ottoman Empire, the English people, everybody that came in never conquered Gaza, never. So who are you?
Sister.
Who are you?
Allah
Who are you?
There's plenty of room in Europe to go back to.
الله عنك الله يحفظك ويخلي لك اولادك ويخلي لك الله
تسلم
بتحييك
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Who are you? Bunch of diaper
All right. Anybody wants to say anything? Oh, sorry.
enemies, bunch of diaper people that's scared and shit in your pants, and then you guys have problems now mentally, physically. And then there's numbers and numbers, and you keep lying about there's tunnels under this and you haven't proved nothing. Every time you come up, you lie, and then that's why Hagari never comes back again and spread lies anymore because he knows you guys are cooked. You are done. So accept it, move on, take care of your Netanyahu and put him in jail for the rest of his life. Like Sharon, he died in a bed of the hospital with worms coming out of his face. This is how you're gonna pay.
His name is Milikowski.
Because there is another reason for Hagari doesn't show up again. The reason
He's ashamed. He's ashamed.
No. Let me tell you why. Because every time he show up. He give a lot of bunch of lies statements, so his ears become bigger. So the last one, his ears can't fit to go inside the door, so he's out.
Free Palestine, and I don't care, and I don't give a shit if you bring in it 3,000 years ago. It doesn't matter. It's a part of existence. It's not a real state. It is not about religion because everybody came from the same God. whether you like it or not. We're just different dissects.
Yep.
But we are existing, whether you like it or not. And then Golda Meir told you, the old will die and the young will forget. It's the other way around. Yes, our old people died, but we never forgot. And this is why I gave breast milk to my kids called Palestine and Gaza and your honor and dignity, whether you like it or not. Here you go. Free Palestine.
Thank you, sister. Thank you.
Thanks. Awesome.
All
Nice
right,
meeting you.
guys. Well,
Thank you very much. And I gotta go.
All right. Have a good night.
I'll listen while I'm working. I'll listen to you
thanks.
guys when I'm working,
Thanks.
okay?
Thank you.
Cool.
God bless.
All right.
God
All
bless.
right. So now we're gonna open. We're gonna open the can of worm. Zach. Yeah, Zach.
How you doing, man?
How you doing?
أنا لي ساعة يا فدريكو
يا
يا
لا ما
حبيبي.
نحن بدنا نخليه يحكي لنعرف نجاوب. بدنا نقعد نحكي مع بعض.
ماشي.
Yeah. Yeah, Zach. What's up?
بده يرميه طعم يعني.
What do you have on your mind?
I'm starting to know. Like, do you guys? Of course, you must notice it, right? That people just come on and they literally just like spew a never-ending series of sort of like just run-on claims for like 30 minutes, as long as their voice can allow them to, with literally no tie-in together.
Like
just
what kind of claims? What are you talking about? So we know.
Literally, it's just like it's
Like
a
that
thing.
Palestinian that Gaza was never conquered,
this,
and
that,
like
they're the
she's
worst,
yeah.
they
Now
make
she's
no
speaking.
God,
Listen, Zach. What she said, she's describing the Palestinian people in her view. Okay, so that is her way of describing her own people, and she's got all the right to do so. And now, if you don't like it, you may say something else, and a lot of people here will respond to it. But you have no right to talk about it. First, because she left, and second of all, she did not say anything besides she described how resilient, how resistant these people, how long they've been fighting, how many occupation they resisted, and they still exist up until today with all what's happening in Gaza. Of after 9 months, 50,000 unalived and destruction all over. These people are still resilient. They still come up. Palestine pops them up from their belly, from the belly of the Palestine, from the land, from the tunnels. These tunnels are the belly of Palestine. They come up, and they do their job.
Doing it again.
Okay, so let's restart all over.
Yeah, let's restart. Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Okay. So on October 8th, if you could have been in the room with Yahya Sinwar, and you could tell him anything, you could tell him, you got into a time machine right today, you went back, October 8th, you're in the room with Yahya Sinwar, and I'm going to guarantee that anything you tell him to do, including surrender, turn the hot, like anything you tell him to do, he's going to do.
Right. So let's ask Basil, Basil, that's for you. You. If you were where he asked me, what would you say?
Okay. After October 7th, I will ask him why you took this long. But I would like to ask you, if you are today with Benjamin Netanyahu in same room, what you will have to ask him after 4,000 civilian killed in Gaza?
On October 8th?
No, today.
No. But that's the whole point. The whole point is that we go back and you have a chance to save. How many people did you say?
I mean, he said.
Why
Basil,
you
1 second.
focusing on October 7th?
Basil, hold on 1 second. 1 second. Zach. Hey, let's have a conversation. Yes. Now, his answer was to your question, why did it take you so long? And then he responded to you and asked you, if you were with Netanyahu today, what would you tell him?
Well,
so that was a response and a question, yeah.
I can answer that question. I don't think it has anything to do with the question I asked, but if I could go into the room with Netanyahu and have him do anything today, anything? I would tell him that the only way to guarantee safety for the Palestinian people in the future is to absolutely and totally rid it of any sort of vestige of a connection to H group. That
that was your answer. Yeah, same. He gave you. He told him why did it take you so long? You were telling him finish the job against Hamas.
But here's the thing: I can't stop him from doing anything.
No. But we said
But what
We
I
were
was asking
supposing.
you is
We
if
were
you could go
supposing.
back.
I'll answer you. I'll answer you when it comes to my. I'm gonna run the. Everybody gives you an answer. Let's ping pong it a little bit.
That's great.
Okay. So Ashrafko, if you were there on October 8th with the Sinwar in the tunnel, what would you tell him to do?
I didn't hear the question. I was making some coffee. What was the question?
The question Zach was asking on October 8th, if you were locked up in a room with Sinwar, and what would you tell him about
فاجئني
October 7?
فاجئني اشرفكم فاجئني يستر
No,
على
this has
ارضك
nothing to do with
فاجئني.
October 7th. This has to do
If I
with
was locked up with Sinwar in the same room,
Yeah,
and
and the day after the October 7th, the October 8th.
man, I will kiss his head, man, for the October 7th.
There you go. Okay.
No, well, yeah, that's the blessing.
Say,
That is the
Americano,
most.
Americana, same question for you. If you were on October 8th,
I'm not Palestinian. I'm
but
not
if you,
Israeli.
يعني,
Something
if
about
you wanna,
Lebanon.
I mean, you're on the panel. If you wanna say something, you wanna give your opinion, you're welcome. You don't wanna give your opinion, I don't know why you're still here.
Oh, I'm just here for Lebanon. So,
So you're
if you
waiting.
don't mind,
So you're waiting for me. It's okay. It's okay. I appreciate it. I'll get to Lebanon
Can
with
I
you.
give my answer now that we've gone through a
DC.
couple
No,
answers?
we have DC. And didn't answer.
Is my
DC.
turn?
Yeah.
I'd go back and I'd say, look, Milikowski,
No, if you on October 8th,
right?
yeah.
Oh, October 8th.
Yeah.
What would I say to him? Well, number one, I'd say you must have had a lot of charges brought against you for corruption. I'd say also you better prepare yourself because you're getting ready to lose a war. Everybody's going to turn
We're
on
talking
you.
about DC. We're talking about Sinwar, the military leader of Hamas, the guy that planned October 7th.
Oh, what would I tell him?
On October 8th.
October 8th. God. I say, look, you got a big fight ahead of you, but you're going to prevail. Keep fighting. They're going to lose, and eventually Palestine will become a country. Just be patient and keep fighting. Good fight. You're going to get there. How's that?
Bless you, brother. God bless you.
Anything, Zach, you want to answer? Or you want me to answer, then reply to all of us?
So let me answer my answer, and then you can tell me your answer because I'm interested. So it's weird that I feel like I'm the only one here. But the rules were that you could tell Yahya Sinwar to do anything you want.
Mr. Zach, not only here. You are feeling the same feeling all over the world because you made this to yourself.
Hold on. So my answer on October 8th would be Yahya Sinwar. Okay, maybe you thought you were going to take over Israel on October 7th, but you didn't. And now you've made this massive military very, very angry. You've taken 300 hostages. You're going to have to turn yourself in with everybody who's in your organization, and you're going to have to release the hostages. And if you do that, maybe the people of Palestine will be saved. Maybe that will keep them from dying in large numbers. But all of you were like, fuck it. 40,000, 60,000, who cares? And so then if that's really your answer, then how the fuck are you going to sit there and lecture me on those deaths?
I'll tell you how we do it, how we manage to do that. How do we manage to sit here and tell you well,
Frederick, please.
Yeah.
Can I take your turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just let me answer his question. Okay. Let me answer his question. Lost the chain of thoughts. I'll get back to it. Anyway, if I was there, from my experience with the whole idea, because I lived through it 76 years, I would tell Yahya Sinwar, man, with all these little resources that you have, how the hell were you able to dismantle all the military service of the so-called State of Israel, the fourth strongest army on earth, and kidnap their soldiers and drag some civilians in the middle? But the most important, I would ask him, how many of our hostages we're gonna exchange these hostages for? Should we clean up the whole prison, like all 16, 17,000, free everybody until the prison is zero, or we can negotiate a little bit less?
Do you value your people so little that you would trade?
Yeah. That's
16,000
exactly what October 7 was for.
I'm
Zach.
asking, do you
Zach,
if I ask you,
Palestinians,
how many of your
and
people
let me
are worth
finish.
120 Israelis?
Listen, we have something that a lot of people cannot see, that our dignity it's worth much more than our souls.
How is okay? So do you understand what I'm saying?
My dignity,
You're saying
my
that
dignity.
16,000 Palestinians is worth the same as 120 Israelis. That doesn't really sound that
But
positive.
you see, that wasn't the price. Amalak Ashraf, that wasn't the price that Israel paid. You're looking.
Because if you guys really cared, you'd be like, just
hold on. Zach, let me tell you what October 7 did to Israel. Okay, so you can understand. Israel before October 7 was looked up at the best Mossad in the world, that they know everything and every little thing, and that showed to be false. Number two, the Palestinian issue was hidden underneath the table, and the Zionists complicit. They were putting piles and piles of stuff on that file so it will never reappear. All of a sudden, that file was pulled from the bottom of the rubble and slammed on the table. Okay, so that's what the 60,000 people that been unalived, the price for it. People all around the world now, they look at Israel as a criminal state, where they thought at one point Israel used to be the only democracy in the world, in the Middle East, and prosperity and technology and all that bullshit showed to be it's all criminology, including the skin bank. The skin bank where Israel could harvest Palestinians' organs and they sell them in the market. That is exposed right now. AIPAC is exposed right now. Every single thing that Israel used to do under the table right now is on top of the table.
Federico,
Zach, you guys have lost a lot.
Just because you mentioned organs, it is funny that the same army that, while keeping Yahya Sinwar in jail for mass murder, gave him a brain surgery that removed a brain
It
tumor.
was listen.
And yet they're also-
Zach. Let me tell you about that.
Frederick,
So,
please,
yeah.
please.
Plates people's
You know why they did this to him? Because
Why
he
did they
gave
do
him because he gave them that impression he will be so friendly and cooperative with them. For that, they agreed to release him and the
Not
prison.
only he's a political asset, Basil. He's a political asset. You wanna maintain a political assets. When you have a political assets in your hands, you need to keep them alive. You need to do everything. You didn't do it because you love Yahya Sinwar or because you're a human to Yahya Sinwar. You did it just because he's a political leverage.
Guys, I hate to. Your denial goes so deep. It is.
It's not denial. It's fact, Zach. It's Zach.
No,
Ask me whatever
you're
you want.
losing this war. You're
Who's
losing
losing
this
that war?
Deeply,
Who's
deeply. Everyone. The Palestinians in a major
Zach,
way. Lebanon
wake
will
up.
lose. Lebanon
Zach, wake up.
will
Wake up.
collapse as
Wake
Hezbollah
up.
loses that war.
Yeah, at least we
يا
didn't
زاك
ask
يا
six
زاك يا حبيبي
superior
يا زاك يا
powers
حبيبي
in the war to
باسل
defend us when Iran retaliated your broken the law, the international law to bomb
Guys,
their
nobody cares.
consulate.
Nobody cares anymore. Nobody cares anymore. Like the whole world, generally. I know that you think that because of a bunch of pink-haired liberals care about your cause. Like they'll care about the next country that gets invaded. Like they really cared about Ukraine for a little while. Like,
hold
they're
on.
not going
Zach.
to care about you.
Zach, I want to tell you about
Zach,
Yahya Sinwar. Very good
Stop
information
it.
about Yahya Sinwar.
One second.
والله بس شوي شوي فدريكو
No,
حبيبي.
about the liberals, because he mentioned the liberals. I want to speak for the liberals because nobody here is liberal and can
I am
speak
liberal.
for them.
I'm super liberal.
You are super liberal, so
Yeah.
you should be out there to protest protesting to free the United States of America from the
real liberal.
from.
You guys are with the brain dead liberals, the ones
No, no,
that
no, 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 no,
literally
no.
will pick
Zach,
up any
Zach.
cause like
These
they're tying their hair.
these rebel know
The
that
people that say
that the
like,
United
there's no
States,
gender.
the
Do you believe that
United
there's no
States
gender?
is
You believe
Hey,
that
occupied
Frederica, can I
by.
jump in? Frederica, let me jump in and
the
ask Zach a
man
couple
can
of
just
Zach, I guess, what exactly are we delusional about? Which part?
literally everything. The fact
Everything.
that you said that
Okay.
if Yahya Sinwar just keeps on fighting,
Uh-huh.
eventually, the only thing that will happen as Yahya Sinwar continues to fight is that innocent people in Palestine will continue to be unalive.
Do
And they
you
will
do
be
you think
unalive
do you
in
think
part
on do you
because
think on October
fight
8th that
you fight
do you think on
all
October
for
8th that
for a bunch of
Milikowski would have stopped fighting and wouldn't have gone into Gaza?
what?
Your whole point was, I can't believe you guys are sacrificing all these civilians. I'm asking you, do you really think Milikowski would just stop right there and not go into Gaza?
If Yahya Sinwar and his leadership had come out with their hands
You think he
up,
would have?
and the Hamas, 100%.
You think he would have stopped?
I mean,
He
they would
would.
have bombed. They would have bombed the shit out of Gaza, but you wouldn't have lost Gaza. Like you just
Oh, yeah, yeah. Why are you so positive about that?
because they didn't do it for 18 years. When you guys,
18.
you guys did little mini 10-7s for 18 years, and nobody came inside.
Okay.
You decided to really like kick the bear, and you knew it. You knew that it was going to cause an unprecedented amount of damage, which was going to.
Can I ask you another question, Zach? Can you answer this for me? How is the most heavily guarded border in the world so easily broached by a bulldozer and motorcycles?
Have you ever been to the border? I've been to that border.
It's pretty hard. It's a pretty rough border, isn't it?
It's a long border. Have you ever
Yes.
been to the American border? Similarly long border.
Yeah, but they were cutting through fences. They were cutting through fences right there.
I mean,
It's a
Gaza,
heavily
hold
guarded
on,
border.
hold on, hold on. Gaza,
different in
Zach,
Israel?
Zach.
Fences are different in Israel
Gaza
than
is
they are in
22 mile long.
It's not that long.
5 mile wide.
Yeah.
It's not
and
that long.
dealing with unprecedentedly large protests.
It's crazy. It's almost like they knew it was coming and they didn't do anything, you know?
You might be right. Hey, like even if we knew that 10-7, or excuse me, we knew that Pearl Harbor was coming.
Oh, yeah, Israelis knew 9/11 too.
9/11
7/11. Excuse me. Well, I got another question for you. How is it they were allowed to run around amok for about 7 hours before the military showed up? You think they were just like taking a break, holiday or something, weekend off? How's that happen? How did Mossad not know, or the IDF, or Shin Bet?
1 second. Also, again, because you've never been there, you have no concept.
I don't have to. These are questions I don't need to go there. Why did Mossad and not the IDF and Shin Bet not know it?
Can you imagine if I was
Guys,
lecturing
guys,
you?
let's
That's an easy question. These are good questions.
1 second. Do you think I would sound ridiculous if I was lecturing you on a conflict in Zimbabwe?
No, I don't know, because the U.S. pays all this money for this badass intelligence group, and I'm wasting my money. I want it back. What the hell?
Don't know anything about what you're
Let's
talking
carry
about.
on. Let's carry on. Let's carry on.
These are key questions. None of them can answer because they know the answer.
Guys, here's Chip. Chip is back. Let's carry on.
I'll give you a pass on that, Zach.
Ashrafku, if you want to say something, and then after that,
I just want to say something for Zach.
Chip will,
I want to say something for Zach, very important. Zach, Yahya Sinwar is the same story, the same exact story what happened to Moses. You know how he was raised in Pharaoh's house, and the same thing Yahya Sinwar, he was raised in Pharaoh's house, and he came for the salvation of the Palestinian people, and actually not only for the Palestinian people, for all mankind, for all humanity, to expose hundreds of years of exploitation and oppression and deception of the Zionist movement, that what has done to humanity, not only just to the Palestinians, to humanity, and everything that happens actually in America, in South America, in Africa, everywhere they have hand into these problems. Those what the really and truly the Zionist movements are. So Yahya Sinwar right now, he's a blessing from the creator of the heaven and the earth for humanity, not only just for Palestinians, for all mankind. So right now, you really and truly, you need to rethink and restudy what they have done to mankind. I'm talking about the humanity in general. I'm not talking about just only the Palestinian. What have happened in history, like 800 years ago, 300 years ago. You go any years you want to go. The Zionists, they have hand in all these things. They have problems in all these countries. I'm not blaming the Jew. I'm not blaming the Jew. I'm saying the Zionist. The Zionist movement, it has
So the
been
Zionists
created.
300 years ago?
Yes,
300
the
years ago,
Zionist,
Zionists.
the Zionist movement is not only from the 1896. No. It goes back a long time ago.
So then
When the
back then,
Britain,
back then
listen,
it's
when the
technically
Britain,
Jews.
when the Britain started to occupy, the rest of the world, the Zionists, they were there. They have hand with the Britain. Actually, the Britain, it was created under the Zionist notion. They created it. They created this supremacy where they want to exploit people, oppress people, deceive people, and lie to people about everything: economy, religion, social, history, everything that they have twisted it. In history, now it will appear. We will bring the real truth to the whole of humanity.
All right, let's shift the subject a little bit towards Lebanon.
Well, no, real quick,
And
there's
yeah,
one question I would like to ask to Zach, if it's okay, before we move on to the other topic. This is more of the Socratic method, Zach. I'm not trying to answer you gotcha questions, okay? This is just for you to really answer. So if either you asked or if you just were to guess, what do you think the strategic thinking was that went into, if there was any, that went into the planning and execution of the attacks of 10/7?
Oh, I know.
Well, hold on, real quick. Let's let Zach answer. I'm curious to hear his thoughts.
You mean from the side of Iran and
Well,
the H group?
let's just say, for example, let's put one reason out there. I'll put it out there for you. They just hate the Jewish people. They want to follow through on their 1988 charter. They just want to attack and kill as many Jews as possible, right? That's one possibility. If it wasn't that, or that was a partial reason, or maybe it wasn't any of it, what other reasons would they have, and why would they do this if they know it's going to be huge blowback? What were they thinking?
Oh, again, I think that, again, my theory on all of this is that the Palestinian people have always been pawns for greater games being played in the Middle East. And their bloodshed is just, a strategy to sort of greater geographical forces, specifically in this instance, Iran, which didn't want Saudi Arabia in the way of getting nukes, and so made sure that right before the Abraham agreements were going to be signed, there was a wildly disruptive act of war that caused Israel to go from being, an area in relative peace and quiet, working towards greater normalization with its neighbors all over,
Right.
suddenly found itself in the middle of a deeply unpopular war that would sort of generally spur the greater Arab population, civilian population, against Israel.
That is right out of the 29 dictionary.
Let me keep going with this, guys. This is really important for me to do this. Thank you. I think that's a great response. Okay, so do you think that something can be both this and that, or does it have to be this or that in terms of reasoning for doing something?
No, I think that, like when Iran comes to Israel, they don't say, hey, listen, we don't want Saudi Arabia to get a bomb, so we need you to go and sacrifice yourselves against the Israelis. No, they go to the H group and they go, oh my gosh, you poor Palestinians, you've been under the boot for so long. How about this? We just got some new money from Biden. We're going to give you a boatload of money and weapons, and we're going to spend some time working with you so you can make a big splash and kill the infidels and the occupiers and blah, 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 and raise your little flag and go against them. When they know that the only actual thing that happens is that Palestinians get unalived, that goes on major news channels, and it makes the Israelis very unpopular.
Okay.
Does it really go on major news channels? It didn't go on major news channels for the last 74 years.
I want to keep going on this line.
I want to give you something for you to keep in mind.
Okay.
If you guys listen to the response of Zach, it sounds more like a Hollywood script. It's like a movie script. There is no reality on the ground. And this is the third answer that you give, Zach, and I feel like I'm writing in a Hollywood movie, but the reality is not what you see. Even
I know
even
your
are
guys'
you
Hollywood
and
movie.
no no no
Who is
no
it who
no no
literally
no.
just said the
Zach
Zionist
Zach
people, the
Zach
entire
Zach
world?
Zach Zach.
Hold
When
on,
I
Rico. We're
I'm the one
talking
in Hollywood.
we're talking possibilities. It's fair to put out anything on the table. This is like dumping out your ideas like a brainstorm. So let's go through a couple more. So, like you said, it could be and. Let's say that the Iranians were involved to whatever extent. They kind of threw it out there like, hey, you have your chance to wreak havoc. So now from Sinwar's calculation, though, because obviously everyone's going to think from their own point of view. Do you think he's like a rabid dog, and that if somebody sort of puts the piece of meat in front of him, he's just going to go after it, like, or does he have some of his own thinking that he did as well?
No, I think it is quite possible that they could have been convinced by Iran that if they made a big enough moment that they could maybe recapture southern Israel, expand on Gaza, break the barricade, break the blockade, establish new borders. It doesn't necessarily mean they had to like take over Israel, but maybe he convinced Yahya Sinwar, hey, listen, we finally got some money. We're going to give you some money. We're going to spend some dedicated time. I think this is the time to make your move.
Yeah.
I don't think that that's a crazy thing.
Guys, I promise I'll get to your points too. This is like the Socratic process has to play its course. I apologize. Okay, so let's take an assumption that the Iranians aren't stupid. I don't think they are. Let's take the assumption that the leadership of the H group aren't stupid. I don't think they are. I don't think the Israeli leadership is stupid. So people are making calculations in their head, right? They had to think about this, right? This didn't happen on a whim. Like, hey, let's go do this tomorrow. It was planned. It was thought about. It was probably discussed with leadership. And in those discussions, my guess is that, yeah, maybe there was some sort of, hey, guys, here's an opportunity for you to F up the other guys. That was maybe part of it. It may not have been. They may have been aware of it up in Iran, but they may not have been involved in prompting it. Possible. But I think you're probably right. There's some involvement there because equipment, money, whatever. But notwithstanding that, what might have been their objectives? Obviously, there was the physical aspect of it, right? They literally broke through. That's an act of symbolic, like we're breaking free from our bonds. That's one thing. To show that we can, right? We have capability. That's one part, possibly. The second part is to inflict damage on the military, gather intel, like literally military type of stuff, right? And if the goal was this, if it is indeed, and I don't know exactly what was said to the operation, the commanders, the individuals, but if the plan was strictly to cause damage, engage the military, gather intel, and gather human beings to use as leverage to get other human beings back. That's that's what they said publicly. May have been, may not have been. They may have just been taking advantage of the fact that they could do what they did, so they did what they did, or civilians did it, or some combination of the two, or just young men in the situation did crazy stuff because they could, like Americans have done, whatever. But here's another question. You said this is going back to what you said about what you would say to somebody on October the 8th. So I think your premise is that if the H group, its militant arm, and the hostages were released and they lay down their arms, that the damage to the Gaza and the people and all the unalivedness and all the suffering that we've been seeing could have been averted. Is that what you're getting at?
100%. Not only that, but I imagine that it would still be the territory of the Gazans.
Okay, so what historic precedent do we have where Gaza attacks from within, whether it be rocket fire or whatever else, in this case, something more pervasive, and there's no Israeli military response that's devastating to the internal part of Gaza?
No, there's always a military response that is devastating to the internal Gaza.
Okay, so we know there was
hold on a second. I just had one point that I wanted to bring up.
In this case, so you're Sinwar.
We just had you just went on maybe a two-part question. Can I just respond in just one part?
Yeah, go ahead, sure. Yeah.
Also, Yahya Sinwar doesn't make the choices, right? He's a number 4. He's a number 4 on the totem pole, and the top 3 are in Qatar in luxury hotels.
Leadership of the age establishment.
Leadership of the proper leadership, and you can argue about how much money they have or if they don't have money, but the suggested totals by relatively reputable sources is that they are very, very wealthy. You can make a judgment how wealthy they are, but they are very, very wealthy. Netanyahu, for all his corruption, is worth $80 million. Just to be clear, that's not as wealthy as most American senators. But anyway,
Zach, do you know? Just so,
the destruction of Gaza is very, very, very profitable to those 3 people that sit in luxury hotels while Palestinians get unalive.
Okay, real quick. Okay, so in the calculation made by leadership, let's just use that term. So they had to have known that there was going to be a massive and disproportionate response, which has always been the case, but because of how large this attack was going to be, the response was going to be absolutely, it's unprecedented. Would you agree with
totally.
that? Okay,
I
so
think
they
it
knew
was
that.
meant to create the sort of thing that would make headlines for not just a couple
Yeah.
of weeks like it normally does, but for now 7 months, 8 months like it has.
So they knew that they were going to take a lot of response, and that they knew that was going to be destruction of property and destruction of human life, maybe even much what we're seeing, extended suffering. They probably calculated all that and then some.
Yep.
So, however, and I think this is a sensible thing to point out, by doing that, you could make the claim on one side that they don't care about their people, they don't care about the property, they really are just trying to serve their own interest, right? You could make that claim. However, they also could have made the assumption that by allowing the Israelis to kind of just let loose, which they certainly, hey, Ruby, hey, sorry about that. By letting them let loose, they would overreact. We all know that if you push somebody's buttons in life and they have an explosive response, if you're being watched by, let's say, Child Protective Services, you're trying to get the husband to do something so the woman can keep the kids, you may press the husband's buttons, and then when he goes berserk, the CPS person notices it, and then the whole husband situation is effed, right? That's a little example. I know a friend who went through this. So in that light, since the quote unquote, the Israelis did indeed respond the way that they have, continuing to do what they're doing. Obviously, we have international bodies involved in trying to adjudicate the magnitude of this in terms of the law is concerned. But even more importantly, it's the imagery and the documentation of the carnage through social media that has had a tremendous shift politically on the way that their whole political circumstances are viewed from afar. Would you agree that more people know about this than ever before?
100%. I think it's the entire point of this war. It wasn't to win. It wasn't to take territory. It was literally to do this.
What? What with this? What?
It was to provoke this response
Really?
internationally from the
to get the whole world turned on them, to hate them.
They wanted the ICC. They wanted everything. They
We wanted everybody to hate them. Is that what the goal was?
Exactly. I mean, that's the goal.
That makes perfect sense. That's definitely plausible. That makes perfect sense. Well, they accomplished it. Hey, Chip, let me ask you something. What if hypothetically?
By unaliving civilians, by allowing civilians to be unalived, by making them stay near areas that are being bombed, by not allowing them in the tunnels, doing everything.
When you say force, listen, this is the argument that they're forced to stay in certain places. I think that's a little bit overreaching. I think if they do operate from a place, let's say they set up one of those rocket things next to a civilian area, they fire 5 or 6, whatever they do, then they move, and then something comes raining down 4 minutes later. You can make the argument that the people adjacent to that having happened can be considered to be collateral damage to a military target. You can make that argument. What I think you can't make, and again, this is where the ICC and the ICJ come in, is if you might calculate that there may be, not there is, that there may be a militant or his family happens to live somewhere that you have intelligence on, and so you hope he may be there, so then you level an entire residential building with 84 people in the hopes that you might get a militant. People think that's excessive use of force. Just like if you had a hostage situation with a gunman, you wouldn't drop a bomb on the school building.
Yeah, but there are a lot of mistakes they make. They make a lot of mistakes, like bombing tent areas in safe areas. It's a mistake. It happens.
People make mistakes. Also, by the way, this. You're an animal lover. You know the trope of the kind wolf or the kind bear or the kind animal in the movie that gets goaded on by the bad evildoers so that he responds in a way that in that moment looks vicious and terrible and horrible people, and then we lock them away, right? That's a trope. It's literally a trope.
Zach. We're not animals. We have the capability to actually sit with patience and determine, and the people that lead our countries actually have a responsibility. In fact, especially the people.
So if I unalived your family, you would be acting rationally and calmly.
No. Let me finish my point. You're comparing, and it's a non-starter. You're saying that a bear that's being led on by an aggressor that responds improportionately equals out this situation. However, we are human beings. We're the most advanced creature on this planet, and because of this, we've invented these destructive weapons that are capable of the things that we've been doing all over the world. And
All right, one second, Mo.
it is our responsibility.
One second, Mo. How are you, Mo?
Good. How are you?
All right. Good to have you on the panel.
You as well.
Yep. What do you have a direct question for Zach, or?
Do I have a direct question for Zach? I'm responding to Zach's allegation of saying the Palestinians are an angry, mean guy chasing a bear that's just acting to defend himself.
No, they're not. They're the guys that are trying to steal the bear, remember, or like take him and put him in the circus or whatever it is. Like, you guys have seen the movie. And so,
Who's
like,
the bear again?
how do they get him away from his father? They, like, who's the kind villager who just wants to chill and hang out with his bear in the woods. But like, the villagers come in and they poke him in the side just when the kids go by, and then he screams, and all the villagers go, "Oh, look at this vicious bear! He must be put in."
Zach, I told you, all your answers are like movie.
This is how you should know the world works.
Hold on, Zach. I'm gonna tell you, and this is the purpose of me on TikTok on this issue is two reasons. The first reason is I stand for the right of the oppressed and the right of the Palestinians. The second one is I have a duty by my beliefs that I should be warning you of what's coming in the future for you. If you want to take it, at least listen. And if you are wise enough, you go double check the facts. Zach, we're not asking you to believe anything. All I'm asking you to do the right thing, what a human being do, is to double check facts no matter who gives you the information. Read and overread and turn it around and do whatever you can do to make your own decision based on the right decision. If you don't know, you are very knowledgeable of the firepower of the Israeli army, but what you are not aware of is the amount of angry people around you and the amount of firepower that these guys today possess. So if you don't know, if you're gonna stand in front of your enemy and you don't know what is his capability, is one thing, and when you go stand against your enemy, knowing who your enemy is and what does he stands for and what is his capabilities, and then you talk. This is for your own people, for your own safety, so you cannot be dragged to another disgrace or something bad happens to you like happened before. This is stuff that you should double check. Never trust. We all know politicians lie.
Right.
We all know they tell you bullshit. It's your duty to double check. And if it's something wrong, you should call it. And I'm telling you, Zach, I say it because when I stand in front of God one day and I am asked, why did you take that stand on that position? I can free my conscience by saying I tried to warn as many as I can from these people, and I tried to shout as loud as I can for these people. And that's the only reason that I am on TikTok.
Hey, Fed,
so
my brother,
keep that in mind.
This guy in the corner right here, he's somebody in Gaza. If we can let him speak right there. السلام عليكم يا أخي كيف
السلام عليكم. وعليكم السلام. كيف أخبارك؟ أنا المنطقة
More I can translate.
أنا المنطقة.
So keep it sentences, translate, then.
Yeah, I've platformed him and Zach.
شوف الدمار. لو خليه يحطنا على الصندوق الكبير عشان أورجيكم حجم الدمار ما هو بعيد شوي.
والله ما يكون في سلاح ولا يكون في شيء.
تقلقش.
شو بتوري لنا؟ احكي لي. لا خليني احكي لك.
الآن اللهم صل على محمد، هذه المطاحن الفلسطينية يمكن سمعتوا فيها. احنا نشرح. كان شفت.
Hold on. زاك بسألني أسألك سؤالي إذا أنت بتقدر تلف الكاميرا حواليك كلياتك.
هذا بدي ألف كاميرا بس خلينا نبلش.
مش على وجهك.
شفت البقعة
على الدنيا حواليك.
عارف والله عارف. والله
that
عارف.
the ocean?
ماتت
شايف
والدتها
البقعة
خلاص.
البنية البعيدة هذيك كان كلها منازل، هذه كلها طلع يمكن تلاحظوا لو
He's saying that all of
شوية
these buildings in the
النهار
background have been taken down by bombardment, and that there were many tall buildings
جاي
that,
ها يطلع لك
and this is his surroundings
يطلع
around
لك
it.
شايف
It looks like a lot of buildings to me.
It's just
كلية
rubble
الضر
around.
هناك صف.
Let's
انظر
not criticize someone in a war zone,
شايف
Zach.
في بيوت
Yeah,
مدمرة
Zach.
يمكن
I mean, before you
I
can be
didn't criticize.
civil,
I said that looks like a lot of buildings.
وهذه مدينة حمد
just
Anyways,
try not
اللي
to find
سمعت
him
عنها.
empathetic.
I've been to
نعم
Israel.
يا
مدينة
I've been
حبيبي
to
حمد.
معك
Israel.
كيف؟
This is crazy. This is not like a.
So this is
I know
the
what this
place
looks
of
like.
Hamad. Yes, and he's basically
بالك
saying that
زاك
there were buildings all in the background and you can't see them anymore because they've been leveled. عندك سؤالي بدك تسأل هذا نفس المانياك اللي جنبي اسمه زاك.
هو زاك
هو كان
صهيوني
الواحد
ودخلت معه
المرة
بتوتة
الجاية
كثير
أنا أنت
أجي.
كلمت هذا نفس الزلمة.
أنا كلمته قبل هيك، بس أنا كلمته
صح.
يومتها لما كنت بدي أقول لك شغلة. زاك كان بدافع عن الصهاينة. الفكرة إحنا نزحنا أكثر من مكان. أنا نزحت كنت قريب من المستشفى الأوروبي، والمستشفى الأوروبي دائما الناس بتجي للمستشفى
يجي
اللي فيه
خليه
إمكانيات
يترجم، ما تحكي قصص
الماء
شخصية
والكهرباء.
زكريا، ما تحكي قصص شخصية.
نعم.
يا شو أخبار؟ الله يخليك.
الأخبار والله سيئة جدا، سيئة يعني
Guys, we gotta
بسبب
have some
سوء
translation.
المواصلات.
Guys, we have to have some translation at some point. It's going way too long without any information.
He's basically just saying how he's doing, and he's saying that he was responding to Zach earlier from being platformed with him that Zach had said something about moving to the safety zones, and there really are none. And it's just morbid and bombardment all the time, all around him.
Now, 28 people were killed in the last 24 hours, by the way.
هو بحكي لنا إن كان في كثير ناس اللي مموت بعد اليوم.
That's good. That's good. They're careful not to take out civilians. Real careful about that.
فاد أنت بدك تتكلم معاه، العربي بتاعي شوية مكسور وراسي بتوجع بقدرش والله.
Real quick, can you ask him if you ask him if the H group is forcing civilians to stay around till they get hit by Israeli bombs?
Yeah, I'll ask him. Okay, so هو بسألنا إذا حماس بحكي لك اللي أنت ما بتقدر تساوي أي إشي لازم تساوي شو هم بحكوا لك وتخبي الإسرائيليز الهوستجز جوا الدار البيوت بتاعكم. هذا صح ولا غلط؟
That didn't exactly. Maybe I don't speak Arabic, but that didn't sound like an exact translation.
I could translate if you want me to, and I can speak Arabic as well.
Go ahead. And yeah, it was a pretty.
زكريا.
يا خلي
معك أنا.
أمريكانا أنت ترانزليت.
زكريا سؤاله زلمة عم بقول. سؤاله عم يسألك سلمة على الهوست عم يسألك هل الحماس عم يمنعوا العالم من الخروج من المنطقة اللي فيها مشاكل ولا مانعينهم من الخروج؟
لا 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 كان أقول لك شغلة، اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد. الناس تيأس لما تنزح من مكان لمكان لمكان، لأنه لما تخرج من مكان لمكان تخرج بدون أكل بدون أي حاجة بدون خيمة بس بملابسها وأمور أساسية. تمام، واضح السؤال جايك في الإجابة، ولكن
وقف شوي translate أمريكانا.
Okay. Well, he's saying it's pretty hectic for people to travel from place to place and carry the food and the water and all that, but he haven't said yet the answer about the last part.
He did answer. He said no at the beginning of his.
Hold on.
Yeah, he hasn't finished though. Go ahead, Zakaria.
تمام. لا أقول لك مثال بسيط ما ممكن بس بدي أقول لك.
أمهلك. Americana, you missed the point. You missed the first sentence of the translation.
He said la 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 means no, but he didn't really say the rest of the
That's how we speak.
No. You have if you volunteer to translate, please translate correctly. So you wanna repeat the translation more, please. Okay. You wanna repeat the translation, Americana?
Okay, what he said is, he said, when I asked him about Hamas is blocking people from leaving to safety, he says, no. It's difficult when people move around with water and food and all that. So he maybe has a point. That's why I didn't say the whole sentence. So if he means no for that, then
Let me translate. He said that no, they don't ask us not to leave or to stay. But when people flee from place to place, it's very hard for them to carry food with them and everything, and they are gonna keep moving place to place. That was the translation. So
yes,
he
How do they know to move?
force them to leave or stay in
How do they
anywhere.
know to move?
He said how to know to move in the last live that the three of us were in together when he said the bombardments keep coming and they get closer and closer and tanks roll in. So I'm assuming when the bombardments go off, it's a pretty, human condition to, I don't know, go away from the direction of the blasts. Common sense might be the reasoning. I have no idea.
في شغلة ثانية زكريا.
لا بدي أوضح له، أجيب له دليل ثابت على إنه القمر اللي بيقول عنه مش موجود. الاحتلال لما قال اتجهوا لرفح، صح، الناس اتجهت لرفح وسمعتوا، وهم الناس هناك انقصفوا، وحتى في الموصل الناس انقصفوا. يعني مؤاخذة مين اللي بيلاحق الناس؟ هاي نقطة. النقطة الثانية بالأمر، هم هذا بيلاقوا إنه سبب إنه إيش حماس تتخبى بالناس. هم مش لاقيين الأمر المقاومة أصلا بسبب إيش؟ مش لاقيين إنفاق ولا مش لاقيين المقاومة. الأمر الأكبر من هيك والأكثر أهمية، هو بيقولوا عن نفسهم عندهم تكنولوجية في إطلاق الصواريخ وتحديد الهدف والصواب. فبنجد بنلاقي ضحايا الصاروخ النازل، تلاقي ضحايا كبيرة من الأطفال والنساء والكبار. طيب وين الهدف؟
Guys, I'm so sorry to jump in. I just, rather than somebody talking for 2 or 3 minutes and then translating, maybe go 15, 20, 30 seconds and then translate, okay? Can you please tell him that?
Okay, let me go ahead. Let me try to translate what he said right now. Basically, what he's saying is,
let him know that first. Let him know what I just said first and then translate.
زكريا أنا بدي أقول له شوي قلت لي إياه كلام.
كنت بتكلم ولا؟
لا بدي اقول لهم ترجم لهم كل تحكي لك انت دقيقتين وانا بعطيني 30 ثانيه ترجم فيها بترجع انت مره ثانيه. عم بقول
تمام، اعيد اللي حكيته.
انت عم بتقول انه اذا هن عندهم صواريخ بدوروها بودوها بيجيبوها وعندها رادارات ما رادارات، ليش عم بتموت العالم النسوان والاولاد؟ مضبوط؟
لا في نقطه بدك توضحها اكثر. قول لهم الاحتلال لما قال لسكان غزه انزحوا للجنوب لرفح، لما نزحوا الناس لرفح هذا وهم موجودين في رفح تم قصفهم، وقد تم قصفهم حتى في أماكن بيقولوا عنها إنسانية الاحتلال قال عنها. والأمر الأفضل هم بيتكلموا عن تكنولوجيا عالية وإصابة الهدف 100%. طيب كيف الأطفال بيموتوا؟ كيف النساء؟ كيف إيش اسمه الشيوخ؟ وبالنسبة لو هم عندهم هدف 100% بيستخدموش صاروخ F-16 كبير، بيستخدموا صاروخ محدد لإيش؟ لقتل شخص واحد.
Alright. I think that's enough information. We're gonna translate, and basically we know what's there. Translate the last thing, then we move on with our.
Basically, what he's saying is they told the Palestinians to move to Rafah for the safe area, and then when they moved there was still bombing going on. And he said if they said the Israelis says that they have all this guided missiles and stuff, why there's so many children and women that are getting killed?
Yeah,
that's his question to the panel.
And then one more question I want to ask him. Obviously, he's where he is, but has he talked to other people about there being a lack of food? Because one of the things people said earlier today was there is no lack of food in Gaza.
زكريا كلام مظبوط انه الاكل موجود وموفر ولا ما في اكل؟ الناس بتقول فيه والناس بتقول ما في. زكريا معنا؟
معك انا.
زكريا
انا مش راح اخذ ماشي، راح أختصر عليك في كلمة الترجمة. المجاعة موجودة، وهو الاحتلال يلعب إعلاميا، بجوع الشمال، بعدين إيش بدخل على الجنوب المساعدات، بعدين بضيق على الجنوب، بعدين فتح. وفي أمر مهم جدا 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 لازم توضحه، ما تكون حافظ هذا الأمر. هذه الرسالة مهمة جدا. الاحتلال بيلعب إعلاميا الأمر الأساسي. كل اللي بيدخل خلال هذا تقريبا له شهر ونص، كل اللي دخل عن طريق كرم أبو سالم كله بضاعة تجار، بيع وشراء، بيع وشراء، ليست مساعدات. مساعدات لو دخلت تدخل 30% أو 20% لا تكفي إلى كفاية غزة، قطاع غزة كلها.
Americano, I want to translate.
Okay, so basically, he said the starvation is there, the suffering and the lack of food is there, and it's on the news that they bring in some food and stuff, but they will cut the source to the north, and they give it to the south, and then when the south have enough, then they go back to the north and they cut the south. So people have different opinions because it's never consistent. Right. And
Managed famine. Like they're managing who to starve from where to where and who to.
And then he said one specific thing. He said very important. He said.
Yeah, the Karam Abu Salim.
He said the fact is a lot of hustlers. I'm going to call it hustler. He didn't say hustler. He says a lot of businesses have been developed selling the food.
Americana. He said in the passing of Karam Abu Salim, which is the border point controlled by Israel.
Okay, he said there's a lot of tujar.
All businessmen, all for commercial purposes.
No, the free aid at the border.
Commercial.
Yeah, they're selling the food. They're basically selling the food. They're not just handing it out, is what he's saying.
He said it wasn't the aid, it was commercial. Like
normal shipments are delayed a month.
We can go back to our topic. Zakaria, thank you, Habibi. المعلومات. والله يقويكم.
الله يا رب. بس بدنا نوع نقطة مهمة. يقول معبر رفح. معبر رفح أغلقوا الاحتلال عشان يتحكم فينا عن طريق كرم أبو سالم.
It's saying that the reason behind shutting down the Rafah border is because they want to manage the food from the crossing of Karam Abu Salim.
To have full control of what's coming in and what's coming out. Yeah. Zach, you want to say something?
أمريكان يقول لك قناة يوتيوبر أنت.
I'm sorry, زكريا شو قلت؟
أنت يوتيوبر؟
I have a question when he's ready.
ما عم بفهم عليك يا زكريا، أنا آسف، عيد مرة ثانية.
What's your question, Chip?
أنت يوتيوبر.
I don't mean to be inappropriate when I say this. So, is the general opinion of people angry at their circumstances being so difficult, and therefore they blame H group, or are they supportive of resistance, but not necessarily the harming of Israeli civilians?
That's
a little advanced. How much does it suck? And are you pissed at
Zakaria.
Zakaria, would you have preferred H group?
One second, Zach. I got to ask Zakaria حبيبي. تشيب عم يسأل هل يا ترى العالم بغزة مقهورين من القصف والضرب وبحطوا الحق على المقاومة، ولا هم واقفين مع المقاومة وبيساعدوا وبيشجعوا المقاومة؟
حلو، سؤال مهم جدا. أول شيء لو نظرنا لهذا الأمر، لكن لقيت الشعب طلع ضد المقاومة، أو سمعت إنه قصة إنه خلاص بدنا إيش، بدنا نستسلم، لكن سمعت الاستسلام من أول شهر، ولكن الاستمرار 9 شهور بدها عزيمة وإصرار وصمود. بثبت إنه عنا عزيمة وإصرار وصمود. والأمر الأول المقاومة والشعب واحد، لأنه دائما أي دولة في
وصل
العالم
وصل
تستند
الجار
إلى جيشها، صح ولا لا؟
صح وصل. He says that if the people of the Palestinians in Gaza, if they did not support the resistance, they would have not stayed for 9 months, unable to fight for 9 months. Straight up.
And they would have retaliate, he says, and he considered them as their military and they representative.
As far as
بدي
everybody
أسأل
living,
شاب
as far
سؤال.
let me حبيبي.
Tell me, because I
as
I
far
sort
as
of trust
everybody
you.
as far as everybody living there,
He
that
says
was a
very
voted political party. So if you're looking at the National Guard acting on any behalfs in the United States, me as a civilian, I'm gonna assume that they're acting in my interest. So for any political party that has any
PDF,
militia powers in the area, they're gonna naturally support or at least understand and recognize that this is the military force for their dominant people because of political elections. That's how democracies work, and that's why they were democratically elected.
Except that
He doesn't control their
18
day-to-day
years ago.
options. He just
18 years ago,
recognizes.
dude. They haven't had a single
It
election
doesn't
in
matter.
18
It
years.
doesn't matter, dude. Putin. How long ago was Putin
That's
in
not
office? 27 years ago.
Yeah, and we don't call Russia a great democracy either.
Nice.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. It works on the
No
footnote
no
of
one here,
democracy.
no one here carries
Every
the title
great
to.
democracy comes from a build.
Guys, hold
It
on,
takes
America.
time. It
You
takes
just tell me
effort.
what
It
he
takes
said.
politics. It takes
Let's
these
keep it
civilians like Zakaria to sit here and discuss
let's
these
keep it
things one at a time.
guys. Hamad, Mo. Let's
Yeah,
keep, we information. That's what we see. Information, knowledge. So that's what we want. I don't know. زكريا إذا ما بعرف إذا بده يكمل التور تبعه على تيك توك اليوم. نحن شكرا كثير حبيبي. الله يقويكم man.
يا رب.
So, Chip,
مش مشكلة نكمل.
ask him before he goes.
زكريا فضي قلبك، قول بدك اياه، الجماعه كلهم ناطرينك حتى
لا.
تحكي اللي بدك اياه.
أول حاجة اللهم صل على بدي أقول لك شغلة مهمة جدا. يعني بالنسبة إلي أو لأي واحد توك توك من غزة، الدخل الوحيد اللي بتفهمه إنه التوك توك، لأنه إحنا محظورين من جرام، محظورين من كل شيء، ولكن الدخل الوحيد هو التوك توك حاليا على قطاع غزة. إنه بسبب أنا كنت بشتغل في اليوم 20 شيكل في اليوم، يعني 20 شيكل تقريبا ما يقارب 6 دولار. ال20
زكريا عيد خيي.
كنت بجمع 6
كلامك
سنوات
تقطع.
6
بعد-
سنوات 6 سنوات.
Look at the damage. Wow, it's terrible.
6 سنوات وأنا بشتغل في اليوم 6 دولار. 6 سنوات وأنا بشتغل 6 دولار في اليوم عشان أبني هذا 30 سنة. عشان إيش؟ واحد يتجوز ويكون أسرة. ولكن الحمد لله وين ما جهزت تقريبا ما ضل إلا شيء بسيطة إلا دهان. سبحان الله. أي شيء دمار شامل.
استنى يا حبيبي، خليه أمريكا يحكي لكم شو أنت حكيت.
He's saying he got paid $6 a day for years, and
6 years for almost 5-6 years.
and then to build what you see there.
Yeah,
That rubble.
He built it with every penny he had saved up. He saved up over 15 years, getting paid the least amount he's ever made the past several years. And he picked out the good paint he wanted, everything. Finally got his home ready, and this is what he's left with. That's his home he's standing in.
Wow.
Can somebody ask him whether he would have preferred October 7th not happen?
زكريا.
شكرا. بس في سؤال مهم جدا للشاب. تفضل. تفضل.
زاك بيسأل بقول لك هل كان ممكن يكون الوضع أحسن لو 7-10 ما صارت؟
بدي أقول لك شغلة اللهم أستاذ محمد. احنا
نعم.
لم نكتفي بهذه الحرب فقط، احنا عانينا بحرب 2014، عانينا حرب 2018، وعانينا حرب 2008، وعانينا حرب 2006. هذا كل اللي بدأ الاحتلال. ليش ما ينظر لهذا الأمر لما الاحتلال بدأ هذه الحروب؟
Okay. Zach, he's saying there's multiple wars against them. He named the years and all of that. I don't have to go into all of them, but he said, so what is this going to be any difference? It's been a war since they were been there. It's been a war every other year. So to them, it's not really a down thing about October 7th. It's a plus thing because they wanted something to be done, I guess, his thoughts.
I mean, are we really going to just accept that? I know about all the conflicts. I know about all the times that Gaza has gotten bombed in the last 18 years, and none of them.
October 7th is my Independence Day, my friend.
Okay.
From your tyranny.
Listen, and it.
All right.
You guys support it. And you support the aftermath. I don't support it, and I don't support the aftermath.
Your country chooses this aftermath on a daily basis.
I would prefer this dude to you don't care.
Guys, no back and forth.
Revolution from the safety of your couch. This guy lost his house.
Probably on me.
Please, host. Chip, what do you want to go?
زكريا في سؤال ثاني انت بدك تسأل شو هو؟
Let me ask this question. This is I don't want to keep burdening him, but the sacrifice of losing his home and I guess family members or community members, is it a worthwhile sacrifice towards the long-term goal of freedom, or is it too much pain and should they do something else?
From his answers earlier, I think he's pretty well set that what happened is accepted and it's part of their life. I mean, that's what he said earlier. I don't need to ask him that question. I don't know if any other guys in here thinks he needs to answer it.
No. You're absolutely right. That Chip, he's right. He was basically reiterating that every other year he's dealing with some kind of massacre, some kind of bombardment, some kind of movement, or just the occupation's presence is heavy and has never ended, and they don't notice a difference from October 7th to now, except for that it is a bigger amount. Other than that, this is their normal lives. This is how Palestinians live.
زكريا
because of the Israeli occupation.
زكريا شو سؤالك؟
للشاب؟
تفضل سؤالك انت تفضل.
Chip, I think زكريا شكرا حبيبي. Let him out so we can carry on. زكريا يعطيك العافية حبيبي، الله يقويكم وإن شاء الله بنشوفكم. يا مرة الجاي انتوا على بيتنا اهلا وسهلا. بس مشان نكمل البرنامج.
One more thing he said too, I forgot to mention. He said they really don't have any exposure out there in the news and all of that, and he thanks TikTok for giving him the chance to speak out and show what's going on in Gaza. I forgot to mention that.
Yeah, well said.
Yeah, please tell him he's okay. You can message me anytime. I can translate the Arabic and communicate back and forth. If he wants me to go live again, I can certainly have him on. Just please tell him that.
يا زكريا على أي وقت أنت بدك تتكلم مع تشيب أنت just وديله رسالة وهو رح يغيرها لإنجليزي عشان بفهمك. أي إشي أنت لازم لك تتكلم أو تحكي أو بدك ترجع تحكي مع الناس هنا، هذا الهوست اسمه تشيب بارنز على الفوق، خديه أعطيه فولو وبس كلمه لما لازم له، هو بيرد عليك.
خلاص تمام، أعطيته فولو. تمام.
أوكي يا حبيبي.
طيب بدي أسأل سؤال، شب هل هو مؤيد مع الفلسطينيين ولا محايد؟
معانا يا حبيبي. هو معانا.
يا زكريا هذا تشيب بجيبتك هذا.
He wants to know what is your stand. Are you standing for the Palestinian people or you're
biased?
I think you know the answer. Why don't you tell me?
No, I was laughing. I was laughing.
هو بقول لك أنت بتعرف السؤال هو مع فلسطين.
Let me show you something. Hold on a second. This will tell you the answer. Ready?
بدي افرجيك شغله هلا.
نعم اتفرج على الكاميرا تبعه راح يوري لك شيء.
What does that tell you?
شو بحكي لك هذا السؤال؟
والله. Oh.
That's a nice flag.
Free Palestine, free Palestine.
100% يا حبيبي.
It's the Palestinian Authority flag, right?
إن شاء الله
No,
يا شيب.
that is a flag representing what the Romans named
حرر
our
فلسطين
ethnic
أجل
land.
ضيافة له في غزة ولكم جميع طبعا إن شاء الله إذا ضلينا طيبين إن شاء الله.
It's called Palestinian Authority, right?
I know you're being sarcastic and trying to deflate down here, but the realism of the fact is the only reason that we're even called the Philistines, the Philistines, is because the Romans decided to bestow this name upon us. If you want to go based off geneticism, we're the Levantine or the Canaanites, and we're regarded throughout all of human history as tied to ethnically to that land. So men can say whatever you want. These are the facts.
You talk about Cyprus and Syria and Lebanon, right? So you can go there. It's okay.
No, my friend. I'm talking about Palestine. You can return to Europe, but this is not this kind of dialogue. This is an educational
You talked about the Levant. This is the Levant, man. You could go to
No,
Cyprus.
I have my
you
blood
can go
work.
to
The
Syria.
whole
You
of
can go to
Palestine.
Lebanon. It's also the Levant.
No, the greater Israel map that you're trying to form now would be considered the entire Levant, not the entire European, as you would like to claim itself.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, Menken, over here we have conversation. If you are here for a tip and tap, it doesn't work. You have something.
I just said this is the flag of the Palestinian Authority. This is what.
Listen, man, listen.
What's wrong with that, man? Come on, I said the truth. It's the Palestinian.
Okay. All I'm asking you is to have a common conversation, a civil, without personal attack and without interrupting anybody. If you have a question, ask the question. If you have a story to tell, you can tell the story.
Okay, can I ask a question, please?
Sure.
Okay. So I would like to know, because I'm a little bit confused, which the area like Gaza and the West Bank or Judea and Samaria, who held it till 67? Who held these places?
Can you mute a little bit so we can see who would like to answer?
So Gaza was held by Egypt and Jordan, or Transjordan, what we call now the West
Yes.
Bank, Samaria.
Yeah, right. So,
before 53, and then after 53, it was Jordan.
yeah, so why they didn't let Palestinians their own country there for?
They did. They technically gave us Jordan, considering most of the residents in Jordan are dominantly Palestinians. A majority of the original map of Palestine would include Jordan. They're not a different ethnicity. It's just a different region. Because I paint a line in the sand and call it whatever I want, it doesn't change the factual information of the people's ethnicity that reside there.
Yeah, but that's not what I asked. I asked.
You asked why didn't they give them a country? They have a country, Jordan, but they
why they didn't build a country there?
They also have the country Palestine.
Let's keep a straight answer.
Palestine was an area, not a place, not a country. Right?
The definitions that you're referring to were created by.
This is where I didn't want to go, guys. This is where we should not go. The answer to your question is because their land is occupied and another country is sitting on their country, so they're not able to form their own country. Does that answer your question?
And not really, because the UN and also the British mandate, which were the emperor, that hold the place, decided that the separation of the places, just like they decided about Lebanon and Great Syria, right? The place actually called Syria Palestina.
When they decided,
Right. So
We don't want the whole story.
why
We
they
know we
didn't
don't want the whole story.
build
We know
the
the
country
story.
there?
Margaret, we know
I
the
think I
story.
know the answer, but I'm not sure, so I don't want to say
Yeah,
that
a
it was
question and an answer. Question and not a story. You're not gonna tell a story. So the
no. I
British
said
mandate. Hold on, one
I don't
second.
want to
Yeah,
tell the answer because I'm not sure.
one
I said I
second.
don't want.
So you have no answer. What is it?
No, I said I have an answer, but I'm not sure if it's true. So I first want to hear your answer, and then I can give my take. But I want to hear you first. I want to have a discussion.
Okay, you were saying that the British mandate and they gave the land. That anybody lived on that land during the mandate? There was any people on the land, or it was an empty land?
Yeah, and then they
Was it an
decide,
empty land? Was it
and
empty land?
then they decide of borders.
The question is, empty
Yes.
land or there was people there?
There were people, some
Okay,
people.
thank
that
you very
are-
much,
yeah.
very much. Thank you. There was people. Did the British or the American or anybody ask the people over there if they would want to accept the state imposed on them on their land? Did anyone bother to ask these people if they want it or not?
I think you a little bit confused because the Ottoman Empire
Yes, on your
ended,
answer. You said there was
and
people
they
there.
don't really need to ask.
They
They
don't need
are
to
the
ask
rulers,
me if you can
and
take
they
over my
can
house. What are you
decide.
talking
Wait,
about?
I'm answering. Relax. So they don't really need to ask because they are the decision makers when they hold the place. And then it went to the UN decision, and the UN decided, like the world decided, about how to separate the place. So actually, it was
World
okay by
decided
the
to
nations. So I
ethnically
don't really
cleanse the
know what
Palestinian,
they're
you're
trying
telling
to
me?
say.
Are you telling me that the world agreed to ethnically cleanse the Palestinian from their land?
We are talking about who decide how to
But
split
you're
that
telling me
area,
there was
right?
people. You said there was people there. We all agree there was people there, and somebody else decided we want to take over that country and make it into another country. So how about we ethnically cleanse everybody? Is that your story? That's how it is, and it's justified that somebody comes in, ethnically cleanse the country, put another. I don't care who the hell are you, the United Nations or you're the European Union or whoever you are. Who gives you the right to give someone's land, someone's house to someone else for just because you feel like you're superior? How does that make sense to you? Let's do it on the opposite. You want to sit in my spot and I sit in your
I
spot?
don't think
Would you accept it?
I don't think anyone said about taking lands. I think what was the proposal is about how to split the area to who control it.
Tell that to
I
the
think
people. Tell
you
that
kind
to
of
the
confused
people that
about
were
the
ethnically
UN.
cleansed and are
Wait,
continuing to be
I'm answering.
No,
Because
no.
the
You're
UN
answering
said
with
how
the
to
falsity,
split the
falsity
area
of
to who
pretending.
gonna
You're answering
rule
with the
it.
falsity of pretending that it was an exchange of paperwork and not a mass unaliving, a mass evacuation that was not pre-warned, and just a catastrophe upon ethnic cleansing that still hasn't ended 76 years later. So no, you can't sit here with your argument and say, well, the government policies agreed on this border and this is what happened and it's that simple. That's not what happened. One group of people that decided to come based off of their ethnicity to another group of people that were multiple different religions but one ethnicity of Palestinians, and you decided to evict and massacre them and ethnically cleanse them. That is what happened during the border switch. It was not a sign over of paperwork.
Can I ask him a question? This guy can ask.
So I don't know what your exact take on it, but this is how countries start. This is how countries started, because you have people that wanted sovereignty, and then the empire that collapses gave each people their own places. This is how countries started.
No
because
empire
countries,
collapsed in 67. There was two
wait a
wars.
second. Countries
No.
are a new
If you're
thing.
going to lie, I'm going to interrupt you.
But countries
Because
are a
this is
new
an
thing. It's
educational
like
platform.
300
So if
years.
you're reducing the education back with
It's a
conflated lies,
300-year-old
then you're going to get interrupted.
Everybody mute. Abu Adi, somebody said he wanted to ask a question. Who was it?
Yeah, me. I'm gonna ask you a question.
I asked a
We
question
wanted to ask you a question. You were answering. You're done with your answer.
No. I asked about about the places. Like you said, that Jordan held the West Bank. So I said why they didn't make their own country.
They've been answering
No,
you, but
you answer about you answer about the different kind of like theory, but I'm not talking about theories. I'm talking about already split the land, like Lebanon. Like you wanna destroy Lebanon because they gave the Lebanese their own place. No, of course not.
Let me give you some facts. Do you have a passport yourself? Do you have a passport?
Please, nothing personal, guys. Nothing.
I have a passport.
No, not personal. Just answer my question. I'm not asking him where is he from. Do you have a passport?
Yeah, of course.
Who issued the passport to you?
Israel, my country.
Country, right? Okay. Explain to me how Golda Meir used to have a Palestinian passport.
Because she was a Palestinian, a part of the Palestinian area which held by the British. It was an area. It's not a country. It was never a country.
When you have a passport, that means that passport issued by a country.
No,
not a gang,
it was by the empire. It was empire, man. It was not country. There was no country there. I don't think you really know the history of a place. Where you come from?
Don't come on here and try to propagate and change our history.
Wait, where you come from? Where you come from? Because I'm from Israel. I actually know the history of my place.
Yeah, Israel's not a
and I don't think you really know the history
What are you talking about? What history that you read?
Let's stop.
Making shit up, man.
Answering
questions. Okay, so you know about the Weizmann-Faisal agreement, which was in 1908, I think, or 1913.
Who's Faisal?
Faisal Weizmann. Faisal from Syria. You don't really know the history of this place.
What is
he a Palestinian?
One second.
Yes, he was apart from the Syria, the Great Syria.
Is he a Palestinian? Answer my question.
It was called Syria Palestina, you know. It was Syria Palestina.
Again, we go back.
It was Syria Palestina.
It's 100 year old.
It was the Great Syria. We were part of Syria.
It was a part of the Ottoman Empire.
Blad Sham, Lebanon, Jordan, and Palestine. They're all the same thing. We have the same culture. We have the same people.
But then,
who are you? Where did you came from?
Who are you? It was an empire, and then the empire collapsed, and they gave sovereignty to each people. That's how the world works. We are not in an empire.
No, that is the Britain. Man, that's the Britain. When they occupied the whole world,
it's not the Britain. It was
they came, they divided us so they could facilitate your return.
No, the Ottoman Empire collapsed all over the place.
The Ottoman Empire was working with the Britain. Actually, the Ottoman Empire.
The idea of.
But wait, just let me
it was all over the Ottoman Empire.
Something you speak back.
It's not just in this area.
Let me clear up one thing.
Listen, history. You're not going to be able to twist it.
Guys. Let me clear up. That the only borders that existed prior to the World War was only in Europe. All the region of the Middle East, and including the area of Iran, Afghanistan, all these countries, there were no formally borders between any of them.
Yeah, because it was an empire, and then the empire collapsed, and then people wanted sovereignty, right?
And then somebody from Europe came to take a piece of that land after it doesn't justify. There were people on the land. It
was not then. I'm talking about Faisal Weizmann.
Let's speak about something more important, because this has been.
But I'm talking about the Weizmann Faisal. It was in 1908 or 1913. It was while the Ottoman Empire was existed.
No one had the deed for the land of the Palestinian. The only people
it was Faisal that held this place.
The only people that have the deed for the land are the Palestinian people.
Yeah, that's what you think.
They've been educating and indoctrinating him with something that land, it was empty with no people in it. That's what
nobody said it, because we know about the Falafim from the 1800s. Don't say that. Don't say that. We know the history of the Falafim in 1920. Don't say that. We know that there were people here. They came to work. We know that.
Let's
but you have your own belief. You have your own belief that
No,
you
no,
know
this
you
is
have
not
the
my
right to
belief. We
return,
know about
even
the
if you're a,
Falahim. Don't say
even if you're a
something.
Jew, even if you're a Jew living in China, you have the
I'm
right to
not
come back
Jewish.
to the Holy
I'm not
Land.
Jewish. I'm from Bnei Israel. I'm not Jewish.
An Israeli that's not Jewish
No,
that
I'm
carries
from
that
No,
Bnei
that means you're a
Israel.
Muslim if you're from Bani Israel.
Look at
No,
that.
Bnei Israel are the 12 tribes of Jacob. So
Man, Jacob, he's a
there is no
Muslim.
such thing as
Jacob, he's a
Jewish.
Muslim.
There is
Israel,
only
he's a
Bnei
Muslim.
Israel.
They don't recognize the state of Israel. They don't recognize the
You
state
know
of
the
Israel.
word Jew? Man, listen, I think this guy,
Jews
he's
are
messing
something
up,
that
man.
invented
He has some kind of,
1800 by anti-Semites. It's
your
Bnei
brain
Israel.
cells working right, man.
There is the nation of like you know Surah Al Maida 20, right? Bnei Israel. You know Surah Al Maida 20.
Read it
Do
to
you know
us.
the
Read
13
it to us.
tribe? Do you know the 13 tribe that came in Europe? They call themselves Israelis.
The Israelites are Bnei
Yeah,
Israel.
there's a 13 tribe that they call themselves from the Ashkenazi
No,
from
they're not.
Europe, from the
It's
Caucasus.
Jacob.
They call themselves Israelis too. You know, they converted to Judaism, and they call themselves
Guys, real quick,
Israelis too.
sorry to jump in. I'm so sorry. These history discussions are always interesting, but we do have some other people that haven't got a chance to speak yet.
هذا
So,
الصهيوني.
is it okay if we just take a second?
So can I have a question? Can I please somebody
Hey,
can
man,
answer
the
my
host
question
is talking.
because
Just
I
shush
know
and let
why
him finish. Go ahead,
I
Chip.
know why Jordanian
Shush.
did not give the land.
اسألوا ما أصول
I
والده.
think I know.
I'll tell you, before,
اسألوا ما
I want to ask
أصول
one other question. This is not about history. Why are so many children, mainly under the age of 5, dying in Gaza?
You ask me?
What's that?
You asked me?
I'm asking anybody.
Oh, I can give you my idea about that.
Okay, what are your ideas?
The question.
So first of all, we don't know the real number, so I can answer about the number because we
You think
see
it's
that it just.
you think it's more than 10
I
people?
have no idea. I just know that the United Nations just cut it to half. A few days ago, like a month ago, they cut the number of children and women by half. You know that, right?
No, that's not what
So what's the number?
Yes.
So what's the number?
It's actually
So what's the
it's
number?
actually what happens. You can
identifiable people. There are
no
people
they actually
No,
they
didn't
actually
cut,
say
they
that
didn't cut,
about
they didn't cut the
children
number.
and women.
Look it up. It recategorized
did,
whether
I
it was. Just look it up. You'll trust me. It's not accurate. That's what's
I
being
did.
spun in the Israeli circles. It didn't happen.
No, I did. I read the report.
We didn't have the number. That didn't happen.
Yeah, you need to go watch the whole.
Hi. Hi, everyone.
What I think. Okay, so I think that
How are you?
Hello.
the reason is
1 second. Patty, how you doing?
Good. Salam alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Salam.
All right.
My name is Patty, and I live
real
in
quick,
Chile.
Patty, I want you to speak. There was somebody answering a question. Is it okay if they finish their answer before you
Okay,
introduce and
sure.
talk to it? Thank you so much. Okay, Menken, you were going to, if your answer, why were so many? You said you weren't sure of the number. I was asking why are so many children in Gaza dying, most of which are under 5 years old? That's a question I wanted to ask.
yeah. So when you say so many, I don't know what do you mean. I don't know what is the word for children and kids. But like
Well,
the
they said it was
definition, I know
initially
that it's 18 and
let's
below.
just say it's 1,000 or 5,000. Pick a number.
But we need to know the ages. Like 18 and below are children, right?
The average age is 5. The
And
average
12
the average
and
age
12
is 5.
and 12 and below are kids, and 6 and below are I forgot the definition. So they're different. So
real quick, Menken, the average age as reported by the health ministry is 5 years old. Of all the 18 and under, all the people unalive, 5 is the average.
yeah, so I don't know the number. Again, I don't know what you mean about that many, and I don't know why children are there. Because when Israel tell people to flee to the other safe area, I don't know why they say in these places.
Which outer space planet are they supposed to fly off to?
That's not other places. You just need to go like 3 kilometers, which they did many times in the last 9 months, right?
What does that tell
So
you
it's
then?
not other planets. It just you need to go a few miles, which we know they did. Like in a week, like 2 million people went few miles in a week. So it's not that hard. So I don't know why they stay in a
Wait a second,
dangerous place.
Mencken. When's the last time that you had to grab whatever possessions you could grab, your aging father, your ailing mother, your sick cousin, your hurting back, your 15 family members from the community, and you all pick all your stuff up and have to walk 7 miles? What? Not that hard, you're saying, right? Not that hard? Is that what you just said?
No, I didn't say that. I said that they did it many times. So we know that they can actually do it. So I don't know what's the issue. If somebody said they're gonna drop a bomb on you like in 2 days, so we have 2 days to get the hell away from there. And if you don't do it, then I don't know what you should.
I just want to put this out there. Again, you can say whatever you want to say. So I said, if it's 10 children, you said, I don't know the number. You wouldn't even acknowledge that 10 children have been killed. When I said the number is 5, you dismissed that. When you said a second ago that people can easily move around, it's not that hard, you said. Imagine if 3 or 4 times in the last 6 or 7 months, you had to grab whatever was left after you've been bombed along the way, whatever's left of your family if they get unalive, whatever's left of your possessions. We just saw somebody's house. He spent 16 years saving up paltry earnings to be able to build a very modest, like second-story baby apartment, which has been completely obliterated by the bombing campaign that Israel has taken place in Gaza. The cavalier nature with which you say these things, in my mind, speaks everything. It's like me saying, oh, well, who cares how many civilians got killed on 10/7? What does it matter? Who cares about hostages? They're insignificant. It's not that big a deal. Just sit tight. You'll be out eventually. Like, can you imagine someone speaking this way towards the people who've been affected by 10/7 and the hostage taking? You sound worse than that. Just so you know.
So I didn't say that, and I didn't say
with
it was
that,
easy
I'm going to let you
at
go,
all.
man.
I just
want to say this. That attitude, I'm not going to speak to you personally because you're just one human being, but I find that attitude, unfortunately, far too pervasive. That attitude disgusts me. Absolutely. Your disdain, your callous disregard for the suffering of others is a key indication of Zionism. That's really sad.
Sorry.
Absolutely.
Just sickens me.
So he brought up something that I wanted to address. So this is the headline of an NBC News article. UN's new breakdown of Gaza death toll sparks confusion and anger. But if you actually read the article, it will say, as a result, the number of women and children listed on the site appeared lower than previously reported because OCHA was listing only the breakdown of those who have been identified, while still noting the larger overall death toll above it. But some Israeli officials incorrectly suggested that the data showed a significant drop in death toll numbers, and that this bolstered their claims that the health authorities in the H group run enclave inflate the number of children and women among the dead to disguise the large number of militant fighters unalived. So I just wanted to make that clear that they go off of headlines and they don't actually read the articles.
Thank you for clarifying. Yeah. Sorry, I very rarely get emotional about stuff, but that really just sent me in the wrong direction.
Good, Chip. Now, if you guys don't mind, Americana wants to talk about Lebanon. He's been waiting patiently for a whole life.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to mute my phone and let Federico, because I got to get some shut-eye, but just feel free at any point to just do whatever. I'll wake up in about a half an hour, 45 minutes to check the live.
All right.
Okay? Sorry about that.
Thank you, Chip.
Yeah, you got it. Keep going.
Okay, all I want to say is I miss Lebanon. I miss being in Lebanon. I miss everything about Lebanon. And every time I go to Lebanon, it's the same old thing. Some militant groups trying to run the government, and the fact is the North and the South and other ethnicity and other groups from other countries come into Lebanon and create problems, and that just has to stop. To me, to me is we should just concentrate on Lebanese people and Lebanon only. I mean, we already have 3 million Syrians in there, and people don't even have electricity in Lebanon. I don't know why everybody's coming to Lebanon.
Yeah, I agree with you on everything you said, brother. 100%.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is,
100%.
I just want my borders. I want my country. I want my borders. That's why I was forced to go somewhere else so I can create a
Let
life
me
for me
let
and my
me
children.
let me tell you why you should be proud of being a Lebanese. Okay, forget the internal conflict in Lebanon between everybody. But why you should be proud of being Lebanese? Because Lebanon was the smallest country, and we paid a huge price. I don't tell you we didn't, but if you look at the real picture is that Lebanon has stopped the largest project in the world, which is Zionism. Zionism dream was destroyed in the streets of Beirut in 1982. Now you may believe on this side or the other side. This is why I tell you you should be proud of being Lebanese. Okay, Lebanon went through hell, and with 17 sectarians we still live in. Lebanon has a lot of corrupt politicians, and I want you to look at your politician, the one you like, and I would tell you about the one I like. Okay? If you see that, you know that everybody in Lebanon, every party in Lebanon receives money from a foreign country. It happens, the Saudi gives the Sunni, the Christian gets from the Western countries, the Shia gets from Iran. Everybody gets money. Every single one gets money.
That's my point. Everybody got.
Hold on one second. Let me tell you the difference between a Lebanese and a Lebanese. Okay, the difference between a Lebanese, that his politician pockets the money and puts them in his pocket and spend it his own luxury, while his own people gets $100 only time they go to vote for him. And you have another party, that Lebanese, that receives money from a foreign country like the other party does, but instead of spending it on luxury and buying their nice cars, they build infrastructure for their own peoples, hospitals, schools, social system, that every Lebanese should go, hey, if there is something is working, why is that? Why don't we look at people, like why is it that when I go to a hospital in Beirut, I have to either show my insurance or I'm not accepted in the hospital? Why is it that I went to Lebanon and I had an allergy, I ended in the hospital. I went to a hospital not knowing what hospital was it, and I fainted from it was a severe allergy. When I woke up, I saw the picture of Sayyid Hassan on top of my head. But nobody asked me for my insurance. Nobody asked me for my ID. Nobody asked me what religion are you. Nobody asked me what ethnicity are you. Nobody asked me nothing. They took me in and they gave me the medication I needed, and my bill was only $50. That is in a system where you think that people gets the money there. They take the money, they put it to good use. Not like the other politicians. You want to tell me that H Group Lebanon, any of them has money? Even the leader. Why is it that everybody lost their money in the banks? They didn't lose their money because they knew that American sanctions will take your money. The money was taken out of Lebanon with the SWIFT system. SWIFT system is run by the United States of America. So whoever stole the money from the banks in Beirut has to use the SWIFT system. And if the American loves you so much and cares so much about you, why don't they tell you who took the money, what time they took the money to, and where they take it to? The H Group knew it. They built their own banking, internal regional bank system within, and their money
And
lasted.
everywhere is the same.
So
The
tell me now,
politicians.
yeah, but Lebanon is a
Sorry.
little bit particular. We're talking about Lebanon. Lebanon is very particular because Lebanon has changed the face of the Middle East. That little country that in 1982 Ariel Sharon said that I can occupy Lebanon with a musical band. That country that you wanted to occupy with a musical band has destroyed your dream. We were occupied from 1982 to 2000. a resistance group. I recommend Americana look at these people that have sacrificed blood. The heroic act. Lebanon is the largest paramilitary organization in the world. Tell me that Israel can mess with Lebanon now. Not a musical band. No, not a musical band. ISIS and Al Qaeda that wanted to come from Syria to Lebanon and make it into Imara. Who stood against them? Who backed them off? Who fought them?
Lebanon.
Who put blood on the soil? The Lebanese resistance. Your army have 3 helicopters. You're not allowed to buy weapons. Iran offered the Lebanese army, we will arm you to the teeth. It was turned down because American sanctions. Russia told Lebanon, we will arm you to the teeth. It was turned down because of American sanctions. We don't have electricity because we cannot get the Egyptian electricity through Syria because of the sanctions that the American put on Syria. So the gas that we use to light electricity from, it used to come from Egypt, and it used to go through Syria. But now with the sanctions, it cannot go to Syria. Who gets sanctioned with it? Syria? Same country, Lebanon gets sanctioned. When the Iranian send us fuel to get electricity, they said, okay, so because the American wanna sanctions the oil, you're not gonna buy it from us. We're gonna give it to you for free. So like this, you can go around the sanctions. What happened? The politicians in Lebanon, the people that you think they're good people, they stood against it. They said, no, we will get sanctions from the United States. You have your money in the United States. You're gonna take your money away. That's the only difference. They're scared for their position, scared for their money. They sold their asses to someone else. The only patriotic people that you have in Lebanon is the people that put blood, paid the freedom of Lebanon by blood. You are the only country that was able to free its land from the Israeli
Can I ask you
occupation
something?
with force. Yes.
Is it worth it?
Was it worth it what? To have my land free?
No. Obviously. But is it worth it to give your life when the people, the politicians, they don't give a
You see,
shit?
this is the problem. This is the problem that nobody understands what's happening in the Middle East right now. And a lot of people, if you can get that point, you can see what future is coming to the Middle East. We have puppet government everywhere. Some of them are Hollywood movie, some of them came with the occupation and was put in place, and some of them that even we don't know where the hell they come from. The people of the Middle East, we were played up until 1982. In 1982, a group of guys decided to pick up the arm and resist the occupation. And now this is the same people that the Lebanese government are criticizing, or some of the people in the Lebanese government criticizing because they were able to form a prototype of a government, a really functioning government without the foreign influence. Okay? And that example is being passed around, and it's not by governments, it's by the people, by public resistance. If you see that in Lebanon, you see that in Yemen, you see that in Iraq, you see, and now these people are the decision of the people. So it means there is no more politicians to die for. We have people that are like us, from us, same blood, same land, are fighting for our freedom and for our prosperity. We do not want to
I
be
hope
anybody.
so.
We
I
don't
hope
want
so.
any. This is the plan. This is where it's going. The people of the Middle East have spoken. The people of the Middle East are awake. The people of the Middle East are pissed off, and now
Good.
they
Finally.
have the power to flip that table on top of your head. That's how it is. Nobody likes to die. Nobody, but we are all born free, and we shall remain free all our lives. Our dignity,
Inshallah.
our dignity, it's worth much more than our lives. I don't care. I can die standing, but not live on my knees. I won't. And by the way, Americana, that's something you should. The people I believe in told me that it's going to happen. It became true. I trust them. The only people that lie are the people that don't agree with these people. I beg you to go look. If you really love Lebanon, look at it from a patriotic stand. Everybody is your enemy until proven guilty. You go there, watch them one by one. See their financial status. Tell me what politician has sent his son to die on the front. Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah has lost his son on the front. The guy, indeed, the leader of the parliament group of the H group, 2 months ago, his son was unalived on the front. These are the people that are fighting for you.
Well,
The one that sent the kids outside of Lebanon, they're not fighting for you. They want Lebanon to be part of something. Do you know how much gas we have in the ocean? Do you know that there is 18 blocks on the Mediterranean coast? 9 of the 18 is in Lebanon. Lebanon can be richer than Qatar and Russia put together.
obviously.
We're not allowed to dig for it. Why?
That's why we need a government.
The government they put in place is the government they listen to their sanctions. That's how it is. We have Michel Aoun. Michel Aoun, they turn him into rubble. Everybody knows Michel Aoun, that he was the strongest guy in Lebanon. The minute he came in power and they didn't want him in power, they turned him into rubble. Everybody boycotted
That
him.
is
Nobody
what they
wanted to
do.
talk to him. Sanctions after
May I
sanctions
say
after sanctions.
something?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Hi, I'm from Chile, South America. And I understand my friends, my best friends are from Lebanon, Palestine, and the only problem that we see from here is the fighting. And I only see people get killed. But the ones that are in power, they're not. They're there. I don't know. My humble opinion. Sorry.
Yeah, the fighting wasn't the way that it is pre-colonization, just by the way. But when America and England and France started putting their fingers in a pie that didn't belong to them, and behind the scenes started causing a bunch of civil wars, that's when the problem arose. Just like when it comes to Lebanon, and Lebanon's fighting. Sorry, Federico, I know this is your history, but when you've got things like Litani, Operation Grapes of Wrath, when you've got what happened to Qana, when you've got even Operation Peace in the Galilee, that affected Lebanon, the Hula massacre. What happened in Qana, right, is you had Israel, they shelled a UN compound and unalived 106 Lebanese civilians. You've got things like this happening because Western invasion into the Middle East, even when it comes to the Syrian civil war, who's funding that? America and Israel. When it comes to the Yemen and Saudi civil war, who funded that? America. It's not like the Middle East is a land filled with war and strife and fighting. It wasn't like that until the colonizers came and started causing the trouble. I need to make that clear. The governments in power that don't care about their people are the same families that were put into power by the colonizers, by the invaders, when they drew up lines that we never asked for.
And before you guys, it happened to us in South America. They destroy everything. Who destroyed? America.
Have anybody heard about the Great Replacement in Europe? It's a theory that the Europeans been passing around for the past 15 years, that they're bringing all these immigrants to Europe to replace us. And I'll be honest with you now, these days I believe more in it than ever, but I believe it's on the opposite, is they keep creating wars in our area where we immigrate to Europe and all other countries, and we get replaced in our own land where all the wealth of the world is in. Like it is real, but the Great Replacement, I think it's something real, but it's on the opposite. They make the European believe that Muslims are going to come to Europe and replace you. And they're all scared, and then they keep More, look at the Syrian. The Syrians are like, how many are around the world? It's like crazy. There is a great replacement. And I wanted to point one more thing to Americana. Americana, you're here? Well, let
Can
me
I
ask
say
you.
something?
Yeah,
Can I
let
say
me ask
something to
you.
you quick
Yeah,
before you?
yeah, yeah.
You think I'm? I mean, I don't want to say. You think I'm really low life person that I
No, no, no,
stole.
no, 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 no,
But
no,
let
no,
me
no,
say
no.
something.
I
I
mean,
want to say something to you
let me
directly.
before you talk. Let me say, I love all Lebanese. No matter what is your color, your skin, you're Lebanese to me. You're Lebanese. When I talk to you, and I want to tell you my side of the story because I lived a different life. I went through the occupation. I went through the oppression. I went through the
I
civil
want to share
war.
something with you though.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say a couple words in Arabic. خالي كان مع أمل.
Yeah.
And some of the things you said is true. Those are the guys that stood out there and did what they did and have fought and all of that. But my own uncle told me that in the '82, some of the bombings was done by the Saudis.
We know. Listen,
Let me
this
say,
is yeah,
let me say
yeah,
something.
yeah.
Done by the Saudis. And the reason he knew that, not because he's expert or he knows somebody, when the rocket came down, killed everybody around him, and he's the only one survived. And he said the piece of metal, it has the Saudi sign on it, which is the two Sayfain with Shajra. فهمت علي?
Yeah, yeah. I'm
So that
gonna tell you about this. This is again why we tell you we don't have a president, because you know what the Lebanese president should do the first time that he's elected. The first foreign visit that he makes has to be the Saudi Arabia. This is what we don't want. We want people to come to the Lebanese president in Lebanon. We don't want our Lebanese president to go on a plane and go somewhere because he's got to go and ask someone for something or approval of somebody. This is what we fight for. Now, about the Beirut, people were writing down in the comment about the explosion of the port of Beirut. American, I want to ask you, from your knowledge, H Group Lebanon is very powerful, right?
it's so powerful that
They control everything.
they control everything.
Let me agree with that. They control everything and they have everything under surveillance.
Everything.
So you tell me, somebody that controls the whole country doesn't have a storage to store 20 tons of nitrate. They can't find another place but the port of Beirut, the most important, vile place. Are they that dumb? People that grow up to be from three guys, like you said, your uncle and Harakat Amal, they were 3-4 guys picking up an AK-47 and going shooting at the Israeli invaders to Beirut. And now these people became the most powerful people. Are they lacking storage?
That's what I was talking on another life. That it's not that simple everybody think it is. It's in every household there's let's say there's 5 members. I'll say minimum 3 or 4.
They have different opinions.
Yes. No, 3 or 4.
That's Lebanese too. That's
3 or 4 with the H group. That's how
I'll be honest with you. I don't know these things. I look at it from the bigger picture. I look at results, how they get there, and I know are they bad or are they good? If they're good, that's it for me. It's okay. Are they harming other to get power and oppressing anybody? I look at that. Are they? They're not okay. That's okay with me, because when H group started in Lebanon, their flag said the Islamic Revolution in Lebanon. And then there was some little conflict between them and Amal, and they came to an agreement that Lebanon is a country of 16 sectarians and should not have any slogan that would offend anybody in this country. And they removed the slogan from the Islamic Revolution in Lebanon to the Islamic resistance in Lebanon. See, Lebanese always work things out. The port of Beirut, remember, they need a replacement, and they were going into the Abrahamic Accords. So when we are talking about Abrahamic Accords connecting all these Arab countries with one country, it's called Israel, make a peace deal. What do we need the port of Beirut for? We don't need it. We can use the port of Haifa, right?
It's all about land grabbing. I mean, it's
See,
been like
see,
that forever.
but the thing is, we are aware of all of that. We are aware of all of that.
No,
We
but you
know
just
that
said we have all the sources. If we have all the sources, why we can't unite in a way that we'll close our border and we'll save our own country instead of us fighting for everybody else's?
we were not fighting for anybody. Lebanon, listen, Lebanon is actually benefiting from what's happening in Gaza. If you think the Lebanese resistance is only helping Gaza, you are wrong. Lebanon has still Shib'a farms, Tel Kfar Shuba, the 7 villages are still occupied. Lebanon had trouble to draw the line between the borders on the sea with Israel and the United States, not allowed, not allowed, not allowed, until H Group flew a drone over the gas fields in Israel, then it was okay to draw the line. See, this is how it's working. The other Lebanese, I tell you, I have a lot of friends that don't agree with me with the same vision that I see. But that does not make them less Lebanese, or that does not makes them less than my friends, or that does not make them less than somebody that I would sacrifice my life, like everybody in my side. The resistance is sacrificing their lives for, so you can be protected. We're not fighting for the Palestinians. We're protecting our borders. You have an enemy that has, since 2006, since the resolution 1971, Israel has invaded Lebanese airspace over 2,000 times. And we're not allowed to buy weapons. We're not allowed to defend ourselves. No, now Lebanon decides for the whole world. Now Lebanon is the key factor. If you look at the Lebanese government, you have one coming, one going politician from all over the world. What do you want? What do you need? Tell us, stop it. How can we bribe you? How much money do you guys want? Just stop that front in the north. And the Lebanese resistance are saying, nope, we don't take money. Why? Because we know if we put our weapons down, we are next. We are part of the Greater Israel. Greater Israel is from the Nile of Egypt all the way to the Euphrates of Iraq. So we cannot. How can we put our weapons down when you have an enemy that all of his government right now, everybody in his government right now, calls for Greater Israel? That includes Lebanon. Why you ask me to put, why would you want me to put my weapons down? I have somebody that the whole world standing against him, and I have him by the ear and his nose on the ground. Why would I surrender? And if they're thinking they're going to attack Lebanon, they may do damage to Lebanon. But let me tell you one thing. Everything that Iran has in its arsenal, everything that Russia has in its arsenal, it's in the arsenal of Hezbollah Lebanon. It's no longer about Lebanon. Now you have the whole world politics is involved and revolving around Lebanon. If Lebanon stops right now, everything in the Middle East changes face. Everything in the Middle East changes. But if Lebanon doesn't stop, he's still pulling the ear of the Israeli government that since October 7 until now, they have threatened Lebanon over 300 times. We are stronger than them. We are smarter than them. We are more advanced than them. We know much more about them than they know about us. Why would I surrender? Why would I agree with the blue line that they drew and they said, this is your land, take it? No, I know where my land is. The maps are in the United Nations. Every last drop of the Lebanese border. Not a drop less, not a drop more. This is what we stand for. I don't know. I can call that patriotism. I served in the Lebanese army, and I never carried any symbol of any party, any Lebanese party. None of them. All I cared about is this one you see glowing, is the Lebanese army logo, although it's weak. But the resistance is temporary. The National Defense Ministry of Lebanon is not going to go anywhere. I don't know. And never every Lebanese looks at, we look at each other as Lebanese. I don't know if you go to Lebanon and you go, when you go to the nightclub or you go to the restaurant, you don't ask the other guy, hey, are you a Muslim, are you Christian? You just party. You don't give a shit who, what, right?
My whole life was raised. My whole life was raised by my father. That he always said to me. He said, "You judge a person by what he does. It doesn't matter what color, what he looks, what religion. Even if your own relatives don't respect you, then they're on the bad side. That's
I advise you.
That's not gonna change.
Don't trust. Don't trust.
That is the way it's supposed to be.
Don't trust any Lebanese politician. Don't trust none of them. You see.
I'm gonna say something. My dad used to tell me, don't be a police officer, and don't be a politician, and don't be in gang. That's the three things he always told me.
Both of them are the same outcome.
Yeah.
Lebanon is a great country and has a great future ahead of it. And believe me,
We have a property that we rent for $100, and it's here in America. It's probably worth like $2,200 to rent. $100.
Yeah, Lebanon is going through a harsh time right now, but believe in Lebanon.
We had tons of money in the.
You'll get everything back.
We had tons of money in the. And
you're breaking up. I mean, you're breaking up. But don't give up on it. Lebanon is coming to a very, very, very. After this conflict is done, Lebanon is coming to a very strong position, and every Lebanese will be proud of.
I hope so.
Oh no, I know so. I know so. We are we are not dumb people. All we needed is to break these chains.
I'm not saying that.
Yeah. All we need is to break the chain, and the chain has been broken. The chain has been broken. Our hands are no longer tied.
Good. I hope so.
Yeah. And even within Lebanon, like there is disagreement, but believe me, whoever is saying that or they want to cause a civil war in Lebanon, I tell them right now it's not going to work. It's not going to happen.
That's what I'm worried about.
It's not going to happen.
Americano?
Yeah.
Americano, where you come from?
I'm Lebanese. I immigrated to the United States when I was a teenager.
Nice meeting you.
That's one of my worries is the civil war, and that's the most ugliest thing that my ancestor talked about.
Yeah, I lived it all. It all.
They told me they told me stories that brought tears in my eyes, and that's.
I can tell you it's ugly, and I can guarantee you it's not gonna happen. You know why it's not gonna happen? Because the Lebanese people are smart enough.
May I say something?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I think they love you guys fighting. They love that, the Americans. Ooh, how they love it. The same the Russians.
Yeah,
right?
We learned that lesson. We went through a 14-year civil war. Was really, really ugly. We are over that. And I think there is a lot of responsible people in Lebanon that they see what the outcome is and they don't speak for now. But they know what the outcome is and where we're going, and they know that it's not worth it because of the result. Like the result, what's going to happen in the region is going to be completely different than having a civil war in Lebanon. It won't happen. It may have some clashes here and there, but it happened before in 2007, I believe, where the H group wasn't part of the government, and the government made a decision that they need to cut telecommunication for the resisting group, and 2 days later they tried to go down on the ground and cut the telecommunication of the resistance, but most of the militias that supporting the resistance went down, picked up all these people, and surrendered them to the Lebanese army. And I believe, I'm not wrong, within 24 hours, everything was back in place, and the one soul was unalived. If I'm wrong, I don't remember hearing of anybody that got unalived that day. Everybody was captured, given to the Lebanese army, and they came to an agreement that anything related to the resistance, it's not touchable. Which is correct, because the resistance, the key factor of the resistance is to be able to communicate in a battlefield. And if you take that communication away, you made me blind. And it was wrong from the Lebanese government that was in place at that time. And I think the move that the resistance did, it was necessary, and it was well successful and civilized.
One more thing, Patty. Arabs are very emotional. You know what I mean? They speak loud.
Ooh, the Chileans too. That is why I'm here.
They yell.
Listen to
They yell
me.
at each other. When they scream at each other, they're just talking, but they talk loud. So just don't.
I know. No. I used to live in Canada. I lived there for 20 years. I met in Canada. So,
Frederick, here's my Frederick.
may I finish? Listen to me. I met this beautiful lady and I thought she was Chilean. She looked at me and she thought I was Arabic. We are together for 43 years, so I know. I read the Quran, not everything. I've been in Morocco, Turkey, everywhere with my friend, so I know.
If you do a DNA test, you might be coming back from an Arabic descent. So
Obviously.
yeah, because
Morocco?
the Arabs they were like in charge of the South America. Most of the Spanish speaking countries, they're under the Arab mandate for 800 years.
In Morocco?
No, I'm talking about. Yeah. So Chavez used to say we all came from Arabic blood.
And listen to when I went to Morocco, I look at the people. We look the same.
Everybody's the same. If everybody looks at it that way, we'll be a better world.
Obviously.
I mean, it's
that is why I know some words. And I say salam alaikum, alaikum. And I'm totally with you guys because I love everything about Arabic people.
Even the food, we almost cook the same food.
I love it.
I have a question. I want to know who is the creator of falafel or hummus?
الشعب الفلسطيني.
لا
falafel Egyptian.
Egyptian.
No.
Yep.
No.
Yes, Egyptians.
No.
Egyptians are falafel, but we modified it. It came from Africa, came to us, then has modified. The hummus, the Palestinians made the hummus and we added the tahini. So the Palestinians made the hummus and the Lebanese added the tahini to it.
Barry, next war is going to be about hummus and falafel.
I'm a chef, so
Right?
I'm a chef, so I know what I'm talking.
Yeah.
وين انت؟ وين باي ولايه؟
مين
انت وين باي ولايه؟
مين عم يحكي معي؟
انت بامريكا؟
أنا ما بقول وين أنا.
ما هو اذا انت الشيف بدي اجي اكل عندك.
إن شاء الله. إن شاء الله. I'm in South Lebanon one day, I'm in Italy another day, I'm in France another day, I'm a traveler.
أنا في فيلادلفيا.
Let me tell you something. In Chile, we have the biggest community from Lebanon in Chile.
Yeah.
Go to Detroit, Michigan. The whole thing is Lebanon.
Yeah, I heard
Here
that.
too.
I mean, it's
We are 26 million of Lebanese or Lebanese descendant around the world. We're 5 million in Lebanon and 3 million Syrian.
You guys are so famous around the world.
Let's say we are
Yeah.
Best designers.
You know what's funny, Frederick?
Yeah.
شبيحة is a bad word. إذا بقولوها سرية لواحد سوري.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I mean, this is another thing. Syria is another concept, man. Syria, they destroyed that country for nothing.
Obviously.
I was there too. Hey, listen, I was there too. I was there.
Listen to me.
See,
No,
I used to
nothing.
drive-
They destroy everything for oil. That
I
is
used to
what
drive.
It
I
is.
used to drive from Beirut, go all the way to Damascus, have lunch,
Beautiful.
and drive back. But
Everybody.
that's what the colonizers' mentality. And look at Syria now. How is it that the triangle of life, what they call it in Syria, is a triangle of life, where the oil and the fruitable land and the water is in that triangle, and that triangle now is
Because you guys
have a
have
military
oil.
base, American military base, then you have the Kurdish owned army, and then you have the Turkish on the other side. Like, how is it? How is it you went to change the president of Syria, and now all of a sudden you don't care about you controlling the oil of Syria? Like, somebody tell me, what kind of freedom is that? Like,
Look, I came to the States about 37 years ago. When I came to Pennsylvania, northeast of Pennsylvania. I was talking, one day I was talking to like an old man, maybe he was in like his 70s, 75, something like that. He asked me where am I from. I told him I'm a Palestinian, but I was born in Jordan, born and raised in Jordan. That's what he told me. He said, listen, we used to go, our dream, we used to go in the, when we were planning to go on vacation, we go to Beirut in the 50s and the 60s.
there was no borders
Because it was beautiful.
Before this establishment of the State of Israel, Jews, Christians, and Muslims lived in that land with no borders, no nothing. We were happy people.
My grandfather told me that. Correct.
Yeah.
I'm talking about
So
Americans when you
why
go on
is it?
vacation.
Why is it now, all of a sudden, from the establishment of the State of Israel, we don't like each other anymore? We're fighting each other, or somebody is instigating the fight.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but we know فرق تسد, divide and conquer, divide and conquer, divide and conquer.
My grandfather.
Obviously. That's
Well,
how
guys,
it is.
I have to go. I guess Chip fall asleep, so we're gonna drop.
He's gone. Nice
Yeah.
meeting you.
Same. Thank you, guys.
Nice to meet
And
you.
American, I'm
Thank
gonna
you
give
so
you a
much.
follow.
Okay, I'll follow you back.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
have to go too.
Have
Nice meeting
good
you
night.
Hey,
guys.
follow
Good night.
follow the guys here if you want to be around.
Obviously.
Okay, I'm just saying. You don't have to be sensitive.
Inshallah.
Inshallah. Yalla, bye.
All right,
يلا.
salam alaikum.
وعليكم السلام.
يلا.
هو في العرف